as a dream state and something we're working towards, but it's not just about doing it because we can. It really being able to draw a complete picture of what's happening across your network means you make better decisions.
Absolutely.
With the agentic AI helping us out. And there were some specifics that you guys announced that I didn't even expect. The ecosystem and some of the builders. Wherever you want to start with that, I'm curious if you could expand.
I think you make 3 or 4 great points right there. Amazing.
3 or 4
right?
great points. We got that. Okay.
So the first thing is bringing all of the data together and aggregating it from all of the ecosystem. We recognize no customer environment is going to be just Cisco. It's a heterogeneous environment, so we created an open ecosystem where they can bring data from their third-party systems that they use, and we can leverage the power of that data in Cisco Cloud Control to deliver the agentic outcomes.
Right.
Now, the other thing that you touched on that's really interesting is that before, people used to talk with chatbots. It was easy, but you asked a question, you got a response back.
Very linear.
And it's very linear. Now with agents, things have changed. Now that you have all of this data, now that you have this ecosystem that's playing in Cisco Cloud Control, you can leverage that data and these insights to be able to have agents work for you 24/7. We call them ambient agents. They run in the background. They're constantly gathering information. They're constantly helping you troubleshoot. And they get to the outcomes that humans become more efficient. You now have digital coworkers that work with you where agents and humans are working in that one single operating environment.
Yeah, the one simple example that jumped out at me, and it was very non-technical is the reason why I clicked to it, but it was the notion of handoffs between people. Sometimes you've got work in progress. We never get good information from the previous person. I tell you, especially at the end of a shift or something, the verbal handoffs, God forbid someone's actually keeping a logbook updated. But the way you guys have set this up, especially agentically, is you're talking about, here's, I come to work at 8 a.m., it knows this, and it's the ability to have everything laid out for me so that I say, here's the primary decisions I need to make now, here's the things I can do after I've had a bite to eat, gotten my coffee, and here's some stuff I can work in AI Canvas, which is part of what you've got, and I love AI Canvas, and just that whole story of the collaboration across domains to get stuff done, bringing the right people in association with AI. Is that a good way to put it?
I think that's a great way to put it, and the early access response from our customers has been phenomenal. They love the experience of having us build a very simplified UI because guess what? Customers come and have 2 things in mind in most cases. One is, what are the proactive set of things that I need to focus on that you've already gathered intelligence on so that it's not hard for me to do my job every day. I don't want to have to go to several places. I don't want to have to go gather this data. Thank you for bringing together the insights and the actions that I need to take action on immediately. So that's one.
That's number 1.
And then number 2 is, I often have questions like, how is this vulnerability impacting my environment? I have questions that I want to ask. So when you land on Cisco Cloud Control, we immediately present you with a chat interface where you can just say, ask the question. We'll immediately bring responses back to you. And I want to touch on one other point, which is,
wrap it up.
We, as you have understood from some of the announcements we made, we've also introduced the notion of an agent builder and an app builder.
Yeah, I didn't expect those. What are we doing there?
So with the agent builder, now we allow customers to leverage the data, to leverage the agent building capability to actually predictably have agents that they can build and run on the platform on a regular basis that run autonomously and bring humans in the loop. And then the second thing is we announced a partnership with Codex, with OpenAI, that allows customers to come and leverage that data and build their own first-pass apps on the platform.
This is so cool.
So we build the platform, and our customers and our partners leverage the platform to build the outcomes that they desire.
Yeah, the platform, we're bringing a place for everybody to come together and make magic. James, thank you so much. I appreciate your time and everything your team has done. Guys, you can obviously see cloud control everywhere you go here because, well, that's the platform. But for the details, right here in the center, just as you come in, and you can hear the noise, everybody's here from the keynote, come get hands-on and ask the experts questions about what does this mean in your environment, how can you make it work? Steve?
Rob, thank you so much, buddy, and to James as well. And this is a great example of exactly what Rob just said, right? Come in and ask the experts. That is why you want to be here in the space with us, here at the next Cisco Live in your region, so you can walk up to the Jameses and say, hey, walk me through this. Show me bit by bit how this applies to me, to my organization, how I can deploy one of these new announcements, Cisco Cloud Control, Cisco IQ, what asterisk, whatever it happens to be, how can I deploy this in my organization? How can I make sure it's working for me, for my my team members, my people, all of my locations globally, and then we can serve our customers utilizing those capabilities. Thank you, guys. As you can see, things are loading up faster and faster out there in the world of solutions. Everybody is returning from that fantastic keynote. You know, all week long, and all across Cisco Live, we've been so hyper-focused on the power of the network. It all starts and ends with the network, right? We always say that Cisco is your critical infrastructure for the AI era. So true, and in a lot of different ways. Cisco also is the official network equipment partner of the LA 28 Olympic and Paralympic Games and of Team USA. So what does that mean? Well, it means is we are building the secure AI-powered network, the full networking infrastructure that is connecting every single LA 28 venue, all of the athletes, the millions of fans and viewers all across the Los Angeles metropolitan area. It is a huge undertaking, and I want you to see just a little bit of what makes it happen.
Hi there, my name's Chris Lapp. I'm a senior specialist solutions engineer in the Cloud and AI Infrastructure group at Cisco. I'm here at Cisco Live 2026 in Las Vegas, and I'm talking to Cliff Ryan, Vice President of Network Engineering at NBC Universal. So, Cliff, how has Cisco's secure networking infrastructure enabled NBC to deliver seamless and secure broadcasts for the Olympics and the Paralympic Games, most recently with Milano Cortina 2026 Games?
Yeah, a great question. You know, NBC and the network infrastructure, we're really integrated across Cisco's ecosystem, from our backbone infrastructure with our segment routing, all the way through to our VXLAN edges at our major campuses, and then most importantly, out to these production remotes. And we really use the Cisco technology just to make sure the workflow itself is really secure end-to-end. You know.
One of those technologies I was wondering if you could touch on is the Cisco's IP fabric for media. I know that you guys are a very large user of IPFM. Can you tell us how you're leveraging IPFM today?
Yeah, I mean, IPFM is the backbone. It is our non-blocking multicast infrastructure, not only at our major production hubs, NBC Sports in Stamford, you know, in Denver for distribution, but also when we do the Olympics, we put a large spine leaf IPFM into shipping containers and ship it out on site so that we can do that, take in as much video uncompressed and compressed as we want and do it right within the IPFM before we continue down the distribution chain.
Amazing, thanks Cliff. Can you share any insights with us from learnings of past games like Paris 2024 and how those are shaping the secure network strategy and collaboration between NBC Universal and Cisco for LA 28?
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's an interesting story. Back in 2024, just 2 years ago, you know, not just with the Paris Olympics, but in general, we had about 380 remote events. In 2026, we're already up to 600. And so as part of that growth, one of the things we're redoing is our production edge. We're starting to roll out Cisco's Viptela SD-WAN solution, and we see it as giving us the ability to really provide consistent connectivity with good security throughout all our next-gen production. So that's really one of the big takeaways over the last 4 years is we need to upscale the technology on our remote productions with SD-WAN.
Amazing. What key innovations in AI-driven network solutions that Cisco is driving to support this massive scale and complexity of LA 28 broadcast? Which of those are you really, looking to leverage, looking to use in the upcoming games?
Yeah, it's a great question. I have more network engineers at this Cisco Live than I ever have in the past. And for us, it's really about, we see AI as foundational in the sense of NBC, just like I think a lot of the customers here at Cisco Live, we've built this infrastructure as code, DevOps infrastructure over the last couple of years. But for us, it's really about moving beyond that. We have to start leveraging agentic AI to move to what I consider like the next DevOps infrastructure with AI.
Awesome. Now, one thing that we talked about earlier was, traditionally we're doing things like remote broadcasts and things like that. But broadcast is really changing to where now it's not just like a traditional remote broadcast, but it's more of a distributed broadcast. You could have an anchor in 500 different places talking to events across multiple different locations over and over again. How is that really shaping how you're doing production today?
Yeah. Another good question. The the running story with NBC Network Engineering is the network is the production hub. To your point, it was, several years ago in Paris, we were transmitting about 200 gig back to our production hub in Stanford. But since that time, that's really changed. Not only is the bandwidth doubled, but where that production happens is just completely distributed, right? We're launching to the cloud. Sometimes when we launch services to the cloud, we still bring it back on-prem to distribute across our network infrastructure. And additionally, where those studios and control rooms at, we don't rely just on a single production hub anymore. We're relying on Universal City on the West Coast, sometimes Telemundo in Miami, and it all happens over our distributed infrastructure.
Awesome. With all this innovation going on, what do you see as the biggest challenges that you're anticipating for LA28 and other high-profile events coming up?
Yeah, I think one thing we've learned over the last couple of years is, network engineering, we've spent a lot of time really integrating with the production teams, like the teams that do that call till strike, like the entire production story. And what we're finding is the story changes quickly. It can be changing to follow an athlete or to go to another venue. And what we're really trying to do is move that insight up. So the production teams, give them insight via conversational troubleshooting with AI, for example, so that they can have more insight into the state of the network, how changes they want to do might impact the network, and then vice versa, it gives us more insight as they make a change, how we might have to adjust our QoS and other policies more real time. So it's almost the idea of really getting the lag down between a change in what they want to do and the intent on the network and changing it.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, Cliff, I just wanted to thank you for being here with me today at Cisco Live in 2026 in Las Vegas. I'm really looking forward to all the things we're going to do together for the LA28 games and all the other games in the future, because you and I have been working together for a very long time now.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's been a great journey, and more good things to come for sure.
Thanks again.
All right, now thanks so much to Cliff, a fantastic story. And as Cliff just said a moment ago, the story always changes. This is why the network is so vital and why what we're building out here at Cisco allows for that connectivity, that full visibility, and the reliability of the network that allows us to continue each of those stories, whether it's on the athlete, whether it's on the location, the individual, the family, the tragedy and defeat, and the thrill of victory, I think as we used to say, all the way back in the 70s, or if you're as old as I am. We are going to go back out to Purpose Pavilion. Z has found a new story for us out there. Hey, Z.
I sure have, Steve. I am so happy to be here. Out here in the Purpose Pavilion, this is where we showcase our innovations. Our secret sauce is our purpose. And our corporate mission is to power an inclusive future for all. And I'm here with my phenomenal guest, another phenomenal guest, Susanna. We're going to talk to Susanna today about our CDA program. Our country digitization program. Wow, say that several times. It's where we bridge the digital divide. Susanna, tell us a little about what you're showcasing today.
Well, thank you so much for having me, Z. We are showcasing our CDA interactive map. Now, our goal with our CDA program is to close that digital divide. Innovation is moving at the speed of light, and if you don't have access, you are going to fall behind. So our lovely marketing team across the Americas, EMEA, and APJC have written stories about projects. We are currently present in over 57 countries with 1,700 projects. Now, all of these projects are replicable and they stand on their own. Cisco doesn't just come in and drop off technology. We sit there, we train, we create jobs, and all of these projects, no matter how old they are still running. This program has been around for 11 years, and we're continuing to create immense impact worldwide. Now, this year, we decided to highlight one of our more specific projects here on the beautiful West Coast, and that involves our Indigenous partnership with our Native American network, one of our inclusive communities here at Cisco. We work together with the Pala Band of Mission Indians to introduce 500 megabytes of internet to reservations in the Southwest, in the Phoenix area, and over here to California. Now this project is being expanded through the Golden State Network and the California Department of Technology. Again, wow. Closing that digital divide, which is just incredible.
This is incredible, Susanna. I tell you folks, we're doing some great things over here. We're accelerating a future where everyone is connected. Everyone is connected. Susanna talked about tribal communities. I'm excited, Steve. Over to you.
Powered future for all, exactly, Z. Thanks to Susanna as well for bringing us that great story and great actual proof points, specifics on how we reach out to communities all over the world, create not only that stability, but that accessibility, that sense of community, building them up, giving them what they need so that we can thrive everywhere we go. We're going to go back out into the showcase right now. Rob and Michelle are going to have a little conversation around Cisco Data Fabric, powered by Splunk. Rob, I think I'm tossing it over to you, right?
Absolutely, thank you, Steve. And actually, I just want to correct a little thing. Yes, it is still Michelle, but Michelle, this is you here, not as the host we know and love on the show floor here, but the reality is, everyone here has day jobs. You work for Cisco, you carry a proverbial bag in your own responsibilities, goals you have to hit. Do you mind explaining what you do for Cisco?
Yes, I'm much more serious now that we're talking about my day job. But essentially, I'm a product marketing manager here at supporting Splunk. And one thing I really want to talk about right now, use this time, is to talk about what G2 announced yesterday, the Cisco Data Fabric powered by Splunk. So what does that look like? I like to break this down in 3 areas. Follow me over here real quick. We have a couple panes. So we have the data pane, context pane, and action pane. But let me start out from the top. The Cisco Data Fabric powered by the Splunk platform is an architecture that unifies, combines, contextualizes, and activates your machine data. We're in an area of serious growth of machine data. We want customers, individuals, organizations to feel empowered to deal with and utilize their machine data. The point of this is so for all teams across networking, security, IT operations, observability, to make sure that they are using the same data to have fueled, contextualized, and empowered decision making. So we're really breaking down those silos. How I want to start with this.
Yeah.
Data, context, and action, there are very key differentiators between each. In the data area, we're about unifying that machine data across wherever it lives. So if you want to bring it in directly into the Splunk platform, we've got tools such as Edge and Ingest Processor to do so. That's for very quick decision making. Like when you're, for observability security, when you're threat hunting, you need that information, that data now. There's also federated search. This is something where we can bring you to your data. So when you need to store things for 5, 6, 7 years, why pay for the indexing all of that data? Keep it where it is. We'll come to you. Federate outside of the Splunk platform, and when the auditor comes knocking 5, 6, 7 years later, you can use that data, bring it in, pull it to make it a lot more contextualized.
30 seconds was about all we have left here. You were going to show something here. I don't know if we have time to look at all of it. Cloud control, guys. Told you it was
We're in
everywhere.
cloud control. We go directly into the Splunk platform. Right here, you'll see this home screen. What we're going to do is go right into contextualizing this. Let's get rid of these. Okay, this is a great example of how once the Cisco Data Fabric is appropriately deployed, your teams will get a unique and consolidated one single pane of glass view of all of your context, your data, to make informed decisions. Let's keep going through this. So data management here, this is where you bring everything in right away. Oh, we are going to have to run.
Maybe pull back. Thank you, though, because actually I need this, and so we can continue talking, but we'll send back to you, Steve.
Thank you so much, Rob. And it's too bad because I want Michelle to keep going because she shows her Splunk expertise here. Hopefully we can do more of that in a bit. We're going to go back out to center stage now, where we're going to learn about what takes place from the silo to the full scale, utilizing agentic ops and end-to-end AI networking. We've got Murali Gandluru on deck, our VP of Product Management for Data Center Networking. We have got Will Itherton, our Senior VP of Data Center Internet and Cloud Infrastructure Engineering. Great guests from Cumulus AI and from Sierra Scale Cloud Services. Cisco is unifying networking from the fabric to the pod, everything you need for AI and modern workloads. We are breaking down those operational silos, realizing more value from more distributed data and enabling seamless scalability. Let's head out to Murali and Will over at center stage. We'll meet you right back here when it's done. Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for making the time. I'm really excited to be talking about moving from silos to scale, end-to-end agentic ops and AI networking. With me, I have Will Itherton. You can hear me? You've got to put it on. Sorry. Okay. Everybody has to put their headsets on, otherwise you're not going to hear me. Cool. Thank you. So, I have with me, I'm really honored to be presenting along with Willie Thitton, SVP of Network Engineering at Cisco. And together, over the course of the next 30 minutes, we're going to go talk about our innovations spanning AI, security, and agentic ops. So, when we talk to our customers and partners, particularly over the course of the last few months, what we've noticed is that it's not just a buzzword anymore. AI and AI operations, infrastructure that goes underneath that is actually maturing fast. And we're seeing a lot of early success from outcomes out of those environments. So
I think the big thing has been a year or two ago, everything was around training. It was very exclusively focused on hyperscalers. What we're really heading into is the inference stage. And so what does that change as far as what inference is going to mean, not only for the infrastructure, but how enterprises can leverage this technology. So with this progress, customers are still asking major questions. How do we scale the AI workloads effectively? Simplicity. How do we secure? That has been a big topic. And so security has been a big topic this week, hasn't it, Raleigh? I think every meeting I've been in, Glasswing has been in some fashions.
Yeah, and the thing is, we actually have a way to put that into infrastructure and provide a way to bring this into our solutions, including on the network side.
Bring it in, but then it's also how do you make that simplistic? And so I think that's some key things we wanted to hit here.
And the key thing is to address this first and foremost. Cisco has taken a three-pronged approach, 3 pillars even. The first pillar is around the full stack AI infrastructure engineered as a single system. I mean, it's a complex task, and that requires fundamental first principles thinking. The second pillar is around how you fuse that security, like we were just talking, not just like a bolt-on, but fuse it into every layer of your infrastructure, particularly in the network. As Bill just said, we're going into the inferencing era. The third pillar is around agentic ops, delivered with speed and precision. And so to address all of these, what we have to do is start from the first principles, like I said. And what that means is we are focusing on building scalable, secure, and simple infrastructure that spans across on-prem and cloud environments. We start with our own silicon, systems, software, operating models, and that builds on top of a common business side as well, business element as well.
And one thing, when I've talked with a lot of customers this week that's been coming up, is this balance that we're trying to do between a suggested, opinionated approach to building AI infrastructure, but also providing optionality. And I think the optionality is a key thing that you can see throughout the stack, starting from the bottom with the choices in silicon, going through the system side, the software, the deployment models. So I think that's something we continue to work on, is how to make that balance. But we want to make sure that you have the options while we also provide key validated design reference architectures.
And the other thing that we are seeing, Will, is that the operations IT teams and operations organizations are not getting new resources as they onboard in back-end networks and so on. So the front-end, storage, management, the multitude of back-end environments, they all have to be managed in the same way. And so that's why it was important to drive this architecture as Nexus 1.
Yep.
And so first I wanted to start out with talking about the tenancy. I mean, we know how to do multi-tenancy, but in this unified infrastructure, it is important to securely scale this. How do we do that? And to do that, today, most of these are disconnected systems. And we have VRFs, we have VNIs and all that, but the layer at which the AI infrastructure works, the AI orchestrators, they have the tenant context. But the network operators, particularly in the existing environments of the front end and so on, they manage, provision these separately. So they're disconnected. So no context sharing.
And one thing just on tenancy, because this is a word often thrown around, and more specifically, what are some examples? So in a neo cloud, a tenancy can be as much as first pass tenant would be their end customer. Second pass tenancy could start to get more complex, which we'll come back to in a minute, on things like the job or workload. In an enterprise, they could potentially also have that hierarchy of tenancy. They could have lines of business or business groups, and then similarly jobs. So the first one, more static. The second one, more dynamic. And so I think that's something we're going to be talking about.
Absolutely. And if you layer on environments like the sovereign cloud environments, that's like one more layer, because you have neo clouds supporting sovereign cloud environments and sometimes direct as well. So that kind of example is really pertinent, because when you think about how AI infrastructure orchestration works with Nexus One, it was important for us to build an automated onboarding of the tenancy. It's also important to do this at scale. Networks are all about scale. And so essentially, we've been working with our partners. Those partners are open source options, proprietary players like Rafe. And essentially what happens is we get the tenant context. And that tenant context is automatically onboarded onto Nexus One. And Nexus One brings in the scale of the network, providing visibility, isolation, and control.
And one thing on this is the notion of tenancy and how you would have Rafe as an example or other options is it's not just a networking construct. It becomes a networking construct and a services construct. So things like security, as well as, we'll come back to this, but things like resource isolation, these are all going to be key aspects from tenancy. And that's something we've been learning as we work in the last year with early customers.
Absolutely. So tenant, as I said, tenant segmentation is nothing new. But one of the key things that we've done is we've tried to understand and adapt to also the new requirements that we're seeing, the one that Will just talked about. We're not only able to segment at a VNI, WRF, at an organizational level, you're actually able to go down, microsegment down, all the way up to the job level. So now what you can see is you can drive a very, very granular approach of visibility, isolation, and control. The same three things we talked about at a higher level, now all the way down to the job. So you can have multiple jobs, different requirements across per tenant as well. So that's the thing that we've brought in. So with this, what you see when you bring all of this together is that you can secure your infrastructure across the front end, the back end, storage management in a seamless way. And we use the concept that we're all familiar with now, endpoint security groups, right? So these endpoint security groups, you have the metadata that goes across on the network layer, but also you're able to do the tenant and the job context.
So a couple quick things that I love about this feature. First of all, this was something developed in context with customers that we were engaged with. So as we worked with them, and actually InfiniBand has had something similar with a partition ID, and we don't want IB to have, and InfiniBand should not have nice things that we don't have in Ethernet.
Exactly.
Ethernet should have it all. It should be the end. So, so in that context, we came up with a new architecture, and it was a co-design. G2's talked a lot about co-design from silicon all the way up. So this is an area where carrying that job ID in the packets, being able to then architect that from the silicon firmware up all the way through the software to how we would actually then present this at a management level, all the way up to that orchestration level with the tenant to Rob. I mean, that is as co-designed from top to bottom as you can get.
Absolutely. And one of the things that we are increasingly doing is that we're seeing across verticals, not just across neoclouds and sovereign clouds. We have some great customers whom we're going to be talking shortly with, but also with industry verticals. We're seeing quant companies, other sort of regulated environments, public sector, all of those also start to look into these as well. So why did I say that? The reason I said that is because when you think about infrastructure, you actually have the platform ops team as a nice counterpoint typically to the network operations team. 66% of those platform operations teams are Kubernetes based, and probably even more in the AI, if you look at a pure AI environment. So with that context, think about a network operator's life. Today, the platform ops is just a black box. And so this black box means that they just, and it was supposed, that's the way it was supposed to be, because you want to abstract out that whole layer. You don't want to provide the details, too much details, but now we are in a world where context is important, right adjacent to the workload. And so with this, essentially when something breaks, what happens in today's world is the app team says, everything looks fine on my side. The network team says, everything looks fine on my side.
Yep.
And so this is the problem that we are trying to address. And what we've done with that is with our acquisition of Isovalent, which provides us the container network interface, the CNI, that Cilium essentially extends that all the way to that workload adjacent area. You can extend also the technologies that we've built, multi-tenant technologies. EVP and VXLAN is a great example of that here. And so with that, what you get is real-time workload to workload communication visibility, the isolation, and control. So we're bringing all of the standards practices that networks are usually known for, which provide the scale to this world.
And one of the things I've been talking with customers this week is that we're continuing to expand the enforcement point. So, Isovalent at its core, you had the eBPF area of enforcement. You then you can have Tetragon, virtual switch. We get into smart switch aspects we've talked about. And then something that we've been talking about recently is that we're introducing where in an AI cluster on the Bluefield North-South NICs, you can start to have that be an additional enforcement point. So the key point here is that services should not be about 100 million lines of firewall code that probably, by the way, has a lot of vulnerabilities they're going to be patching for the next 6 to 12 months. Services should be around distributed, fit for purpose enforcement of policy with the minimal amount of software and the best architecture. And that is what we continue to do, is evolve the architecture, and this is a key center point to that.
And when the workload moves, the policies also move to that point. That's why it works at scale. So we're moving on to the second pillar that we talked about, security, and how we fuse security into every layer. Essentially, when you think about security traditionally, you just mentioned this, it's about you find a vulnerability, you take the time to find a patch, or you build a whole image around it, right? Well, that time is gone. You've seen everything that Jeetu talked about, right, Will?
Yes. So we've gone from a period where we had Log4j, we all ran around, that was a several-month exercise, and now we love to say a Log4j can happen every day. So this is making a number of changes. We are, from a development standpoint, prioritizing this whole process of identifying vulnerabilities, preparing patches. This is something that we're actually going to be releasing software on, moving towards more a quarterly basis moving forward. But we believe that we are in overall a good place with the network software we have. But we are going to be moving quickly to bring you new updates. But we're also looking at new architectures to help in the future, right, Marley?
Yeah, and think about it. With all the things that Will just talked about, there's actually data behind that. 83% of the network engineers now have security in their remit, either as a part of their official role or remit, or unofficially as well. So that's changing a lot. So essentially, we introduced Live Protect, and you've heard about Live Protect probably in Cisco Live a lot. But let me tell you, the tip of the spear of that is the Nexus portfolio, the data center. Nexus 1, we support both the monitor mode and the enforce mode, and that allows us to embed this software capability and providing compensatory controls to mitigate any of these vulnerabilities that show up much, much more rapidly than you would with a typical patch. Now, this does not take the place of a...
So we're very excited about the architecture improvement. This is more in the steady state. So after we get through some of the, let's say, higher velocity patches in the next 3 and 6 months, then this is like, think more 2027. This is the time frame things calm down more. The idea here is without a reboot, you can apply this as we identify something that would be in a critical high category. You can put that out, and then the next, it's more of a, you have tires, you get a flat tire, you have protection for a while with many of these mechanisms allows you to keep going, but you still need to get that tire changed on a regular basis moving forward.
You're telling me I don't have to go to a Wheelworks immediately?
Yeah, you can wait at least 30 to 60 days.
That's right, okay. But the third pillar is probably the key.
Is the last piece is this, we're going to talk about agentic ops. And we're actually also going to get into some examples here with some demo aspects. So the world's running at AI speed. I certainly in my software team, we're constantly under pressure on how do we best use these tools. I think all of you, this is also a topic of how are the tools actually helping you do your job faster, more efficiently, potentially more fun. And so, but many times what is operation still? It's still running at ticket speed. It's still the workflows maybe haven't changed. And that really is a gap and a problem that we're looking to help address today. And so G2, both in yesterday's keynote and then today he expanded on it with some of the things he went through with Tom and Anurag, was Cisco Cloud Control. And so this is something, and I've been very excited to be part of this for the past year. My engineering team has been working on this. I like to say our day job is all of the infrastructure, the switches, all the technology that we talk about quite a bit. The nighttime job has been getting Cisco Cloud Control as a substrate underneath. And so this is something we've been proud to come out with. And its goal, in many regards, this is something Cisco should have had a long time ago. We all recognize that. But this is the right time to bring it forward, because we can now bring it not only as a unifying UI UX. That's fine, that's one thing. More importantly, it becomes a unifying API gateway. It becomes a common user identity. It becomes aspects around the AI canvas that can help us solve problems in an agentic fashion across domains. And that's why this was the right time. And when we identified all these things lining up, we really went all after in the last year working on engineering. So Murali, slides are great, but what can we look at concretely?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do right now is just go through a quick demo. And as you might expect, we start with Cisco Cloud Control. We've heard that a lot. This is actually reality. So once we look at this, the typical dashboard, what you see is the global view of an operator, the mix of environments, as I said, front end, back end, campus environments, all kinds of environments in one place. So essentially, let's look at the Miami data center and the New York data center over there on the right. Now, I am a network operator, so I'm logging in for the day. And what I want to do is I want to see how my Miami data center looks like. And traditionally, I would be able to only see until the spine leaf fabric. And essentially, everything that you see that's highlighted in the white would be a black box to me, like we just discussed. But now, because of our isovalent integrations and the EVPN extension all the way down, you not only can see visibility-wise, you can isolate and also points of control right there. And all of this is standards-based. Standards-based technologies built into it. So this now, if you think about it, and you apply secure policies, you have the platform team define those policies at the Kubernetes layer. That gets automatically fed into the network side as well, but you get to see it. You get to see it, you get to extend that across all of your infrastructure. I just talked about Miami data center, but I also have the responsibility for New York. So what that means effectively is now I can see the end-to-end view of a flow for a particular application that is going across sites, using not just our scale out in one data center, but also scale across infrastructure as well, and going all the way across and moving away from the old manual way of provisioning and managing infrastructure to an agentic way. So can you tell us a little bit about how the agentic way would be? I was just giving you the network ops view.
Sure. And by the way, while Cisco Cloud Control is much more than a UI UX portal, I do love the look of Cisco Cloud Control. It's really come along very nicely. I'm very happy with that. So Murali, if I was on that was a NetOps team view. So if I'm on the platform team, the application team, and I'm logging in for the day, I see that an app has issues. So AI Canvas will start. And again, AI Canvas is a Cisco agentic base that will pull from the APIs of our varying tools. It will now pull the data from the original ServiceNow ticket. It'll start debugging at the Kubernetes layer, analyzing service performance, DNS traffic behavior. It'll look at partial HTTP request success rates, TCP retransmit, and basically come to a conclusion, as the app team, I want it to be the network's fault. So I come to the conclusion that it's not an application problem, and I do need the NetOps team involved. So at that point, I say, Murali, let's get together. Let's make this a multiplayer event. And because of the back and forth with email, Slack, we can actually both work in AI Canvas instead of those asynchronous tools.
Absolutely. That is a key thing, the collaboration element. You see the share button there at the top. So now that I'm also in there, now looking at this, invited me, and I see that, in fact, based on the natural language communication and the back-end work, I see that, in fact, there is a network layer problem. And so I do need to go and find a way to fix it. So now I find that congestion related packet drops have happened. Yep. And basically, I now know what to do and how to solve it.
It'll recommend a new policy, can resolve the issue. And I think this is one of the key feedback we've had is, hey, if I get into agentic ops, what made OpenClaw so popular was not that you could summarize your email or your calendar. what made OpenClaw so popular was it could help you take action. And so here, it's proposing an action. It's still leaving it for human in the loop, but we are getting into that closed loop that has been the end goal for so long in automation. And this is key. Other vendors have those visibility tools, but AI Canvas can take you into a closed loop.
And you can revert it back as well, if need be.
Yes.
Right?
And audit trail is also very important. Yes.
So this is really, really a game changer. So thank you, Will. I think this was bringing all of these together and running this at scale and bringing in innovations at all the layers, data plane, control plane,
it was
agentic
awesome.
layers.
The only thing that could be better is it should have been the application's fault, not the network. With you, thank you very much,
Thank you, Will.
Raleigh, and I'll
really appreciate it.
the next folks here.
With that, I'd like to introduce our customers, Dave Riggers from Cirruscale Cloud Services and Mike Maniscolo from Cumulus AI. Thank you, Dave. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a seat. So you heard about how we think about designing infrastructure, the innovations around it, but you're actually deploying this in real-world environments. So tell us about your journey, Mike, and then Dave.
Yeah, so we started deploying with Cisco on some of our AI training clusters and inference clusters recently for our customers. And it's driven through a variety of reasons. I think the way we look at the world is we have 4 pillars: flexibility, access, cost, and we also look at speed, because speed is a big part of access. And when it comes to the world of AI today and getting infrastructure deployed at scale the way the customers want, it comes down to, can I get it? How quickly can I get it? At what cost? And then can you deliver it and operate it reliably? And I think one of the things that the Ethernet solutions that Cisco is providing and bringing to the arena that didn't necessarily exist a few years ago was more optionality around what solutions can we bring to market alongside of these clusters to get them to market quickly and reliably and cost effectively, because there weren't a lot of options a few years ago. So it's great to see. Yeah, it was all IB, right? So it's great to see options in the market, because the constraints to getting these systems deployed at the pace and cost that the customers want are real. And a lot of that's driven by supply chain and reliability and having the right partners behind you with the right resources and support and security aspects. So that's where we view Cisco and our ethos and how we're using your solutions to meet our customer needs today.
Awesome. Dave, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I mean, we've historically sold into research institutions, first movers, well-funded startups. Now that the enterprise is starting to move into AI and into inferencing in particular, they want to live in the same ecosystem that they would normally have on-prem, but they have to get into the cloud in order to distribute the workloads and have the workloads where the people are. And that's where we have been really excited about being able to adopt Cisco tools, especially when it comes to observability, because the customer needs to see what's happening where. So we're really excited about the products that you guys have been launching and announcing here, especially around that ability to control the workload, control the agents, because we now know, we've been talking for a long time about agentics coming. It's here now. I mean, it is blowing up, because that's the main way that people are able to actually be more productive, is by using these agents. But those agents, we now know, need guardrails around them.
And how are you thinking about those guardrails in your environments? I mean, it is a real problem. Jeetu said, you have 450% more communication and traffic going within your neocloud environments now, probably with agents. You also have to protect them from other malicious environments.
Oh yeah, you have to. Agents are going to be they're actually what provides a lot more productivity, but they're what also adds a whole lot more risk. So those guardrails really need to match both the user type as well as the job type. So it's definitely more complex than what we've historically done, because as some folks have noticed, they've had runaway bills because of agents just blowing stuff up. But one of the most important features that one of our customers was talking to us about just last week, they said, I want control, is what they were saying. It's not that I want to stop the spending. I want to control the spending. I want
measured
my power users. Biggest thing is they don't want to limit their power users.
Makes
sense. It's the knowledge workers that they're more worried about. Their power users, they want to make sure they have as much as they can consume, because in several one of G2's talked about your own internal software developers. There's four times as much production now because of agentic workflows. So, and we're seeing the same thing from our customers, where they really want to make sure that their power users get as much as they can eat.
Is that what you're seeing as well?
I'm looking at it from
a similar customer base.
I think we have a slightly different customer base.
That might be
but when I look at the agentic capabilities, I look at it from two different perspectives. How are we consuming it internally, very much like you described, to deliver our systems more reliably, to bring their systems online faster, to turn over support issues and identify root causes faster? Like, how are we leaning into that agentic automation capability that exists in the world today, given where the tools are at? So we're leaning in really heavily on our engineering team for that side of things. On the other side of things, if I look back 9+ months ago and we were talking about anything inference related, it was generally single node. And these nodes weren't usually highly interconnected. But as you look at inference at scale and distributed inference, that's where the network becomes more critical. So now you have to have these clustered systems. You have to have clustered systems that are delivering on the right performance. You also have to have the right clustered networking that will support multi-tenancy and that can keep up with the performance and security side of things. So it gives you that flexibility. That's one of the things I really appreciate from the networking solutions.
So as you look at this constant wave of innovation and changes, and almost every day there's something new, like you said, things are moving from centralized training to inferencing environments. There's a whole paradigm shift on multiple dimensions. What is top of mind for you, Mike, and then Dave?
I mean, top of mind for us is always, how do we deliver these systems at the right price, with the right architecture to meet the client's needs, and the right timing, because the world is extremely constrained on supply, and the demand is doing nothing but mounting, given the capabilities of all of these tools. So that's top of mind for me. It's finding the right partners to deliver at scale, predictably, quickly, cost-effectively, securely, and then can you operate that system and keep it running reliably over the long run? So that's everything that we're focused on right now.
Wow. And Dave?
For us, it's utilization, and that's important to us as a cloud provider, but it's also really important to our customers, because the way we get to sustainability is by full utilization of these platforms. So while we don't necessarily focus on multi-tenancy, because we're one customer, we're private AI, but we look at the jobs as if they're multi-job.
Correct.
And so we need to be able to prioritize those jobs to keep that utilization high, because that's where the cost savings comes from. If that equipment's sitting there not being used, that's just money being thrown away. Just like the traditional, why did enterprises go to the cloud and to VMware in the beginning? It was increased utilization and get their costs down through better utilization of the equipment. The same is happening right now all over again with the agentic flows. And when customers first start out, they usually pick one workload to work with. They immediately see that they're not running 24/7, because it's, especially if it was a interactive user-driven workload. So you had a bunch of compute that was being wasted. Our goal was to find ways of making that a multi-workload environment, bringing the customers to choose quickly, get another workload so we can get that utilization up.
Nice. So a quick question, given the audience that we have, people who want to build AI infrastructure, people who want to consume from your respective environments, what would your advice be, and how can they reach out to you? And quick update from both of you.
Yeah, I think one of the things I was thinking is when Dave was describing their solutions, is the differences in our businesses. So from our world, we're truly a cloud services provider. So we're delivering bare metal as a service, GPUs as a service. We're delivering that with some level of managed services, whether that's managed Kubernetes or managed Slurm, based on your customer needs. But I would think, and I think given the state of things and given everything we're talking about, costs of running AI at scale is becoming a bigger part of the conversation, and looking at token spend is becoming a bigger part, understanding the return on that. So to me, it's about understanding what your return on investment is and where you can find cost savings. And that's generally where the customers are coming to us, looking at bare metal as a cost savings mechanism, but also a performance boost.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I guess quick advice, or shout out to people of how they can get to you and so on as we close.
I mean, getting to us is pretty easy. We're, www.cirruscale.com. or definitely working with your Cisco partners, because we're tightly coupled to the channel and really looking to solve problems. We're not looking for the easy stuff. We're looking for the problems that you're trying to fix. No CIO is getting a bag of money to be able to add AI. They're told you got to find a problem within your existing business and fix it with AI, and then any cost savings you get to spend on more AI. And that's where cloud providers are really good there, because you can take it by the bite. You don't have to solve everything right off the get-go. You can solve that one problem first, which is usually customer support. Everybody hates customer support. I don't care what side of the fence you're on, because you're just calling with a problem. Well, bring that problem to us and we'll help.
Awesome. Thank you for making the time, not just for this presentation, but also for Cisco Live. And thank you for being great customers and partners for us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So, silos to scale, using agentic ops, end-to-end AI networking, another powerful center stage session. Agentic ops transforms your data center into a future-ready AI powerhouse. We are going to continue the agentic ops conversation right now, because we've got Rob with a special guest right here in studio. Rob, let's send it over to you.
Oh, thank you so much, Steve. So, forgive me, because we were just meeting and we were talking about your area. Unfortunately, Vimala had to step away, but she was looking forward. She's an old friend. She's taking care of things, but I'm glad to meet you, Tell me, what is your full name and what are you responsible for?
So, first of all, thanks, Rob. What a pleasure to meet you. My name is Sai Natarajan. I lead products for Cisco's data center networking business with focus on silicon and systems.
Okay, good. Well, so you're a good one to ask this question for, because as I was thinking through, customers may look at everything that we're rolling out, and everybody's doing a network refresh and doing different things, and if maybe you're not paying attention as a customer, you're like, wait, what changed? My network has been working fine. Now you're saying that some things are going to be different. What makes AI for networking different?
Yeah, so the key change, Rob, is really the network is not just about handling the traditional workloads, which was really focused on the north-south traffic, and this was like getting the applications in the hands of the users. But now there is this new realm of AI workloads, and your networks need to be able to handle both the traditional workloads and the AI workloads. And AI workloads, a lot of it is about the GPU to GPU communication, but more than that, it is also about like how do you connect the GPUs, the CPUs, the storage, the memory. So your network is no longer a device or an appliance, but rather it is the platform that connects, brings us all together, and not just the devices, but also how you bring security and observability.
Okay, I like that, and it kind of confirms, or I hope, this thing I've been thinking of is I feel like the one benefit we have from a network perspective is that the network may be the only thing that you can really control these days. We have so many new things happening at the end, but the network is a required element in the chain of events to be successful, and so to reduce your anxiety about everything else happening, focus on the thing you can control, and you guys are giving controls for this.
Correct, yeah, absolutely, and I think, because that is the other key thing, like the networks now, it is not just about applications, these are agents. Like you're connecting the agents with your network, and that is why your network is essentially become a composable systems, because now you essentially need to have the ability to pick and choose like how many GPUs you want, how many CPUs you want. So it becomes that intelligent backbone that connects not just the applications, but the agents. And like I said earlier, with that security and observability and becoming the true control point for everything that happens.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I heard in the keynote earlier today, there's the recognition that Kubernetes is playing so much more of a direct role in a lot of things we're doing, because we used to talk about this for cloud and cloud enabling legacy applications, but it remains important for being able to have the flexibility that's required to be successful in an AI-driven network. Can you explain what we're doing with Kubernetes and why that black box becomes important to understand?
Yeah, absolutely. So here is the interesting data point. 2/3 of the AI workloads is based on Kubernetes, which is like the, again, container-based platform. Now, if you look at between the Kubernetes, like you can have, let us say, different applications. Some could be your finance-based applications, some could be an internet-based applications. Now, the container-to-container traffic is visible to Kubernetes, but once it comes to the networking layer, it just comes as a single IP address. So it becomes a black box at that point. So you really don't have visibility to what is happening between these two processes that are living in the Kubernetes world. And now once you come into the AI, as you're deploying these agents, it is very critical that you understand what the agents are communicating, what the processes are communicating, and that is what we are bringing now into the networking world, that real visibility into what is the communication between the Kubernetes.
I like that, and also what I kind of hear in the subtext is that customers who have not necessarily, they're maybe not hyperscalers, enterprise networks, what it sounds like you're also doing is bringing a level of simplicity that we haven't had before,
Correct.
Because as things get more complex, this becomes the only way to move forward. How is that manifesting? Are you getting good feedback in this? Is the messaging resonating, and are you already seeing people take action in this?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and I think that is one of the advantages that we have with Cisco is like bringing together all this different technology. What is really important in the AI network is that observability and the visibility. When something goes wrong, if your GPUs are idling, it is almost like your agents have gone for a coffee break and like you're still paying them like a consultant by the hour. So it becomes very important to troubleshoot where the issues are happening. And that is why something like bringing that visibility and the Kubernetes visibility of the network, we are bringing that by using a technology that Cisco has with Cilium, with the
the eBPF and
the eBPF, and exactly, and that is what like we're bringing now to the. So now, whenever something goes wrong, you have the ability to troubleshoot and figure out exactly where the problem is. Like, is the problem with the process, is the problem with the GPU, or is the problem with the optics? Like, so you need that end-to-end visibility.
Which is all the way down to the kernel level, which just amazes me, because I remember early days at Cisco, we had acquired a security company, Okina, and it was doing intercepting system level calls, and I was doing some research for this, and I was looking at that, and going, how similar is this? And go, well, it was an early idea of something that's being done at a much bigger level, philosophically wise. This is amazing stuff. What's the most important thing to remember coming out of here?
So I think the most important thing is, it's again, like, I mean, we need to understand that we are operating in this world of agents. So the critical thing is, like, and we talked about troubleshooting, this is like all about how you bring the different cross domains. And here is where the Cisco Cloud Control, that's a game changer for us, like, because like now you're not just operating in a world of human agents, like troubleshooting different problems, but it is really about how do you incorporate the agents and how you use Cisco's Cloud Control to bring that cross-domain visibility.
I apologize, I'm going to have to cut us off. I love these conversations, we're getting deeper. But Steve, let's go back to you and continue the show.
Thank you so much, I do appreciate it, Rob and Sai. I want to take a quick sidebar to one of our great partners here, Equinix. Equinix is a cloud exchange. It's advanced interconnection that works between the solutions capability and your platform capability to give you that seamless, on-demand, multiple network overview. Let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about Equinix.
You were promised the cloud, but one cloud became many clouds, none of them connected. Then came AI, hungry for data and speed, hungry for access everywhere. The future doesn't need another cloud. It needs every cloud connected. One platform, every cloud, every network, every workload. Global, sovereign, secure, where AI lives without limits. Equinix. AI lives on Equinix.
Grateful for this fantastic partnership with Equinix. Thank you again so much for pulling the cloud together for us, exactly what we need for the critical AI future. We are, in about 1 minute, headed back over to center stage. We're going to take a look at Cisco Cloud Control, one of the big announcements that was made here in the keynote yesterday morning, and how it combines together with agentic ops to reimagine enterprise operations. This time on deck, Richard Jang, distinguished speaker, senior product manager for AI Canvas, along with DJ Sampath, who we've been hearing a lot from throughout the week, Senior VP, GM of AI Software and Platform, and also Ayesha Chemnani, Principal Product Manager. So, what are we going to look at in the deep dive here? We're going to look into the future of enterprise IT. Cloud Control, big part of that story, as we've been hearing all the way along. Cloud Control and agentic ops are transforming your infrastructure today from a reactive system into an autonomous, adaptive set of engines through intelligent agents, unified control, real-time cross-domain intelligence, all built for the AI era. Let's send it out to center stage right now.
Every technological era starts with a moment. The moment the impossible becomes inevitable. For 40 years, we've built the foundation behind those moments. And as AI transforms every industry, we're building the infrastructure it runs on, a system that runs itself. Agents working together across every domain, finding and resolving problems before they become yours. Replacing reactive manual work with unified autonomous infrastructure. Because when all the noise stops, the real work can begin.
Please welcome DJ Sampath.
Hello and welcome everybody. I know just as I was coming up, this thing fell off, so I'm going to pop this into my back pocket. But I hope you all enjoyed the keynote. How was the keynote? All right. Fantastic. Folks, you know, I'm so glad you all made it in time for this one. I know it was a little bit of a hustle, but I'm so excited about the kind of innovation that the team has been cooking up. And today, I'm going to take you through some more demos, which are going to go beyond what you just saw up on stage. We're going to do a double click into this. That's what the deep dives are meant for, right? And you're going to see a few of my colleagues come up on stage, and then we'll start to get into it. But before I do that, I want to set the frame. I want to just double click a little bit into what G2 was talking about earlier at the keynote. One of the key things that we're trying to accomplish here is to fundamentally change the way you operate your infrastructure, right? Imagine waking up every single day to that welcome that you just saw right there where it says, hey DJ, here are your actions. I've already taken care of a whole bunch of things for you. Knowing that the agents are working seamlessly behind the scenes makes all the difference. And so here, we're going to focus on these three things as our top priority. The first one is simplicity without losing sophistication. Cisco has built amazing dashboards, amazing management planes in each one of these specific domains. What we're doing now is to say, hey, listen, we're going to start to bring all of these pieces together. But we're going to do this in a way that we don't lose the sophistication that you had available to you. Second, we're going to start operating at agent speed. We're defining a brand new phrase, agent speed, because agents move really fast. And we want to define the core principles of what we mean by agent speed. And then finally, we want to leverage an open ecosystem. You saw and you heard about the cool things that we're doing with the ecosystem, and I want to talk to you a little bit about that, and hopefully I can show you some of that as well. Now, when we talk about simplicity without losing sophistication, all the Cisco products that you know and love are now going to be managed within Cisco Cloud Control. Because Cloud Control is a single operational plane. One login to be able to sign in, one shared and unified view, and we're going to bring all of these pieces and we're going to subsume Meraki, Catalyst, Security Cloud Control, Innersight, Splunk, Collaboration, Control Hub, and you're also going to see the fact that we seamlessly connect this into Cisco IQ. So it's far simpler, but you don't lose any of the controls that you would normally get from any one of those dashboards. The full functionalities of those dashboards are going to be available to you inside of Cisco Cloud Control. Now, when we talk about operating at agent speed, we need three core things to happen for you to be able to do that. The first one is we need to bring you cross-domain telemetry together into a single place so that humans and agents can troubleshoot and debug together. The second thing that you're going to need to be able to make this happen, right, is you're going to need purpose-built models. Our AI research teams have been hard at work trying to build a model that understands network configuration and network topology. That's the deep network model. It's been trained on over 40 plus years of how Cisco has learned to be able to debug and troubleshoot these networks. We also have a foundation sec model, which is a security model that is open source and available for you to be able to use to triage alerts, to summarize threats. It understands IOCs, indicators of compromise. It understands CVEs, common vulnerabilities, exposures. I could throw up a whole lot more of acronyms over here, but guess what? That model understands it. That model understands exactly what all of those things mean. It speaks that language, and that's what we do with these purpose-built models. These models understand that language. Finally, you've got trusted agents that do the heavy lifting while humans stay in control. And they use these cross-domain telemetry and these purpose-built models to be able to do what they do. Now, when we talked about the ecosystem, we really meant it. Folks, we have over 50 partners that are seamlessly connecting into Cisco Cloud Control. This is nothing short of being incredible, and we're just getting started. This is why we're building an open ecosystem, because we know that you need your agents to seamlessly work with agents from each and every single one of these partners to be able to solve meaningful outcomes for you. Now, to give you an even better, deeper dive into the product that you just saw me demo in the keynote, I'm going to invite some of my team to show you more. So Aisha, please come on up and tell us the magic of Cloud Control. Put your hands together for Aisha.
Hi, DJ. Nice to see you. Great keynote, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
I'm so excited for everyone in this room to get their hands on Cisco Cloud Control because, as you mentioned before, everyone in this room is used to operating in their own console, their own context. Each best in class, don't get me wrong, but Cisco Cloud Control is truly what unifies the entire Cisco portfolio under one umbrella.
That's right.
So as you can see, I've logged in here with a single set of credentials, and it takes me to this simple AI-first homepage. No menu to navigate, no dashboards to dig into as soon as you jump in. Just a simple AI-native experience where you can come and ask any questions about your Cisco portfolio.
That sounds awesome. Esha, I've got your screen mirrored over here for me, so I'm going to take a look at it over here while you go through this, all right?
Perfect. And then if you can see, we have these 3 modes up here. This is the assistant for any quick tasks, quick questions that you would like to ask. The canvas, on the other hand, is for deeper investigation, deep reasoning, troubleshooting, and collaborating with your team. Think about it as like a workspace where your team is collaborating with each other as well as agents. Isn't that great?
What are these things on top, Aisha? These boxes that I see right on top?
Yeah, so you have a quick start, like a prompt library. So if you don't know what to ask it, you can just go click into any one of these and it will easily spit out an explanation of what's going on in your infrastructure.
That's right. Folks, imagine, like if you go to ChatGPT today, you see the sample prompts at the bottom that help you get started. We made these sample templates for you so that you could just click into this to be able to check the health and availability of networks. You could do WLAN performance. You can check into your data center computer operations. Those are really cool. You should check them out.
Absolutely. And the next thing you can see here is actions. You see this red dot? This means that there's a bunch of things you need to go review. Now what's amazing about this is it's actually signals that are being correlated from your entire Cisco estate and telling you exactly what to do, and it's paired with recommended next steps. But hold on. The agents are doing the investigating and monitoring for you, but when it comes to actually executing on this decision, it's put in front of the operator to approve.
And Asha, that's really important, right? Because a lot of times I get this question from folks that says, hey, if agents are going to do everything, I really worry about this because my infrastructure is too critical and I want to be really careful, so I want to be in the loop.
That's
so you're
right.
saying that we always make sure that humans are in the loop.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now let me take you to this 9 dot, and as you can see here, we've actually consolidated all of Cisco's portfolio under this platform. And across data center, campus and branch, cloud, everything is under one roof. Meraki, Intersight, Nexus Hyperfabric, security, Splunk, collaboration, ThousandEyes, IQ, Nexus dashboard, everything right here. But it's not just a set of links. You can actually manage all of these dashboards from within Cisco Cloud Control. Let me show you one of those.
This is really cool. Now, when you clicked into that, what's going to happen next is you're not going to have to log in again, right? It's a single login that just gets you over there.
That's absolutely correct, DJ. Cisco Cloud Control works on something called Cisco Unified Identity, which is a common identity layer, and it follows you as you traverse through the platform so that your team can have seamless access and never leave the context of cloud control.
That's awesome.
And so if you wanted to make a firewall rule change or zero trust policy update from secure access, everything can be done business as usual from right within here. And then let me give you another example, Intersight. If you wanted to manage your data center, you can come to Intersight right from this dashboard, all your servers, UCS blades, firmware updates, capacity management, everything from this single pane.
Hey, Asha, pause there for a second. Folks, you're seeing here something that I did not show in the keynote, right? What Asha did was just she clicked into those buttons on the top, which said security, or Meraki, or Intersight, and you saw that the whole thing loaded straight up inside of Cloud Control. That same dashboard that you know and that you love is now being rendered seamlessly inside of Cloud Controls, and you didn't have to log in, you didn't have to go to multiple dashboards, you didn't have to pivot. It's all in one place. That's super cool.
Let me tell you one more thing, DJ. What happens when we bring all of these products under one roof? It allows us to create these incredible platform services. And let me tell you, the data is not just aggregated, it's normalized, correlated, so that you can get these rich, powerful insights across your estate, which would take somebody normally hours to put together reports on. So would you like me to walk you through an example of that?
Show me one of those.
All right, let's dive into inventory. So like you can see here, this is the inventory snapshot across your entire Cisco estate, but it's not just a simple list. We have actionable insights at the top. You can see your P-certs, you can see the security exposure, lifecycle horizon, compliance posture, and even a quick snapshot of the distribution of your assets across the product families that you own.
Asha, this is really important. I want to take a minute here. Folks, if you think about this right now, in a post-Mythos era, a lot of you all have to care deeply about exactly what vulnerabilities exist inside of your infrastructure. And it becomes important, even more so, for you to be able to get a good understanding of your inventory. It doesn't matter what you have to have a complete understanding of every single one of your switch, your routers, your access points, your devices, your collab devices, all of them in a single place. That's really, really cool.
That is really impressive. And we also have a list view, but what's cool about this list view is I can use the simple natural language capability to search for anything. So show devices that are not compliant, and here it is. Natural language, it took me 10 seconds, and it popped up all of my devices that are not compliant. If I wanted to go a click deeper, right here on the right-hand side panel is the metadata related to that asset, so I can go even deeper into this experience. What's nice about this is I didn't have to sit and write long queries or look for filters to apply. Natural language is the new way.
How many of you here think that this is cool? Quick show of hands. What? All right, that's everybody. That's amazing. All right. So you don't have to now put on complex queries. You just ask in natural language. What else you got for us, Asha?
One more thing that I wanted to show that I'm very proud of our team accomplishing is this topology view. This is a live physical map of all of your sites and assets across your Cisco real estate, correlated and connected. And let me tell you, every site, every device, every edge is clickable. And this left-hand side pane actually dynamically changes when you go deeper into those views. So let's take my London office, for example. I can dive in from this map, and it tells me all of the assets that are a part of my London office.
That's
I
pretty
can
cool.
click into each one of them, see which devices are unreachable, and also what alerts are on which devices and how to resolve these errors right from here. And what's also amazing, it not just shows you that site's asset allocation, but which other sites it's connected to. So this London office, like you can see, is connected to Sao Paulo. So I can jump into Sao Paulo right from here without even exiting out into the map.
That's really neat, especially for an operator. This is going to be super important to have like a visual representation of how all of their devices are connected and be able to go from one site to another without having to lose context.
That's absolutely right.
Asha, this is super cool.
There's one more thing I want to leave you with.
All right. What do you got?
You've already spoken about this a little bit, but I just wanted to double click into it because this marketplace experience is where it goes beyond just the Cisco estate, right? This is where all of you, all our partners, can bring in their apps, agents, integrations, and tap into it directly from this interface and connect it natively so that Cloud Control has access to data across the system. So we're actually bringing the tools to the operator and not the other way around now.
Asha, that's so important, and I'm glad that you reminded me of this. And most of you, I use ServiceNow all the time, And I'm glad to see ServiceNow and Blue Cat right up there. And I see Amazon, I see Google. We've got some pretty big names.
That's right.
And we've got some, new startups over there as well. I thought I saw Linear if you scroll down a little bit. So we've got a mix of startups, large companies, hyperscalers. We've partnered with a lot of meaningful partners that I think you all will appreciate from an ecosystem perspective. So cool.
Yeah. And we're just getting started, DJ.
That's amazing.
It's an exciting moment for all of us, and I can't wait to see all of you in controlled availability. So
thank you so much, Asha. Please put your hands together for Asha. Mr. Barton.
DJ.
How's it going, sir?
Doing very well.
Good to see you up here on
Likewise.
stage. For those of you who didn't know, Rob was my backup man, behind the scenes, making sure my demo goes well. So, Rob, what you got for me?
So I want to show you a little more about cloud control. So you know how Aisha talked about this, the assistant, the canvas, the actions tabs. When you look into the actions tab, you see there's a red dot there. That tells you something's going on that the operator needs to look at. There's something that demands your attention. So in cloud control, what we've done is we intelligently look at the alerts coming in, we organize them through AI, and it points you directly to say, this is something that you got to look at. There's something happening. So in this case, we see that there's a critical wireless onboarding failure in London, and it's related to Catalyst Center. So this is something, okay, London's a big office.
That's right.
So there's something happening, network could be down, and it says, go in there and check it out.
Let's go check it out. By the way, folks, when a network goes down, one of the things that I know about each and every single one of you that's an operator is that it's never fun. Your phones start buzzing, you start getting notifications, you have lots of issues coming up. So how do we help our operators? Let's get into it.
Yeah, this is a high pressure situation. So I'm going to click on Collaborate in Canvas, and it immediately takes us into AI Canvas. And on the left-hand side, so we have the chat that's on the left-hand side here. So this tells us a little bit what's going on. It just imported that alert. And immediately it ran a health check to find out what's going on there in London. Is there really something happening? And sure enough, it says, hey, we've got 610 DHCP failures. 650 clients have failed. This is pretty serious.
Hang on, 650 clients. That's 650 iPhones, 650 possible laptops that are not connecting to Wi-Fi.
These are people working that cannot work.
This is catastrophic. All right, so what do we do next?
So if I'm the network operator, the first thing I'm going to think about is this just London, or are we being impacted globally? So we need to first just nail it down. So I'm going to go into the prompt here, in the chat, in AI Canvas, and using the prompt grammar, so this / that people are becoming used to, I'm going to go down to discovery and inventory, and I'm going to list out all the networks that we have globally. These are both Meraki and Catalyst Center networks, and it's going to give us a snapshot what's happening. So it's using this network overview agent, if you see in this box. So this is a special agent that knows how to collect inventory information and tell us the health of the network.
And Rob, we have a multi-agent architecture underneath, correct? And it's not just a single agent. It's a lot of these agents are constantly talking to each other, and then they're coming back. That's what's sort of generating the UI widgets that we see on top. Can you just go back to the one that you just minimized on top? I just want to point out one other thing. You'll notice that this data that is being generated by that UI is actually coming in based off of the context that it already has. So it's not the same as a static dashboard that you would normally see. You're basically seeing a dynamic widget be generated based on the context of what went into it. All right, so that assistant's taking a little longer than it should have.
So this is the fun part of doing live demos, because this is actually a live demo. This should actually come back in about 5 seconds, but it seems to be thinking a little longer. I'm just going to stop it. But we know that this is a problem in London. So at this point, I'm thinking, is there a ticket? There should be a ticket for this issue. So we got to see if we have a ticket. So one of the things Aisha showed you was this partnerships we have in our marketplace. And one of our partners is ServiceNow. So in a good network, ServiceNow would have created an issue. So we've integrated it, which means it's actually wired up into Cloud Control, which means we can talk to it from AI Canvas.
Oh, let's see it.
So let me put in a prompt. Let's try this one. See, Wi-Fi issues in London.
So you're not posting, or you're not essentially pasting like a ticket or an issue number or anything else. You're basically just saying, hey, listen, go to ServiceNow, and check if there are any active Wi-Fi issues. And at this point in time, it's talking to ServiceNow, and if it's, we'll see if this one comes back up, unless you might have to just do like a hard refresh.
No, we're working here. And did you notice it talked to the ServiceNow agent? It actually brought up that agent. So ServiceNow actually knows how to handle this request from AI Canvas. So it took that information that we had from the event, sent it to ServiceNow, and it gave us a bit of a report here.
Let's take a look at that.
So yeah, we have a ticket. So it looks like ServiceNow did create a ticket. So the top one here, alert detail. This is interesting. So the ServiceNow agent has given us a little more context. It says there is a similar incident on April the 8th, 2026 in the Dallas office. So there's this agent that ServiceNow has, the ITOM agent. So it's able to correlate similar events. If it thinks there's something similar between this one and another one, it's going to tell you about this because it thinks this could be what's happening now. So it says in this case we had an IPAM migration issue back in this Dallas office. So that's your IP address management system manages DHCP. It thinks maybe that's the problem.
And that's a good clue, right, for us to be able to start digging into this.
A very important clue, yeah.
All right.
Now, not all the signals are going to come from things like tickets or they're going to come from events. Sometimes people will send you an email, or they're going to text you. So we have to be flexible enough to allow these other signals to be incorporated into AI Canvas.
So how do we go about doing that? Because I know for a fact that in a situation like this, you're going to get text messages. You might get an email that says, hey, here's what's going on. Is there a way for you to be able to connect that seamlessly?
Yeah, let's take an example here. So we have our Alfred. He's our network manager in London. So Alfred just sent this email. So if we take a look at this, Alfred looks pretty concerned. He says, emergency. Team, our network is having a major issue. I can't get online. So I'm sending this email from a pub in central London.
I love the person's instinct when something doesn't work. Let's go to a pub in London.
Alfred goes to the pub for any excuse.
There you go.
So he says we've got a serious network issues on our London network. More than 600 of our users can't get on Wi-Fi, but strangely about 200 users can connect. So it's not like our full site is down. Something is definitely wrong. We need to get back online ASAP. Help. So Alfred's pretty concerned here.
I think this is also a very interesting clue, Robert. I think a lot of times when people are just pinging you, you get nuggets of information from different parts.
Actually, you're right. There is some detail in there that we could use. Let's go back to our troubleshooting, and let's see if we can use some of that. So I actually just took a screenshot of what Alfred sent us, his email. And I'm using a multimodal capability here in AI Canvas to drop in that email itself. And the model's going to read the email. So I'm going to ask it to, so I'm attaching.
All right, while you're typing that, folks, what we mean by multimodal is, when you have an AI tool that you're using, normally you're interfacing with it using text-based, communications. But sometimes you might want to paste an image, or you might want to record an audio feed. Our AI models that are supporting Canvas right now are multimodal in nature. So you can easily just grab a screenshot of that email and paste it over here. And when you give it a prompt with that question, it's going to be able to consume that and make sense of it and start using that as part of its context.
Yeah, exactly. So I put in the image of the email. And I said, I'm attaching an email from Alfred, our manager in London. Use it for context. Please troubleshoot the networking issues in London. But I'm going to do something special here. I'm going to go into something called reasoning mode.
Ooh.
And I'm going to flip it over, and I'm going to start to analyze this prompt. And this is going to do something really unique.
What's a reasoning mode?
Yeah, so reasoning is one of the most, I think, interesting things about how AI Canvas works. In reasoning mode, we take complex situations, and this is complex, right? We've got signals from the Catalyst Center events, we've got the ServiceNow ticket, we've got the email from Alfred, and troubleshooting is never simple. This is a complex thing.
Right.
So what reasoning mode is, it puts the back-end models into a different mode where it actually thinks about the problem. And it's going to think, how would I analyze this? It's like a CCIE, right? Before they start working, they think about the problem and they plan it out. So deep reasoning allows us to think about the problem, put a multi-stage plan together, and what it will do in the back end is it will start to spin up agents. And these agents have different functions. So it says, I need an agent to go and get more telemetry data. So it'll go and pull something from Catalyst Center. Another agent will go get something from Thousand Eyes. And then it's going to have another agent that starts to even write code that parses out all of this data. And then another one, which is trying to use this knowledge base to come to a conclusion. These are like temporal agents. They didn't exist 2 seconds ago. It spins them up on the fly. And when it's done, it gives you an answer, and they're done. Actually, if you look here, it's already putting its plan together. And it says diagnose.
Look at that.
Yep, so here's the plan. So reading the email to extract the symptoms. So it's going to go through this. Now, it's going to take a little bit of time, but when it's done, it's going to hopefully give us an answer.
I love when a checklist comes together, right? And right here, the model is doing exactly that. Puts a checklist and says, okay, I'm going to get through each and every single one of these, these plans. Now, some of these things run, it takes a little while, right?
Hey, whoa, DJ. I think there's something that you need to come see right now.
Whoa, what's going on?
I was working in cloud control, and I noticed an actions that just came in that says critical CVE exposure in Las Vegas data center fabric.
Whoa. Hang on. For those of you who don't know, CVEs are common vulnerability exposures. Now, this is basically a database of like vulnerabilities that are publicly disclosed and are available. So that sounds pretty bad.
Yeah, in fact, what it says right here is that it's affecting our Nexus 9000 ACI switches on 2 fabrics within one of our critical Las Vegas data centers that's connected to many of our powerful GPU servers powering our agentic technology. This is serious.
It is. Come on, what do we do about this?
Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that we can go ahead and hit collaborate in Canvas up here, and just like what Rob did earlier, we can bring the context directly into AI Canvas. Earlier, you noticed what it said was that authenticated SNMP attackers, if they get into the Nexus switches, they can cause a kernel panic, causing a reload. So what we're going to do here is that Canvas, luckily, is connected to many agents underneath. In this case, it's routing directly to a compliance agent, which is connected to this data center. And it's going to be able to look into all the devices within that data center to see whether or not they're adhering to the internal as well as standardized policies. And as you can see, it seems to have come back with a whole entire topology as well as response, highlighting which ones are vulnerable and which ones are not.
That's super cool, first of all. And one of the interesting things, folks, notice is that Canvas as a tool is fundamentally a cross-domain troubleshooting tool. You could be using it to troubleshoot network assets. You could use it to be able to troubleshoot your security problems. And that's what you're seeing over here. It actually created a generative UI with a topological view, with a list of the alerts, so that now you can start drilling into this in a deeper fashion.
Exactly.
But there's a lot going on over here. Simplify this for me.
Absolutely. So what I'm seeing right here is that it says the vulnerable releases is the 16.1.3f and 16.1.4h. But look at this. It says that there's already been a fixed release up here. And down here, it says the permanent fix would be for us to go ahead and upgrade those Nexus switches to the latest firmware. What do you think about that?
I think that makes a ton of sense. And the fact is that when you think about upgrading your firewall, your firmware of your devices, these things take a long amount of time. So the fact that it's also come back with a immediate fix sounds really, really interesting. Now, one other thing to keep in mind is this, right? These agents are not just ones where you're interacting back and forth. These agents are constantly running in an ambient mode. That's what triggered this whole alert.
Exactly. Right? That's exactly it.
Cool.
But instead of actually going to do that immediate fix of updating that firmware, because the way that we know, when it comes to data centers, it's nearly impossible to find a maintenance window.
That's right.
What I also noticed down here is that there's an immediate fix that it has suggested to update the ACL on the firewall. In fact, what we notice right here is that there is a firewall sitting between the data center and the internet. And it says right here that right now, currently the ACL is allowing any IP addresses to go through the UDP port 161, which for those who are not aware, is what it allows us to go and access SNMP.
That's right.
So what we can do instead is just suggesting a workaround for the time being that allows us to be able to change that access control list within the firewall to make it so that it's only allowing management networks instead to go through the firewall, therefore protecting us for the time being.
Richard, that sounds a lot more reasonable, as opposed to trying to change the firmware for all of the devices. So why don't we go ahead and do that?
Yeah. So what I can do here is I can type in, can you generate a workflow to remediate this CVE? And DJ, normally we would need to go to the firewall team, probably file a few tickets, bring everybody up to context, but what we're doing here is we're actually routing this directly to a workflows agent that's also integrated directly with AI Canvas.
Hang on a second. So this is really important, folks. So far, a lot of the demos that you were seeing so far were information that was coming into the canvas, but this is the first time we're about to take an action that changes the state of your system So back to you, Richard. How are you going to make this change?
Yeah, so the great part about this is that we all know that at the end of the day, LLMs and agents have some degree of dynamicness. So what we want to make sure is that when it comes to configuration, we are making it more prescriptive. We're going to keep you all in the loop so you can all be here to understand the configurations and review it before they actually take place. And if you take a look at this right here, you can see that it created an entire workflow for you for modifying that firewall management center access control rule for specifically restricting SNMP. And down here, it created 6 different steps. First, starting from getting the FMC information, the domain information, checking to see whether or not the management network object actually exists, then finding the actual access control list rule, modifying it, deploying it, and then ultimately verifying it to make sure that it actually is taken place. I mean, DJ, this looks pretty rock solid. Should we go for it?
Hang tight. Let's take a quick step back, folks. I want you all to understand what just happened here, right? You can take, AI is fundamentally non-deterministic in nature. But a lot of times when you want AI to make changes to your critical infrastructure, you want it to follow step-by-step detailed instructions, and that's what you're seeing over here. We've integrated this with our workflows engine that allows you to specify exactly how you want AI to operate. You could choose a completely deterministic mode, or you could choose a completely automated mode, and it's a slider. You can toggle that slider as you like it, and that is really, really key. Back to you.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and try this out.
Let's do it.
What I'm going to do, because you gave the green light, is I'm going to hit approve and then hit execute. And just like that, it's going to go through step by step. And along the way, it's telling you that it's completed every single step. And once it gets through steps 1 through 6, it means that we've successfully been able to mitigate this vulnerability in our data center.
Awesome. Yeah, put your hands together for Richard. Yeah. That's how easy it is, folks, to be able to, when you receive an alert and when you have to debug and troubleshoot and then take an action, you can do it that quickly. Back to you, Rob. Are you still reasoning?
So reasoning is done. Like the eagle has landed. We're there.
All right.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So it actually completed, and it gave us a ton of information, and it also summarized this in some widgets on some cards on our Canvas board. In fact, you see the world map down here?
I'm sorry, I'm going to pause you here. I'm just going to point you to, can you just zoom into the assistant? The assistant actually looked at that email, right? It actually said, hey, I triaged that email, and I was able to now look at the clue that that email provided, and it pieced the whole thing together.
It did.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what the multi-step reasoning is able to do. And it gave us some pretty good conclusive data. It created this widget. It says we have 906 people in London that are trying to get online. And Alfred's pretty bang on because it says 650 of them were not able to, 256 were. So yeah, it's definitely seeing the right problem. And just like you called out, here it's saying basically your problem is both of your DHCP servers there in London are exhausted, which makes sense because we just upgraded to Blue Cat in London and it probably wasn't configured right.
Yeah. Most of the times, the issues turns out, it's a configuration issue because you introduce brand new dynamic systems, and it gets really challenging to be able to get everything coordinated. So, what do we do about this, Rob?
So we better let's go check the Blue Cat in London and see if it's configured right.
And you're going to do that straight here from Canvas?
Yeah, I mean, if it was a month ago, I'd call up Alfred and say, get back to the office and go check.
Yeah.
But I can do it from Canvas.
That's super cool.
So let me put the prompt in.
Are there any Blue Cat customers over here? Quick show of hands. All right, I see quite a few hands going up. All right.
And you notice it's actually routing to a Blue Cat agent here. So with that marketplace again, we've added it to Cloud Control. It's wired up, and now I can communicate directly to the Blue Cat IPM from AI Canvas.
For those of you who don't know, IP address management, that's what IPAM stands for. And looks like
that's pretty fast.
Well, that was pretty fast, and it's 0 out of 256.
Yeah, that means we've only got 256 addresses available in London. There's none left.
Oh.
They're all used, so this is the problem.
Okay.
It actually tells us the detail. There are a pair of /25s, so this is why we have no more addresses left.
All right. What are we going to do next?
We've got to fix it.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So you know how Richard showed you automating networking automation control from AI Canvas? Well, we can do the same thing to third-party applications as well, like Blue Cat. So we can actually ask Blue Cat right from here to increase the scope.
Folks, that is extremely powerful. what you just heard, what Rob say here was, not only are you getting information from your third-party vendors that you're integrating into your ecosystem, it's bidirectional. You can push a message back out and force, get your other third-party vendors to be able to take actions on your behalf, all from Canvas.
So I'm thinking 1,000 users. Is that about right?
That sounds about right.
All right, let's do it. There we go. It's talking to Blue Cat again. It's making configuration changes, talking to their agent's taking the job. And if all works, in a couple seconds, we should have some results. And there it is. So it says the scope has now been increased. Oh, 1,024, even better. So it's increased it.
All right.
And
everybody likes some IP addresses, man. I'm telling you.
It's not sexy, but it's important.
Oh, it's really
important. So a couple of /23s. And I think they're coming back online in London as we speak. Do you want to call Alfred? I think he needs to get back to the office.
I need to get them all from the pubs back into the offices. Let's do it.
They're back online?
Yeah. Now that, but you earned a beer, so.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Folks, put your hands together for Rob. Thank you. So what did we just see? We saw that, from the demos, you now understand that we're unifying our management plane. We're making it easy for you to be able to troubleshoot across different domains. You have the ability to talk to third-party tools that are seamlessly integrating inside of Cloud Control and Canvas using Marketplace. And you can do this incredibly fast. That is the power of Cloud Control with AI Canvas. Now, I'd like to tell you one more thing that we're doing, right? And you heard us talk about this at the keynote, which is Cloud Control Studio. Now, we recognize that none of the tools off the shelf are going to be perfect fit for your environments. This is the reason why you use Ansible and Terraform and scripts, Python scripts to be able to help you with your automation journey to make sure that things seamlessly fit inside of your own workflows. What we decided to do was give you a tool to help you along the journey. We built the studio as a place for you to design and build agents and apps that are forged for your own environment. Now, with the agent builder, customers like yourselves and partners that help you on a day-to-day basis can build your own agents, and you can bring in third-party agents seamlessly. Now, this is really key. You can leverage your own data and your own intelligence to be able to fine-tune, build skills, and make sure that these agents understand exactly how you work. And we will ultimately help you run these agents in a safe and secure manner. The other thing that we also learned when we started talking to our customers was that in addition to building custom agents, they also wanted that first-class experience that they get from using Cloud Control by building their own custom applications. Now, we have a developer experience team that went out and said, hey, we're going to make it incredibly quick and incredibly fast for you to be able to build a custom app inside of Cloud Control, where you can use the SDK and write the code yourselves to be able to build an application inside of it. But then we said, what if we could take that to that next level? What if we could give you the ability to use Codex, a coding agent from OpenAI, so that you no longer have to think about, like, how do I write this code? How do I put all of these pieces together? But instead, you just prompt your way into building a custom first-party application inside of Cloud Control. And we said, let's go do that. And that is what is the app builder that you're seeing over there. Now, with the combination of Agent Builder and the combination of App Builder, you now have an extremely potent combination of customizing Cloud Control the way you want to use it. Now, again, I'm going to take a step back. We've shown you a number of different things that we're able to do this, right? It's really important to understand that while we're unifying your management under a single platform, we start helping you troubleshoot, or we are systematically helping you secure and automate your network. You heard Richard show you exactly how you could go about doing that. And by the way, what Richard showed you is incredibly important from another perspective. Securing your network has never been more important than it has been right now. If you are tracking what's happening with Mythos and the Glasswing project that Cisco is part of, we've learned that there are models right now that are capable of detecting or creating vulnerabilities 0 days that can compromise your entire environment. So what we're able to do over here is to show you that, hey, if you see a known vulnerability, the time it takes for you to be able to remediate is now dramatically lower when you start using tools that are agent native. Because you're not going to be able to stop the vulnerabilities. What you can do is to react at agent speed. And that's what we showed you with the third experience, which is securing and automating your network. We also showed you how you can easily integrate with third-party products. And last but not the least, we showed you how we can seamlessly manage your entire infrastructure. Now, when we turned on the ability to be able to build your own custom agents and apps, something really amazing happened. We started noticing both our teams and our partner teams starting to build really cool stuff. And I want to give you a quick snapshot of what that looks like. So if you don't mind, please roll video. Folks, how cool was that? The number of things that people have been doing with Cloud Control and Canvas has been absolutely unbelievable. The things that they have been able to build with the help of Codex, the help of the app builder and the agent builder. I am super excited to see what you all go out and build. Thank you so much for coming here, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of Cisco Live. Thank you.
Every day, billions of things just work. The lights turn on, the faucet runs, the signal connects. Everything clicks. Billions of times a second, all at once. From the simple things, to the human things, to the connected things that keep life in motion. And now, the intelligent things. In the AI era, reliability is the root of intelligence. Because every model, every inference, every agent depends on the network it runs on. Systems that never sleep, data moving at light speed, compute breathing through trusted networks, security that protects AI and protects against it, and observability that keeps agents accountable. This is where intelligence begins. This is why the world's most critical systems run on Cisco. The infrastructure the world trusts to turn intelligence into impact. Because when everything connects, AI doesn't just work. Humanity thrives. Cisco, the critical infrastructure for the AI era. Every technological breakthrough of the last 40 years has depended on one thing: the network. a system of connections that serves as the building blocks of innovation, the foundation of progress. Like the infrastructure for water, power, and transportation, modern society can't function without it. Now, as we enter the AI era, we're standing at the brink of the most consequential breakthrough of our lifetime, where billions of AI agents will work alongside us, tackling routine tasks while solving problems we never had the resources to explore. Where scientific breakthroughs will happen in days instead of years. Software innovation accelerates at breakneck pace, and organizations reach levels of productivity never seen before. But we'll need a different kind of infrastructure to unlock it. One built to move intelligence at scale. From GPUs to humans to agents, new connections will rewrite network traffic and demand a step change in compute, increasing security risks and operational complexity. Cisco is building the critical infrastructure needed to meet this new reality. We're reimagining every element of the data center, the workplace, and how it all stays protected. Reinventing IT operations with agentic AI to optimize experiences. Fusing security directly into the network, protecting every workload, every device, and every user. And our AI-powered data fabric connects it all, spotting problems fast and proactively improving digital resilience. That's why the world's leading organizations across hyperscalers, service providers, enterprises, and the public sector trust Cisco, the critical infrastructure for the AI era.
Cisco's Secure AI Factory with NVIDIA is a new way of building and managing AI infrastructure that helps enterprises adapt to the demands of AI applications. Secure AI Factory removes the complexity from building infrastructure for AI applications by offering a modular, scalable solution that is tailored to each enterprise's unique goals. Secure AI Factory has security embedded at every layer of the stack, built in, not bolted on.
Let's dig into some investment scenarios.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
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 Run again.
Welcome to the uh-oh zone, where the network that you have is no longer the one that you need. Between their new AI-powered investment assistant, digital kiosks, and connected security systems, the network said, nope, not today. But there is a better way. Cisco Secure Networking, designed to scale for AI with built-in security that looks ahead to help you prevent problems. It's how we turn uh-oh into
aha.
Aha. Aha.
Right on cue.
Let's build your plan.
Okay.
All right, great to have you back with us here in the TV studio. I'm Steve Moulter. We have just come out of another fantastic center stage session. Cisco Cloud Control and Agentic Ops. Powerful, popular topics here at Cisco Live 2026 this week. How do we reimagine enterprise operations? We just heard from Richard Jang, Distinguished Speaker and Senior Product Manager for AI Canvas, along with DJ Sampath, Senior VP and General Manager for AI Software and Platform. And we also had Aisha Chimnani, Principal Product Manager for us here at Cisco. How we step into the future of enterprise IT. As I said, Cisco Cloud Control, one of this week's top announcements here at Cisco Live, got such a strong reception when Chuck mentioned that yesterday at the opening keynote. This is the unified platform, autonomous infrastructure becoming operational reality. You combine that with Agentic Ops, Cisco is helping you to transform your infrastructure from reactive systems into autonomous adaptive engines that are built for the AI era. Fantastic center stage talk. So glad to have you with us here on the live stream from Las Vegas. Remember, keep reaching out to us on social media using hashtag Cisco Live. We are heading straight back into center stage. This time, we're going to look at the ways that we close the trust gap. How do we secure the agentic workforce? We have got Akshay Bhargava, VP of Product Management for AI Software and Platform, along with Kevin Kennedy, our VP of Product Marketing and Security. Agents reason, they act quickly, they don't sleep. That gives us a lot of business value, but they're also literal, and they lack judgment. They can easily be fooled or manipulated. it creates the ultimate insider threat. So let's learn how to close that trust gap. Here we go.
Hello, everybody. Hope everyone's having a wonderful Cisco Live Day 1. And thank you all for coming to this session on securing the agentic workforce. I'm really excited to share a lot of details with you along with my colleague, Kevin Kennedy. So let's jump in. First of all, we're moving through a fascinating time where we started off with AI is transforming from being just focused on chatbots and having a chat interface. And the worst thing that can happen in a chat interface from a security standpoint is that AI could say something bad. But now we're transitioning very quickly and rapidly since the OpenClaw moment into agentic AI. And agentic AI is really transforming the way that customers are using AI and the power of what things they can do. And AI is now able not just to say things, but also to act and act with agency. And most importantly, agentic is transforming into a way where AI is now not just a tool that's being used, but also acting as a digital coworker in many cases. Now, fundamentally, this means the way that we think about security for this kind of environment is fundamentally different than traditional software. When we had to secure things like data and applications and users, now in an agentic world, we have to think about securing the whole end-to-end ecosystem of everywhere that AI interacts. And in order to do this, we believe you need to have three fundamental things. The first is you need to secure and you need to protect the agents from the world so that agents can act in a way that's safe and that they can act with their intent and no more. The other aspect is that you need to protect the world from agents, meaning that if there are agents that are nefarious or rogue actors, then you want to be able to contain and protect the world from them. And the third element is that if something does go wrong, you need to be able to act at machine speed and be able to detect and protect that at record pace. So I first want to start off by talking about what are some of the elements of protecting the agents from the world. And fundamentally, if you think about the challenge here, when we start with chatbots, the simple paradigm is that users are interacting with AI in the form of models, and that introduces in itself a set of new types of safety and security concerns. Everything from hallucinations or toxicity on the safety side to different types of security attacks, such as prompt injections or sensitive information disclosure on the security side. However, when you extend this out and think about the implications of how this model changes in an agentic AI scenario, what happens is that now we have an even more complex scenario where a user is interacting with a specific agent, and that agent could be interacting with multiple agents, both local agents or third-party agents that have access to various different MCP servers or APIs, and that are accessing sensitive data, applications, emails, RAG, and more. So this is how the complexity of agentic AI compounds the attack surface area. Now, we believe that in order to address agentic security and protect agents from the world, one of the things is that there is a three-step framework that I want to share. The first is that you need to do discovery, because if you cannot see the assets, then you don't know what to protect. So the first is you need to have a comprehensive discovery of all of the AI agents in all your AI assets. The second is you want to be able to detect and run validations. So that way, when you're designing the AI, you can know whether there's any vulnerabilities or other concerns with the AI. And then the third is you need runtime protection in place. So all three things working together in concert are the things that you need. Now, the other dimension of this that's very important is that AI, it's important to also be able to move to where the AI is actually being built and run. So you want to be able to do discovery, detection, and protection everywhere that agents are being built and run. And there are two important places where agents are built. One is on the endpoint. So if you think of tools like OpenClaw or Claude Code or others, those are examples of agents being built on the endpoint. And there's also all of the things that are being built in your cloud infrastructure, whether that's in, whether you're using frameworks like LangChain or others, or whether you're developing in AWS or one of the cloud providers, you want to be able to protect there as well. So let's take a quick look at, on the endpoint side, what are some of the things that Cisco's doing to help our customers protect on the endpoint? Now, one of the fundamental things that we believe is that builders overall are oftentimes the exposure to some of the endpoint solutions starts by individuals. Either they're deploying or testing things in their own environment. And for them, we want to democratize access to have good security. And for this reason, we've introduced a number of compelling capabilities that we have open sourced. Everything from our skill scanner to MCP scanner, A2A scanner, they're all available and all available on GitHub. And builders are using this to secure their AI development right now. The second thing that we launched at RSA is something called Defense Claw. And Defense Claw is a secure framework for deployments on the endpoint, including OpenClaw or Claude Code or Codex. And what it does is it's built on top of NVIDIA's, it integrates into OpenShell and provides a holistic governance for all of the endpoint AI. So these are two of the things that we have on the endpoint side. And now I want to transition and share with you what are some of the compelling things we're doing on the cloud infrastructure side. One of the products that Cisco we launched over a year ago is a product called AI Defense. And AI Defense provides a holistic approach in terms of protecting agents from a discovery standpoint, detecting, as well as protecting, and with runtime guardrails. One of the things that we're announcing and launching at Cisco Live is extensions to AI Defense to make it much more personalized and context aware. And if you think about it, if you're building different agents, if you're building a finance agent or a customer support agent or a software engineering agent, each of them have different purposes, different intents, even different compliance requirements. And as a result, they have different security concerns that they need to worry about. So for this reason, we're intentionally creating a number of features around agentic red teaming, which allows you to create custom red teaming. So if there's a vulnerability or a specific type of behavior that you're concerned about, you can type it in natural language, and AI Defense will test that agent for those type of parameters and tell you what's working and what's not. Similarly, we're introducing a new capability called Policy Studio. And Policy Studio helps customers create runtime guardrails that are custom using natural language, and it guides you through the process of making sure that it's robust and ready to be deployed. The other dimension is that we have introduced secure agent supply chains and also the support for any agent platform across any cloud, any infrastructure, across any NVIDIA environment. And now to maybe bring this to life, one of the things that I'd love to do is and show you a quick demo of some of the customization capabilities that we have. And so maybe if we can switch over to the demo, I'll show you a live demo of this. And so one of the things that we see here is I'm logged into our AI Defense product hosted within Cisco Cloud Control. And we have a new feature called Policy Studio. And within Policy Studio, it has a list of all of the different policies that I've created that are all custom. And let's imagine in this example that I want to create a policy for a specific medical application. So I can enter a new policy profile. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and launch the Policy Studio. And when I launch this, give me 1 second. My network may have paused out here. This is always the fun of real-time demos. Give me just 1 second here. So one of the things is, while it's just reloading for a second, one of the things that I'm able to do is I can create a custom policy and using native language. And maybe if it's slow, let me just try to see if I can go into one that's already created. Make sure. Well, this is always the dreaded fear of any person doing a live demo. This is how you know it's live. So give me 1 second if I can get back in. Looks like my network is not working. Okay, maybe we'll switch back to the slides. I'll just describe this very quickly, and then we'll come back to it. One of the things that I wanted to show you in the demo, and unfortunately it's not working right now, but in the Policy Studio, we're able to simply type in a prompt, as simple as, I want to create a custom policy for a healthcare application. And then what it does is it'll walk me through the steps and say, okay, I understand what a healthcare application is. Let me go and try to recommend a certain set of policies. And after that point, it'll come back and say, here's some things that I believe are safe for this medical application. Here's some things that I think you should block. And here's some things that I recommend you to give me some more input on so that we can jointly fine tune and tailor the policy for you. And after that point, you can easily click and select different things that you want and answer a few questions. And all of a sudden, by the end of a very quick iterative process, you have a custom policy for that tailored application or that tailored agent ready for you. So that's the power of what Policy Studio is. And looks like we'll see if we can get the network fixed in a second. But in the meantime, what I want to do is, we talked a little bit about what we're doing from the vantage point of how to protect agents from the world. And now I'd love to bring up Kevin so we can talk a little bit about what are some of the things that we're doing to protect the world from agents. And then I'll come back and talk about things at machine speed. Okay, with that, here you go, Kevin.
Thanks. Oh. I was warned that sometimes people forget to take those off. I'm like, not me. Okay, so Akshay set that up with protecting agents from the world, making sure that they are not tricked, compromised, misdirected into becoming the ultimate insider. I want to talk about the other side of that coin, which is making sure that the agents have the access that they need to do their jobs, but don't run wildly amok. And so this is something that is very top of mind for many of you, I'm sure. We did a survey back in January and saw vast majority of people already experimenting, some phase of adoption. I'm sure 4 months later, that's even higher. And yet there's this big gap to broad production. Number one thing that people cite is security and governance. And what are they concerned about specifically? The first is, what can these things access? Second is, what are they going to do to my data? And the third is autonomy. So it's a double-edged sword. Autonomy is what we want in agents. It's what makes them so powerful. And yet, from a risk and a security standpoint, it's the nightmare. They're non-deterministic. We don't know quite how they're going to behave. And so we have addressed these types of challenges in security for years with zero trust. That's the foundational principle. But it was different for humans. Why was it so different? We rely on human judgment. There are consequences. When people don't do what they're supposed to do, we can fire them, we can fine them. There are consequences. And so what we really focus on in zero trust is how to prove that the person is really the person. We think about MFA, we think about behavioral analytics that say, is this person acting differently than they have in the past? All to establish the identity. Then we give them access. And we say, I'm going to trust your judgment. I'm going to trust those consequences. That doesn't exist with agents. They reason, they're non-deterministic, and there are no consequences. And so we need to enforce that judgment in policy, which means you need to go from access control to action control. And that's a big shift. But it's actually even harder than it sounds because the agent ecosystem is so chaotic. If you think about it, agents live everywhere. They're everywhere that your users are. They're in hotels, offices, airports, casinos, and they're also in places that your workers aren't. They're in data centers. They're in SaaS apps. They're in public clouds. And so they're really, really distributed. And back to that non-deterministic thing, they are task-based. So they're not going to do the same thing over and over. It depends on the task that they're given right now, and then they're going to figure out how to do it. And so that's a very, very different model. And then there's enforcement. And that enforcement, there are lots of enforcement options. That's good. It's in your identity provider. It's in the SaaS app. There's guardrails and models. But that means it's fragmented. And more than ever with agents, inconsistent controls equals no control, because agents are very, very good at being persistent in figuring out how to do what they're asked to do. And if you put a block in place, they'll find a way around if there's a way around. And so we think the fundamental, when you come to zero trust for agents, there's three components. There's know your agents, back to the same concept of discovery. You have to know what your agents are. You have to authorize every action based on the intent and understanding of that action. And then just being allowed by policy isn't enough. Just because it's allowed doesn't mean it's safe. And so you also have to be constantly reacting and adapting to risk to adjust. And we also believe, back to the consistency problem, that there is a point to enforce a consistent access policy, and it's where the agents interact with the world, with your tools, with your data, with your applications. That's the place to enforce. And so we bring the components of this. The first is on the identity side. And this is discovery. It's looking at API calls to places that agents live. It's using network visibility, DNS requests, MCP interactions, and it's also looking at endpoint activity with Secure Client to be able to pull in what's happening. So figure out where are the agents, then build a directory. What are they supposed to do? Who owns them? And now we have, and also manage the lifecycle. And to accelerate this, we've announced the intent to acquire asterisks. For those of you who don't know asterisks, but probably many, they are the leader. They've defined the non-human identity category, and they're phenomenal. The technology is phenomenal at discovering things like service accounts and managing and governing the life cycle of those accounts. And as we look at agents, this really gets supercharged. The demand for this type of visibility and access, agents use a lot of service accounts. So this really helps in broadening our ability to discover and manage non-human identities and agentic identities. Now, beyond the identity, that's critical. You have to know, but then it's important to authorize every action. And this is where the gateways come in. And secure access is the primary gateway that we are using to enforce these zero trust provisions. So agents work across a workflow. They interact with an LLM to do reasoning and planning. They call tools using Model Context Protocol or MCP. They interact directly with APIs. And they're also browsing the web for additional context. And so with the capabilities in secure access, some which existed before, some which we're announcing this week, it extends to be able to monitor and enforce access where the agent never has the credentials. They're all in secure access. So there's basically credentialless access from the agent standpoint into all of the services that it needs. And then adapt to risk in real time. This is back to, hey, it can be allowed by policy, but not safe. So imagine an MCP server that it's okay to use this tool, it's okay to connect, but guess what? That is a compromised MCP server. I don't want to allow it. And so you can block that. Or it's okay that this coding agent is deleting things in GitHub, but this is the 100th or the 1,000th or the 10,000th delete in 30 seconds. I'm going to throw a guardrail in there, or circuit breaker, and I'm going to stop it. So there's a variety of things that can react in real time to that risk to also help in tightening the policy. And because this is enforced in the network gateway where we are accessing the tools and the data, it works for any agent. Whether it is, you don't have to change the agent's code, and so it will work with third-party agents, no code, low code, wherever it is, the things you build can also be enforced through this type of a gateway. So that is a sneak peek to, or a quick overview of what we are doing to protect the world from agents. I don't have a demo. I wasn't daring enough, but I will bring back Akshay. I don't know. Are you gonna try the demo again, Akshay, or you're gonna try it again?
I've been told the demo gods are with us now, so I'm gonna try the demo again. Thank you very much. So if we could switch back to the demo. So coming back to demo, we do have a hard line in now, so hopefully everything will go smooth. So coming back to what I was sharing with you all, we're going to be creating a custom policy for a medical application. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to launch the Policy Studio. And when I launch the Policy Studio, one of the things that you'll see here is that you see a very simple chat interface, similar to if you use Claude Code or Codex or any of these frameworks, a very simple chat interface. And what I'm going to do in here is you can just simply describe your policy profile. So I'm going to type in here, help me build a policy prohibiting customer-facing agents from providing medical advice. It's a healthcare application, but as a healthcare provider, we do not want to share specific medical advice. And so all I'm going to do is, and if I wanted to, if I had a policy document, I could also just drag and drop that here. Or if I had a picture of some recommendations, we could also drag that in. And so now what I'm going to do is when I click go, the Policy Studio Assistant will tell me a plan of all of the things that it's going to go out and do and the steps that it's going to take to help build this policy. Now, usually that takes a few minutes. So one of the things that I've done is it starts to go through and it says, okay, I can help build that policy, but before I start drafting it, here's a few things that I want to align on, the application context, et cetera. So it asks me a few different questions to go through, and then we go through a very rapid interaction, at which point we will build the policy. Now, one of the things that I did was before this session, I also created one just so that you would be able to see what it looks like once it's fully done. And so one of the things is after I went through the different prompts, I was able to come in and now the policy will show up. It has a few questions for me on things I agreed on, and it gives you a quick overview of the policy. And what it provides is certain things that it is recommending that should be blocked, certain things that it's going to allow, and certain things that it believes are corner or edge cases. So some of the things that it's flagging, it's saying anything that has specific medical conditions based on a user symptom. It's also come up with, it's not going to provide dosage amounts, timing, etc. The things that it will allow general wellness statements that are not tied to user-specific condition, general health education, etc. And it also has some different edge cases. So this is an example of creating custom policy with a simple prompt and going through a few different iterative steps so that you have a tailored policy in place. And as you can imagine, this is a very powerful thing to do, either with a single agent or with a multi-agent type of setup. You can both do the red teaming to test agents for specific things, and then also build custom policy based on the things that you find. So let's come back to the slides, and then hopefully that was helpful just to see the power of making agentic security personalized and context aware. Now, the third piece that I wanted to talk about is we talked a little bit about how to protect the world, how to protect agents from the world. And we talked about the power and importance of AI defense as a core capability on the infrastructure side. We talked about Defense Claw and all the open source things on the endpoint side. Then Kevin talked about protecting the world from agents. And now I want to talk about the third dimension, which is all around detect and protect at machine speed and scale. Now, how many of you have friends in the SecOps team? For those of you who do, the one thing that they will always tell you is that they need more people. That's one of the things I always hear from SecOps people, because the number of alerts and signals that they get is just too much. Every new technology that we put in place creates more signal, and SecOps is struggling to look at all of those signals. And fundamentally with AI, that model has to change because we cannot keep adding more and more humans to look at signal. And now with AI, this concept of an agentic SOC is much more achievable than we've ever believed it can be. And so now we can use AI to analyze every signal, we have the ability within agentic SOC to look at massive amounts of data, to have agentic response automated with agency, and also have reinforcement learning so that the agentic SOC continues to improve itself. Now, one of the things that's really important is, of course, we need the security elements that we've talked about, but in order to troubleshoot and resolve at machine speed, we also need the full observability of the end-to-end stack. Everything from the existing applications to all of the new components within the AI stack as well. So to this extent, one of the things that we've launched is within our observability for AI capabilities available in Splunk, we now have AI infrastructure monitoring, which helps you understand the operational metrics as well as the tokenomics. And we also have AI agent monitoring. And AI agent monitoring helps you understand the quality of the outcomes. And so these are two really powerful capabilities that are very tailored towards AI and agents. And one of the things that is really crucial is that we believe that integrating the observability into and shifting that left into the actual build process is really, really vital. And this is why we are really excited to onboard and bring the Galileo team. So we've acquired a company called Galileo. They have started at Cisco. They're part of the Splunk team now. And their expertise specialty is around bringing observability into the development and build process. So hopefully now that gives you a sense of all the different components of protecting AI agents holistically and being able to detect and respond. And if you want to learn more, we do have a Keynote Deep Dive tomorrow on Wednesday at 2:30. And there'll be a number of my Kevin and my esteemed colleagues, including the CTO of Workday will also be there, and HB Fueler will also, someone from HB Fueler will also be there. So hope you can attend that session as well, and really appreciate all of you coming to our session. Thank you all, and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you.
You were promised the cloud, but one cloud became many clouds, none of them connected. Then came AI, hungry for data and speed, hungry for access everywhere. The future doesn't need another cloud. It needs every cloud connected. One platform, every cloud, every network, every workload. Global, sovereign, secure, where AI lives without limits. Equinix. AI lives on Equinix.
Every technological breakthrough of the last 40 years has depended on one thing: the network. A system of connections that serves as the building blocks of innovation, the foundation of progress. Like the infrastructure for water, power, and transportation, modern society can't function without it. Now, as we enter the AI era, we're standing at the brink of the most consequential breakthrough of our lifetime, where billions of AI agents will work alongside us, tackling routine tasks while solving problems we never had the resources to explore. Where scientific breakthroughs will happen in days instead of years, software innovation accelerates at breakneck pace, and organizations reach levels of productivity never seen before. But we'll need a different kind of infrastructure to unlock it, one built to move intelligence at scale. From GPUs to humans to agents, new connections will rewrite network traffic and demand a step change in compute, increasing security risks and operational complexity. Cisco is building the critical infrastructure needed to meet this new reality. We're reimagining every element of the data center, the workplace, and how it all stays protected. Reinventing IT operations with agentic AI to optimize experiences. Fusing security directly into the network, protecting every workload, every device, and every user. And our AI-powered data fabric connects it all, spotting problems fast and proactively improving digital resilience. That's why the world's leading organizations across hyperscalers, service providers, enterprises, and the public sector trust Cisco, the critical infrastructure for the AI era.
Well, welcome back to the studio from another insightful keynote session on securing your agentic workforce. You know, we heard about how these agents, they never sleep, they reason, and they act fast. I don't know about you, but that sounds like my 11-year-old. But while this may bring incredible business value, the question on the floor is, can they be trusted? And we just heard about how our security innovations can help you close that trust gap. I tell you, there's more to come. We're going to continue with the momentum. And right now, I want to bring before you our amazing co-host, Lauren, who has another conversation with another guest in the studio. Lauren, who do you have over there with you?
Hey Z, I am here with Kevin Kennedy, VP of Security Product Marketing here at Cisco. Kevin, when people hear AI agents, they typically think of chatbots, right? But what's actually changing for us when we start talking about the agentic workforce?
Yeah, I mean, so I think we've talked about it quite a bit at the show, but it's the chatbots answer questions, agents act. And so that is a game changer for productivity, but by land of security, it's also a game changer. The risk changes a lot from a security perspective.
Speaking of which, what exactly does it change from a security challenge for enterprises? Because I feel like we had role-based access control, right? So can we just give them an access and be done?
If only it were that simple. We think there's a couple of things. One is these agents, they're persistent 24/7, and if they are compromised, they become the ultimate insider threat now that they can act. And so we have to think about all of the things that they're interacting with, web pages, emails, they have tools and skills. And so all of those are new ways that they can be compromised. We spent decades building email security, web security, the things to keep our users safe. Now we need to do the same for these agents, but it's in months, weeks, rather than decades. And the second piece to your point about role-based access is these agents, they act, but they don't have judgment. There are no consequences when they do the wrong thing. We rely a lot on that in Zero Trust. We rely on proving that Lauren is Lauren. And so as soon as you're authenticated, you get access to an app, you do whatever you do, there's consequences. That's not the same with agents. That changes how we approach Zero Trust and security.
Speaking of which, so what does the change need to look like when we're saying zero trust? Just simply, that kind of was a tongue tire there, but I feel like Zero Trust has been the standard for so long, right? And like you said, we've been looking at employees and doing it with people. Yeah. Now we have to think about these agents that, and I'm going to add something to it, but the agents, like you said, they don't have this idea of consequences. Yeah. And then the agents, I feel like they are very much so, they can hallucinate anything. They may think they're doing the right thing. What happens when they are convinced that they're not doing wrong? Yeah. Like all of those things. What does Zero Trust need to look like?
So that's the fundamental shift is from access control to action control. So when we think about it for humans, it is back to that idea of prove that it's you. So multi-factor auth, those types of things fit in to prove that it's you. And then you're in Salesforce, you do what you do in Salesforce, we trust. With agents, because they might be compromised, but they also may just do things that we don't expect and break the rules because all they want to do is accomplish what you've asked them to accomplish, no matter what that means. You need to really think action by action. Is it allowed to do this action based on the intent that whatever task they've been given is requiring of them?
That makes a lot of sense. And I feel like I've heard in the keynotes and from all the different segments about the importance of guardrails. So it sounds like that's what you're speaking to, right? Like we need to have guardrails around.
Yeah, there's a guardrail to the kind of the front of the agent, and when the user interacts, are they asking safe things? And then there's also kind of guardrails around what the actions that it can take when it's accessing systems and data. Is it allowed to, so it's the difference between an engineer can get into GitHub, but which repos are they allowed to commit? Are they allowed to delete things? Are they what are the specific actions? Those are all guardrails of different types that need to be in place.
That makes sense. So, and I feel like you kind of answered this a little bit, but just if you were to share with all our customers out here, what is Cisco's approach to helping our customers secure this new digital workforce?
Yeah, so it goes back to the big pillars of we need to protect the agents from the world. And so that means making sure that they are not tricked, compromised, misdirected into doing bad things. And then we need to protect the world from agents, which means we're putting all of these Zero Trust guidelines in place or zero trust policy enforcement in place so that they're allowed to do what they need to do and access what they need to access to do their job without running wildly amok. And then the third thing is, no matter how well we do those, we know that things are still going to go wrong, and so we need to be able to detect and respond at the speed of agents, so at machine speed.
I love it. And I feel like, and this is something, audience, you might hear me talk about a lot of, but I'm super passionate about this. I just learned so much from you, Kevin. Thank you. It feels like everything I heard was we need to do this to the agents. We still need people. So it's not like people are going anywhere, right? It sounds like you're saying we still need us to be able to help get to the next level.
100%.
Well, thank you so much for that, Kevin. This is super insightful, team. Learn more. We have a lot of ways for you to learn more about what we're doing with Agentic Workforce. Thank you. I'm going to pass it back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Lauren and Kevin. What an amazing micro lesson. I tell you, if you're just joining with us, we want you to connect with us on our social media sites. Join us on hashtag Cisco Live. Drop your thoughts, your questions, any special moments. If you have any questions for our SMEs out there, they're ready to answer your most challenging problem that you have. Someone is out there ready to answer that for you. And I tell you what, if you're not here right now, you need to make it your point to be here on next year. I tell you, Cisco Live 2026, it's amazing. But you know what? We keep up in the ante every year. 2027 is going to be even greater. You know, we've been talking about how things have been changing so fast. No telling what we're going to be talking about on next year. So we want you to be a part of it. So stay connected. I don't know about you, but there's so much going out here on the World of Solutions floor, and Steve is out there with us. We want you to tune in, lean in, check this out.
So you got to check out what's going on behind me. This is our spectacular Cisco showcase for Cisco Live 2026 here in Las Vegas. Unbelievable space, bigger than it's ever been. This thing is massive. It is loaded with the smartest people in the industry. These are all the people that can support you from every side of your organizational need. We've got brilliant SMEs in here, great engineers and IT leaders. We've got fantastic managers and directors, all of the experts who can work side by side with you to get you right where you want to go. 100+ demos, not to mention all of our theaters, giving you so much great content throughout the day. We've got our center stage theater right back over here on this side. Back behind me are 3 Cisco Lightning Talk theaters. These are your quick hits, your 10, 15 minutes oversights, those insights into where you need to go next, what you need to do to accomplish what you are here at the conference to accomplish. So let me just kind of walk you through quickly what you're going to see back in there, just so you know all of the different options and capabilities, and we're going to bring them all to you here on the live stream. So it all kicks off right in the center. We are the critical infrastructure for the AI future. What does that mean for you specifically? It all begins with the Cisco Platform Advantage. The Platform Advantage is your edge-to-edge, literally end-to-end Cisco portfolio that puts all of the pieces together in the order that fit you best. Every investment that you make in Cisco is a build on top of an existing Cisco investment that you already have. This is not a rip and replace concept. This is the ability that every step you go, whatever you need next, we are ready to make it happen, all under the Cisco platform. It protects you across visibility, across your network, across your operations, everything fully secured. You are all set to go thanks to the Platform Advantage. Then, as we continue around the showcase, we've got the AI-ready data center. As you continue your build out, as you decide what your migration to the cloud looks like, what it is that you need to accomplish, what your customer expects from you, it is the AI-ready data center that brings all of those pieces together. It is the technology that assures that wherever you go next, Cisco is right there side by side with you, giving you the support, the expertise that you need, and making sure that you are ready to go at every stage. That guides you to the third pillar here in the showcase, which, right back over there, future-proofed workplace. What does that mean for you? You can't be taking any risks. You have to have extraordinary confidence in every aspect of your build-out and every dollar of your budget and how it's being spent. So, the future-proof workplace means wherever you go today, we are going to follow you tomorrow into the future. We're all on this journey together. We really do not know where AI is going to take us individually as organizations or all together as a culture, as a Cisco community. But whatever steps you have to go on with your business, The future-proof workplace makes sure that your people, your devices, all of your different locations, whether it's nationally or globally, are all doing what they need to do and are going to follow you every step of the way with every aspect of the budget. Then as we continue around the outside, all the other theaters, Cisco Insider, customer success stories, and at the heartbeat, the very center of the showcase, you've got the NOC and the SOC. The Network Operations Center, Security Operations Center, they are literally open window platforms. You can walk in the door, check them out, see exactly what it takes to build out an entire network in 1 week, and then come back and tear it all down in a day. That NOC is running every aspect of communications and network platform capabilities across everything here at Mandalay Bay. So much to see and do and check out when you are here at the show. And if you're not here at the show, make sure that you get here so you can take advantage of everything happening back in the massive Cisco showcase. So cool.
Thank you so much, Steve. Oh, so much to see, so much to do. And I don't know about you, is anyone ready for some retail therapy? There's nothing like retail therapy after all these sessions, all these keynotes. And although you cannot be here to walk the world of solutions, walk the showroom floor, to grab some swag, you still can be a part of the shopping experience. You're not here at Cisco Live now, but you can browse online and shop at our Cisco merchandise store. You can find that online, and I tell you, we're about to show you what you can find. Some swag, you can find all of the brand gear. Take a look at it and what you can find out there.
Okay, let's be honest. Most people come to the Cisco store for the merch, and there's plenty of that. But there's a lot more happening here than meets the eye. The Cisco store combines exclusive Cisco Live merchandise, partner collaborations, and cutting-edge retail technology into one unique experience. Whether you're looking for Cisco Live exclusives, AI-themed gear, or special collaborations with McLaren, the Olympics, League of Legends, and USGA, there's something for every Cisco fan. But behind the merchandise is something even more impressive. Through Cisco Tech in Action, attendees can experience a live end-to-end retail environment showcasing how Cisco and partner technologies work together to deliver smarter operations and better customer experiences. From Meraki smart cameras and Cisco Spaces to Splunk, Thousand Eyes, Unified Edge, and more, the Cisco Store Tech Lab demonstrates how real-time data can transform every customer interaction. And if you've ever wondered what it would be like to become a Cisco champion, there's an experience for that too. The AI-powered Be the Champion experience transforms attendees into stars of Cisco's biggest global sponsorships in just seconds. The Cisco Store is also helping support the local community through products that benefit the Nevada Partnership for Homeless Youth and initiatives that provide essential items to those in need. So whether you're here for the merch, the technology, the experiences, or maybe all three, the Cisco Store is definitely worth a stop. Just don't blame me if you leave with more than you planned.
I know you saw some merch that you want to go and purchase. I know you did. I know you did. If you're just tuning in with us, I tell you, we're over half of the day and there is still more to come. We're about to get ready to jump over to our center stage, hear about another keynote. But before we do that, before you lean in just a little bit further, get up, stretch, take a break, get your favorite beverage, and I tell you what, take a look at our social media platforms and don't forget to use the hashtag Cisco Live symbol, okay? Okay? We're gonna get ready to hear from our leaders. Our next keynote is how AI and security are reshaping the collaboration platform. We're gonna hear from our leaders Sonore, Ahmed, Vinod, and Espen, and they're gonna tell us how closing the distance with connected intelligence. This next keynote is gonna be about how every enterprise runs on decisions. We need to get from decision made to decision in motion, and they're going to tell us how to do that, how to take the risk risk out of that. And so we want you to join this session, lean in and learn how collaboration powered by AI and are grounded in our security infrastructure is going to help you get to the next level. I tell you, lean in just a little bit further. It's going to be some exciting stuff coming to you live. So let's go over to the center stage in just a few seconds. Let's go over there right now.
How's Vegas? Had a good night last night? That's good. It's always fun to be in Vegas, and it's always great to be here, to be with so many friends, so many industry friends, and people that I've known for a long time. And for all of you, those that are new here as well, it's great to see you, and it's great to have you here this afternoon. So, we listened to Chuck this morning. And we heard Chuck use the word geopolitical turbulence. We've heard him talk about problems with DRAM. He spoke about mythos. He spoke about a lot of things that are happening. And when you listen to what he spoke about and also what he discussed with Nicole from Starbucks, you see that there's a number of things we're fighting. And in all of this, how do we operate in that? It literally comes back down to the trust is architectural. Trust is not something you could say, oh, trust me, trust you, trust the company, trust that. Trust comes back to the architecture we build in the solutions that we are building, the way we put them together. Because the components, the setup, the design you make is actually what is going to build that trust. Having the right tools, having the right management, having the right observability is what's actually going to build that trust. Trust is architectural, and that is what we're going to talk about today. And you'll see how that comes into play for contact center, for devices, for suites, and for the entire offering. You also saw this slide this morning. Both Chuck and G2 used it on the big stage. And I bring it up because one of the key pieces to Cisco is our 3 focus areas. Collaboration is part of the future-proofed workplaces. The leadership team is actually developing networking, Wi-Fi access points, Thousand Eyes, control, manageability, observability, collaboration, and all of that together. That allows us to bring in things like security pieces, to bring in the AI that goes across. And that is really where the Cisco strategy is converging. Because whether you're operating a system or you're using it, collaboration and the way we design that is the experience for future-proofed workplaces. Some of you heard me talk about this before. There are really 2 key users to any collaboration solution. You have the ones that actually use the systems, they're in the meetings, they're actually in the chat, they're on the video systems, that is using it every day. That is mission critical in most organizations in 2026. You cannot operate without. But that also means that the people that own and operate that service, they're absolutely key to have the right tools to be able to own and operate and make sure that that mission critical can actually go on and on and on and on, ideally to 5 nines. It should only be out for a few minutes every year, and you need the right tools, you need the right setup, you need the right architecture to be able to do that. And then you have the user needs that are consistent, they're secure, and the experiences we are driving. So these 2, the people who use it and the ones that own or operate, they're different users, but then they have different stakes. But building the right architecture, with the right architecture, bringing that together, we can actually get those solutions going. And one architecture is actually built for both the user and the operators. And we can actually deliver that from Cisco, bringing this together without adding risk, without adding complexity for the operators, but actually take it out. And you saw it so clearly this morning with the Cisco Cloud Control and all this dashboard and apps that you can bring down and how you can actually work that and have that there. Because it lives where people and AI work together. I've been in this industry for a while. People to people has been part of my life, literally. How well can I see it? What type of resolution, the quality of audio, the content and everything. What we're adding now is people to AI and AI to AI. I think people to AI we get. In most meetings now, I would say in all the meetings I'm in, there is an AI agent or a number of them. It can be Copilot from Microsoft, it can be our own agents, it can be summarization, it could be a number of agents that's there that we interact with all the time. The third piece to this is actually AI to AI. And you think, AI to AI, how does that work? No, the best example I have for AI to AI is actually in the contact center space. Because when you think about users in the contact center space, you have the people calling into a contact center, then you have an AI agent or a person that you're talking to, a people agent, but you also will have an AI supervisor or a human supervisor. So all of a sudden, you have an AI supervisor actually supervising an AI agent. That is AI to AI, and the easiest way of thinking about this. When we bring all of this together, this is what we call connected intelligence. When you're having that discussion out in your organization and companies, talk about these three. Are you ready for people to AI, AI to AI, really the connected intelligence? Because it's about manage and it's about secure. And it's really to bring that resilience in there. You heard G2 today talk about AI defense and all of the things that we're doing on the security side. We bring those into the collaboration offerings as well, so that we have the ability to govern and to secure our AI models, the cloud data, and the endpoints. So I think we can all agree on that even over the last months, the operation has changed. And it has changed a lot with the introduction of agentic AI. And that is the key discussion to be had. So let me double-click on that a little. Because the next step for operations is how do you operate with Cisco Agentic Ops? And you saw it this morning. It was really at the core of what we were talking about. Because what we are doing is that we are shifting from being reactive to being orchestrated. Reactive to orchestrated. AI agents will continuously monitor, they will be continuously managed, you will continuously troubleshoot. And that means that you can resolve them before the teams even know. And only Cisco can see that whole picture. At G2 said this morning, he said, collaboration is now part of Cisco Cloud Control. Now you can manage your networking, your security, and collaboration from the same place. You tear down the walls between them, you tear down the silos, and you can operate across that. That means that you can connect the data across the different domains. The teams can identify and resolve the problems. And you can bring in things like AI Canvas, AI Agent, 360, Cisco Control Hub, etc., also starting from Cisco Cloud Control. And it's all about the guardrails. It's the guardrails we set up. Because the foundation of all of that is also trust. Because with the ability to work with agentic, we must also make sure that we have the trustworthy and the guardrails set up in all of that. So this can provide your teams with the confidence to move fast. AI defense will put AI governance at your hands, and it will be customized guardrails for all AI agents. So operations give you that foundation, but the real experience is also happening in the room. And in the room, that is the key word I have to invite onto stage Espen Låberg, that's running our Cisco devices. Espen, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Snorre. And hello, everyone. I'm super thrilled to be here today because we have so much to talk about. The needs of today's workplace and today's workforce is different. Employees working alongside AI agents, expecting the workplace to just work, without friction, without configuration. And then the IT and OT and infrastructure demands are also different. The pressure on IT to support more rooms, more workers, more AI, without more headcount. And closing this gap in the middle, where most organizations are living right now, where AI is raising expectations faster than infrastructure can keep up, is really what this is all about. For Cisco and for all of you customers who are making long-term bets on your physical workspaces right now. When we talk to customers, these 6 imperatives come up consistently as non-negotiable. These are the requirements for organizations that truly care about the agentic workspace. And these map directly to the reasons why all analysts rank Cisco #1 in collaboration devices. That's not a coincidence. It's a proof that we have been building consistently towards customers actually need. Because our devices that you see here, they are no longer a line item. They are the last mile of AI infrastructure in the workplace. The physical layer where everything Cisco builds becomes real for the people in the workspace. And what I want you to notice is not only the breadth of this portfolio, it's the consistency of the architecture beneath it. Every device a node on the network. Every device feeding data back to cloud control. Every device getting smarter over time without replacing hardware. That is what built for the AI era means. It's not a spec, it's a system. Back in February, we announced 3 new devices. The first one we announced was this cute little fellow here, the wireless 9821. This is where we extend the seamless experience of WebEx calling to frontline workers, to warehouse staff, to nurses, to the manufacturing floor, with secure Wi-Fi and push-to-talk capabilities. It will be orderable this week, and it's in beta now. Then, this guy, the Cisco Desk Pro G2. This is your ultimate express install of agentic experiences to your small huddle spaces and personal desks. Also shipping, and it's actually selling like hotcakes at the moment. Finally, we have the beasts. The Kit Pro G2, which is simplifying your large spaces and finally bringing together all of the elements that are required to make agentic experiences work in your most complex spaces. Your divisible rooms, your boardrooms, your auditoriums. We co-designed the compute module that powers all of this with NVIDIA. It delivers 25 times the AI processing power of our previous generation. And now, today, we have even more to show you. Let's take a look.
The Cisco Board Pro G3 is your bridge to the agentic workforce, the physical AI layer in your workspaces, delivering dynamic meeting experiences and multi-camera setups powered by AV over IP and our Director Agent on the most interoperable platform, capturing notes and action items along the way. Whiteboarding has never been smoother. And with zero-touch provisioning, deployment at scale becomes effortless. Every space comes alive with real-time insights through embedded sensors and our Workspace Advisor agent. Cisco Board Pro G3, the ultimate all-in-one device, built for the agentic workplace.
What do you think? The best collaboration board in the industry is entering its third generation. We raise the bar again with more processing power for more responsive collaboration apps and modern agentic experiences. 25 times more AI. This is a truly future-proof device. Then we have more AV over IP camera and microphone support. So you can add more of our cameras, you can add more of our microphones to really enable visual collaboration in more spaces. And then this is the first MDEP certified collaboration board. This means that, and I can tell Ilya is clapping, and this means that you now have something that is truly future-proof for your visual collaboration spaces. And you can also go out there and replace those Microsoft Surface hubs that are currently end of support. So if your space needs visual collaboration, this is your go-to product. And the principle behind the board has never changed since we started developing this in 2017. The board should serve the people in the space and serve every collaboration workload. And the G3 takes that any further than any device before it. So we talked about the last mile of AI infrastructure in the workplace. Our own agents is where that really comes to life. They're built into the architecture, running locally, protected by the infrastructure beneath them. They're not bolted on top. So we have our translator agent that is now coming to our phones in the second half, delivering real-time translation seamlessly across our phones and the WebEx calling experiences. Then we have the note-taker agent that is already available across the WebEx app and our devices, that now give you seamless transcripts and action items out of the box. We have the director that can now direct up to 8 cameras and 8 microphones with our Codec Pro G2 and really deliver stunning, no button to push experiences in any workplace. But then my favorite agent is our Workspace Advisor that just went available in a month back. It's a mind-blowing digital twin of your workspace, integrated into Cisco Cloud Control. So let me hand it over to Rich and the team in Oslo to show you how this works.
Hey everyone, I'm going to show you a brand new feature in Control Hub called Workspace Advisor. I'm in the Workspaces tab at the moment. As you can see, I have a room called East Fjord. Let's click into that. And as you can see, this room now has a brand new view where we can see the digital representation or digital twin of the room in real time in Control Hub. This is great because now we have some new things we can detect that wasn't possible before. For example, we can see there's some camera coverage issues and some meeting zone coverage issues. Let's go actually look into the camera coverage. As I do that, I'm going to set the view of the room so you can see the entire room. And as you can see, we have a camera issue at the moment where Natalie is actually currently off the screen, and that's because someone probably has moved the furniture, which has made it impossible for everyone to be captured correctly. So we can open a ticket with facilities to get that fixed. But in the meantime, let's enable our dynamic camera mode to kind of show you the experience of what you get with every Cisco device. Now, because it saw me and Natalie, we now have a frame shot, but there was someone missing at the back of the room there, right? I swear there was someone there on the table before. So let's go look at that. Meeting zones. That was the other issue we had. So now we can see inside of meeting zones that they haven't captured everyone in the space. So we can go edit that. So let's take the length of the room and let's go continue to this here. And let's click save. So even if I'm 5,000 miles away, I can still configure the room and configure the settings. In a few seconds, there we go. Now Stephen appears. So the best part about this experience is also with dynamic camera mode. It doesn't matter if you're sitting at the table or you're on the table. We capture the best view of you at any time. And that's it from us.
Wasn't that amazing? But the value of Cisco Cloud Control and the Collaboration Hub goes beyond the beautiful pixels you just saw in the Workspace Advisor. We are now able to bring agentic ops for our workspaces directly into the tools where you are working every hour. Let's have a look at how we're now integrating Workspace Insights into Copilot and see what happens when we compare the room that Rich called in from in Oslo to another room in Oslo and see how those rooms are being comparatively used. In the past, you had to sift through endless dashboards and spreadsheets to come up with this insight. Now it's happening in seconds. And you can see very clearly here how these rooms are comparing. One is used for large groups, another one is used a lot with, even if it's a big room, it's mostly used by up to 3 people. And you also see other insights that we weren't really aware of. We see the spikes here and some other interesting facts. But it's quite clear that one of these rooms, which is really built for many people, mostly used by 3, should probably be cut in half. What do you think, Snorre? Is this useful?
You know, this is just incredible. And the way we bring together the manageability and control hub and everything, and Copilot, I really like it. Thanks, Espen.
Thank you.
Big round of applause for Espen. I can't think of a better segue into bringing a guest to the stage. I would like to invite a very good friend of mine, and we have done some really good work together. Ilya Bergstein from Microsoft. Give me a good round of applause. Thank you, Ilya.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
What do you think? Manageability, Copilot, MTR? I mean,
well, that was awesome to watch from down there. And I think this is why our partnership works so well, is because we share so many of the same views built on trust, focused on both users and admins, bringing together amazing experiences. So yeah, thank you for having me here, be able to see this, but it's just awesome.
It's good fun, and it's really good what we're doing together. But you've described this as the area of agentic coworker. So how do you envision that looking in practice, Ilya?
Yeah, I think we are moving into, you could argue, the second inning or the next phase of AI. The first phase very clearly was about arming all of us with knowledge. And I would argue any of us now can ask any question, get instant knowledge back. The next phase is about giving us more hours, more superpowers as a team. So the limiting factor, I think you talked about this in ops, for most customers I talk to, is how many people they have to deploy devices, manage devices, do workflows. And now with some of the technologies we announced this morning called Microsoft Scout, we are literally able to have virtual teammates that do work on behalf of us or our team. And that's the age that we're just getting into, but I think it's super exciting.
And it's almost what we talked about earlier with connected intelligence, you know, people to people, people to AI,
That's
AI
right.
to AI, and it's really down that path. But Microsoft and Cisco, you and I have been working together for some years now, I would say great success. Now we've gone MDEP.
Yes.
And our partnership is getting stronger, and it's here, and we're very proud of having MDEP. What's the next we should solve together?
Well, first of all, I want to say again, thank you to you, Espen, the amazing team in Norway, for taking the big bet. It was great. I was watching this boot up. I took a picture of the team where it said powered by MDEP. You know, you have taken a significant bet on Microsoft for Teams, but also as the platform. I think moving forward, we're going to do a lot more in the category of what Espen showed. When we bring together Cisco's knowledge and powers from an operational perspective with some of the agents that Microsoft has, whether it's Copilot, I know we're doing more around Facilitator together, I think we can deliver incredible value for our customers.
No, I think you're right, and it leans really well in with the Cisco Cloud Control that we launched today, where you really break down those barriers and the access that Cisco has to all of the networking and security and collaboration. But, you know, managing collaboration at scale, you know, it gets harder.
Yes.
AI agents become part of the IT environment. What is the visibility and the control and the tools that IT will need going forward?
Yeah, I think, again, we are now at a point where many of you, our customers, have said they can't deploy more devices and manage them with the people they have. They need to give those people virtual teammates. So when I saw the demo of, hey, a Copilot query that tells me how rooms are used, that's part of the future. That's such a clear vision of the future where, as an administrator, I should be able to have an agent do my room sweep for me instead of having someone with a backpack walk to every room. I mean, heck, the rooms have eyes, ears, and a brain. We have agents running in the back end. So I think that's the future where, and Cisco is definitely leading the way with what you do today, whether it's with Thousand Eyes or Control Hub. It's being able to have agents within the operating plane that customers are using do work that humans would have had to have manually, slowly done before. And devices are such a key use case because you think of them as physical. Hey, someone has to go change the meeting zone in the room. But that demo showed that more and more devices are actually completely digitally controlled and therefore perfect for agentic automation.
No, and I think that's spot on, and also all the other underlying data that we have access to through Control Hub. And you know, I think with MTR rooms now, 96% is actually connected to Control Hub. So let's bring that to 97, 98, maybe to 100. But let's bring it home here with the last question about Copilot. You know, Copilot started as a personal assistant, and it's becoming something bigger. I mean, we just demonstrated it up here now. As AI agents start working across platforms, what changes for the IT teams and for the people that's actually doing the work? I mean, this is a big question.
Yeah, I think as people doing the work, there's so much upside to saying, hey, I need an interpreter. Let me have one there right away instead of waiting for a human to show up. I need an expert in Vegas hotel setup. Have an agent show up right away. But as an admin, it's a whole new world where effectively what we're doing when we do that is we're creating coworkers. Where did that coworker get their identity and what access do they have? So I think we are very much focused on enabling our customers to manage this in a rational way, so it's not just an explosion. The really cool thing about the partnership is you have the ops, security, network side of that. The two have to get together. What network rights and privileges does an agent have? How can we monitor what the agent does so we have super high confidence? I think that's the future. Admins will have to think about humans and AI as units of work that we have to manage.
No, I think that's spot on. Ilya, thank you
right.
so much.
Thank you.
Big round of applause
Thank
for
you all.
Ilya Rugstein.
Thank you for having me.
I think that's a very, very good segue into the next. And I would like to invite to thank Ilya and then invite to the stage Amit Barave that runs our Cisco WebEx suite.
Thank you. Thank you, Snorri. All of these foundation models, agentic AI, it's a massive, massive unlock for unified communications. Because think about it, before all of this, going to meetings was a bit like going to Vegas. What happened in these meetings stayed in the meetings. That's not the case anymore. Every single conversation we go with all the rich context in there. Context across people, places, devices, agents. Every single interaction we have is capable of making the next one smarter because it is feeding into the context. And while we are doing this, AI agents are sensing, they're taking notes, they're capturing action items, and they're even performing all those actions. Wait, in this case, all of the sensitive information, intellectual property that is being exchanged in the conversations, it's making its way to the AI models and AI agents with a great deal of autonomy. What's not to be concerned about that? And this is where the architected for trust is a key pillar. So context, conversations, automations, backed by a trust architecture is connected intelligence. And that is how WebEx is leading the next evolution of unified communications. Now, back in October at WebEx1 last year, we launched a number of collaboration agents of our own. The note taker, the polling agent that's coming soon, the AI receptionist that has just gone GA. But my favorite one is the translator agent, because that's where, instead of talking about automating what we do, we're actually doing something that was not possible without AI. Like me speaking in my language, but you being able to hear me in your own while preserving my sentiment, my intonation, and so forth. And we're not going to stop there, and there's more coming. But every time I talk about a translator, I am used to getting interrupted. Yeah.
So you talk about translator. I mean, it's amazing. It gets your tone of voice, you get everything. But you know what? I think we should try it out. Let's demo it.
Let's go for it.
Okay.
Right.
Can you make a call to the phone here?
I am going to make you speak Spanish today.
Okay.
Let's go.
En realidad es realmente bueno estar aquí en Las Vegas, la ciudad de las luces y los altos edificios de cuentas con increíbles.
Is that cool or is that cool? And when do you plan to deliver Norwegian?
Oh. I'll speak Norwegian. There's more coming. Besides the translator, the one that I'm excited about is the meeting prep agent. We're always playing 5 to 10 minutes, catching up roughly in every meeting that we go to. There's no need for us to be doing that. The meeting prep agent every single morning will give you the pre-brief for all the meetings that you need to go to. And that pre-brief is built on all the context that the system has about you. The prep is only as good as the context. But the context lives in so many different places. It lives in your documents, your productivity software, your workflow applications. And this is why it's critical to have a comprehensive agentic integration ecosystem. We've already shipped a number of these integrations with Microsoft Copilot, Agentforce, Slack, Jira. But I'm most excited about what's coming soon, because there are a few work surfaces that are emerging right in front of us. Claude Cowork, Gemini, or Codex. And in a couple of months, we're going to be shipping bi-directional integrations with all three of these, giving ourselves a comprehensive context and automation ecosystem. When it all comes together, let's see how it looks. Let's play the video.
Let's get them on the line now. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
The best people spend their time on the work around each meeting. Scheduling, summarizing, translating, chasing. WebEx Suite agents handle all that while the meeting happens, so the meeting can just be a meeting. The meeting prep agent makes sure everyone has all the right docs, chats, and context before the meeting begins, so they're ready to focus on the big questions. As you meet, the AI agent transcribes, takes notes, and tracks action items in real time, so you don't have to. If people speak different languages, nothing gets lost in translation. The translator agent works in real time, capturing not just the words, but the tone, emotion, and nuance.
Il faut un moment fort. Football sponsorship doesn't just put our name in front of people. It says, we belong here.
I hear you on the story. It's a good one.
But I think we have to talk about what the brand is saying.
Not everyone will agree. That's when the polling agent reads the room, detects it, and suggests a quick poll. When it's time to wrap, the scheduler agent looks at everyone's calendars, finds the best meeting times, and makes it easy to lock one in. And after the meeting, the task agent gathers, assigns, and tracks action items for everyone on the call and helps you complete them. That's the power of WebEx Suite Agents. The AI takes care of the work around the meeting so your people can focus on the meeting. This is work in the era of connected intelligence.
This is not it, because the most interesting one is the one that I'm going to announce next, and that's enterprise voice agents. Think of it as the contact center AI agents we have, the contact center AI studio we have, getting extended to WebEx Suite. And what that means is we are augmenting that capability to add low-code, no-code voice agents and deploying those in minutes with any and every of your WebEx calling number, should you choose to. And I didn't do the demo right here because there's a spot saved for it tomorrow, but if you noticed anything here, you would have seen an agent that's building agents. Really prompt the agent studio to get your agent built and deploy it. And that is such a huge unlock for a spectrum of use cases. On the one hand, you have the really complex, sophisticated, and calibrated contact center AI agents. But there's so many cases, whether it's your front desks, your kiosks, your branch offices, or helplines. All of these are now enabled in minutes through WebEx voice agents. If you have WebEx calling, this is a no-brainer. This is actually a no-brainer for you to have WebEx calling, just for this reason. Quick plug, you will see a lot more about this in the center stage session, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow. I hope to see all of you there. And without further ado, to dive deeper into the customer experience, please welcome Vinod Muthukrishnan.
Thank you, brother. All right, I got this. All right, fantastic. Thanks for listening. The reason why we obsess over connected intelligence so much is because in 2026, the one thing that is neither connected nor intelligent is customer experience. And we all face that as customers. That's why this is such a work of passion for all of us. And the answer, now you might have mildly guessed, is probably AI agentic, but that's not the answer. The answer is a framework that makes agentic work for you. And that is what we're showing. Because long before AI and conversational AI and voice agents came the conversation, the ability to orchestrate omnichannel, bidirectional conversation between brand and customer is the foundation of engagement. And to be able to do that in one secure, manageable place is at the heart of creating delightful experiences. When you do that, and you add AI to that conversation, you learn something you'll hear us talk a lot about, which is context. Context is what makes the conversation intelligent. Context is how we reconnect when we meet after many years, except organizations don't remember you. Context is the heart of intelligent orchestration. And we'll talk a lot more about that. Sorry, I need to go back. Let me finish that thought out. So all of this needs to sit on a platform. The platform needs to be complete. We'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do on the completeness of the platform itself. But the most important thing in the age of AI is trust and reliability. We've never had a greater opportunity to reinvent customer experience than we have with AI, but we've never had more threat vectors impacting AI too. So how do you bring all of that in one single platform? So you offer one consistent experience to your customer on one platform that is complete, yet open and interoperable, and built on a foundation of trust assured by Cisco. And all of that, as I said, starts with a conversation. And as far as conversations are concerned, first impressions matter. Let's roll a little video to show you how exactly it matters.
With the new AI Concierge, every interaction feels like a continuous conversation. Instead of navigating disjointed experiences, your customers enjoy connected, customized journeys. AI Concierge is connected to tools across your entire business, so it can leverage AI memory to recall even the smallest detail. It's like a conductor, orchestrating multiple AI agents to work across information silos, handling diverse tasks and delivering answers with unmatched voice quality.
Let's get you booked on the next available
With the
flight.
same platform, you can access AI Agent 360, which allows you to continuously monitor and manage the security and lifecycle of your AI agents. Remove guesswork with visibility into predicted CSAT, hallucination rates, and agent accuracy, and ensure trust with advanced guardrails and security tailored to your business's needs. Unlock better, more connected experiences for your customers with AI Concierge and AI Agent 360.
All right. Let's double click on what you saw. A concierge agent is supposed to do 5 things seemingly with elegant ease. The first is hold a conversation with the customer across any channel, no matter how async it is, over any period of time, and hide all the complexity from them, which means access any of the knowledge sources that you need, be able to take any actions, orchestrate the action of multiple other first and third party agents, but all this while do one very, very critical thing. Everyone spoke about it before me. It is to retain context, because context is what makes us intelligent. And I'm so excited to announce the agentic context engine that goes across the entire collaboration portfolio, which retains the context from every single engagement, every single conversation, and builds a real-time context graph that listens to what you say, senses friction signals, builds propensity models, and that powers personalization at a scale that previously was impossible. It actually makes the AI agents intelligent because it's enriched with your context, personalized at a scale of n equal to 1. And that makes the concierge agent truly revolutionary as it pertains to customer experience. But that brings us to the workforce itself. The workforce in the contact center hasn't changed in decades. And the tools to manage that haven't changed in decades either. Now, AI went from being a toy 3-4 years ago to a tool to what it is now, a digital coworker. And that is why we have foundationally reimagined the entire suite of tools you need to manage and operate a truly hybrid workforce, a connected workforce where humans work with humans work with AI, and AI works with AI. That's why I'm so excited to announce our native workforce suite with QA, QM, workforce management, all the things you need to measure that entire workforce. And the way these tools come together, forecasting, scheduling, intraday, should not be shown on PowerPoint. You need to show a little demo. So wish me luck as I show you a few screens. I saw DJ this morning, so everyone needs a little luck. Okay, let's go here. All right, what are we looking at? So what we're looking at is your intraday screen, because all good plans have never ever survived reality. And if you've been ever in a contact center, you know the reality is really, really much worse than your plans would suggest. So what do you have here? You're looking at everything you need to see, queues that are backed up, queues where you have a surplus, agents who are out of adherence here, for example. And what you can do here is, as you're looking at this dashboard and figuring out what to do, operations do what operations do, and it tells you something's happened. So you've got a credit card freezing outage that has happened, and now AI tells you that there's likely to be an X spike in calls, and you're not sorted for that. So what do you do there? You need to go and reforecast. So you go to reforecast, you pick your queues. So credit card servicing queue, you add a volume lift of 10%, you apply. And what it does is now pops a new widget. It tells you that you need to add 5 agents to the queue. Now, this can be automated, but we've chosen to keep the human in the loop. So you see here the forecast queue, you know exactly the hours, you know exactly what the problem is, and it says the recommendation is to add agents to queue. You configure, you know exactly the agents you need to move, you move the agents to the queue, it shows you what the impact is, and there, magic. The reforecast is done. You've responded to Fabulous. I love the power of AI, but AI without accountability is a liability. I think Amit said it. These agents are going to access your sensitive information, act autonomously, talk to external entities. What could possibly go wrong? In the age of AI, we possibly are looking at infinite opportunity, but we're also looking at infinite downside. That is why I almost shudder at the thought of being an AI application company if you're not a full-time observability and a security company. Because the threat surface is so vast that AI is not a bolt-on feature. You literally need to be a full-time observability company and a security company, and then do something else that is incredibly important, bring it all together, vertically integrated to give you the benefit of these three things. So let me show you what's happening here. So we spoke about AI defense coming into the AI Agent Studio. With AI Agent 360, we are getting AI defense and observability vertically integrated into the suite. So when you build these agents, you also think about how to secure them. So let's look at what's happening here. So you've got a certain queue. You're looking at building this agent out. You want to create custom guardrails, except if you create the wrong guardrail or don't create the right guardrail, it is your problem. Instead, what we are telling you is you can go to the policy studio, you can upload your policy documentation, and when you do that, it picks up per your policy what's a red flag, what's a green flag, what's an edge case, and it builds out the custom guardrails for you. Otherwise, the weakness always is the person who's writing those guardrails. But your policy documentation is taking care of all of this. And that is why with this integrated approach, you're bringing the true power of AI defense and security to the agent building studio. If you're building AI agents that are going to talk to your customers, either do all of these things or don't build AI agents, because it opens you up to a threat surface that is truly unimaginable. What is also unimaginable is that my 10 minutes are over and I need to go. So to bring it all home, I would love to call back upon stage Snorra Kesbu.
Really fantastic. And you spoke about autonomy and accountability. And I think that really wraps up really the key thing during this presentation, which is really about trust. Trust is architectural. You saw that when we spoke about devices and the tools. You saw it when we spoke about Suite and the tools, and you now saw it as well when we looked at the contact center and we have that accountability. Otherwise, you will have that liability in there, and that is absolutely key. So, trust is architectural. That is foundational for all of our users, and it's foundational for our platform, and it's really about one experience, it's about one platform, and one Cisco across people, IT teams, and customers. So with that, I have one more thing to say. Please register now for WebEx One. WebEx One is coming up in the fall. I want all of you there. And you'll get a QR code up here in a couple seconds. And I really look forward to seeing all of you in Austin, Texas, in the beginning of October for WebEx One. Have a wonderful rest of Cisco Live.
At Cisco Live, innovation isn't the only thing bringing people together. Every year, attendees can participate in local activities to support their local communities, doing hands-on activities that create real-world impact. You need to be here. Whether it's a few minutes between sessions or a dedicated stop during the day, attendees are finding meaningful ways to give back. This week, they're helping combat food insecurity, supporting members experiencing homelessness, packing supplies for local students, and assembling STEM kits for future innovators. It's not just about giving back, it's also about coming together. The social hub is where connections happen, stories are shared, and the Cisco Live community comes to life. One community, one event, thousands of small actions that add up to something much bigger. That's Cisco Live.
That's such a great storytelling. Serving our communities is such an incredibly important part of what Cisco does. All of our employees, over 80% of our Cisco employees, participate in community impact. They give their time, money, talent, skills, advocate for causes, work on sustainability. We just love that. We're going to head back out to center stage right now, where we're going to focus on the ways that we are automating the AI journey. We've got Principal Engineer Sujit Joseph on deck with us. Our enterprises are moving so quickly right now, from pilot AI experiments all the way to production scale AI operations. So deploying models and agents and NCP services and inference workloads at scale, this is not just a data science challenge, this is an infrastructure and operations challenge that needs an AI first ops mindset. Let's head out to center stage and get that mindset right now.
Hello everyone, I'm Sujit Joseph. I work as a principal engineer in the enterprise AI platforms teams in Cisco operations. We provide GenAI as a service, as LLM as a service, RAG as a service to broader teams across Cisco. We also provide enterprise search as a service. We also own and have rolled out an AI assistant, which we call a Circuit, that is used by all Cisco's employees. I'll be talking about the platform aspects of it. I'll be talking about the amount of automation that has gone into building this platform. Here is a quick demo of what Circuit is. As you can see, users can select models. There's a default orchestration, and it's got all the leading LLMs over there. It has an ability to do a prompt type ahead as well. And users can base their prompt based on a web search. It has got deep research, which talks to internal data as well as web data. Here is an agent, and the connector listing connector is MCP server. It's got an ability to upload files, and you can converse. You can have an audio conversation with this Circuit. It has got a speech to text as well. Now, on the left-hand side, you'll see history, and users can search on the history as well. And there's an option to schedule tasks for any agent. You can put in a prompt and schedule tasks against it to run at a particular cron interval. Here is a prompt hump where employees can contribute their prompts and share it with teams or all of Cisco, or even personal prompts. This is my projects. It allows you to do sync your OneDrive to Circuit, and you can create a project and give a OneDrive folder to it. Next is the agent registry, where you can register remote agents across the enterprise. You can create an agent and share it with AD groups, teams, as well as all of Cisco. Similarly, we have an ability to register an MCP server. We call it connectors, and you can share that MCP servers with employees, teams, or even personal MCP. We built a no-code builder for creating agents. I'll be talking more about it. And you can register these agents into a registry. Similarly, we have built a connector studio, which allows you to create MCP servers on the fly using an API. That's what I see over here. And again, once you create it, you can register this MCP in the MCP registry. And finally, we have an ability to do media, video, and image gen as well. Circuit has become the #1 used AI app all across Cisco. On an average, we get around 125,000 user prompts by employees, and they have reported a high degree of employee productivity savings. As you can see over here, employees have access to the leading LLM models out there, including Cisco's internal deep network model, as well as models that is open source models that's running on Cisco AI pods in on-prem infrastructure as well. On the right-hand side, it connects to all of Cisco's internal knowledge bases and the tools like Jira, Confluence, Box, etc. If you were to build an equivalent experience like Circuit for your own enterprise, these are the basic layers that you need to have in your platform. So in the bottom, you see your infrastructure and the model layer. Above it, you see the data layer and the context layer, where you need to bring in search and memory, like long-term memory aspects to it. Third, you need to bring in your agents, MCP servers, and your CLIs associated with it, and the builders associated with it, like Agent Builder or MCP Builder. Fourth is the autonomous layer, where you have your autonomous agents running. and the orchestration agents, which can, given a prompt, you can direct those to the right agent or an MCP server. On the top, you see the experience layer. It could be a channel to an agent like, say, OpenClaw, or a UI like Circuit itself. So here's been our journey in the last 3 years. We started off with a simple, LLM API calling invocation with PIR detection redaction with AI defense and real-time prompt logging. And when RAG came out, we introduced RAG. We had to reindex our enterprise search to do chunk-based indexing. And when agents came across, we migrated to use a LangGraph-based ecosystem to run our agents. And we moved from a RAG to an agentic RAG. And we had seen connectors being and MCP servers and agents being developed all across Cisco. And we decided to bring it all together so that agents can talk to each other and MCP servers can be used for agents to connect to the tools within those APIs. We build an agent registry and we build an MCP registry. Now, there is a particular aspect of identity propagation that we do so that when Circuit calls a remote agent, we don't pass, the user's SSO token. We use something known as OAuth 2.0 token exchange, where the user SSO token is converted into a downscope short-lived token, which is sent to that agent or an MCP server, and they can introspect the token and get the user ID. The key thing is that token is only understood by that particular MCP server, and we provision an authorization server, an IDP authorization server for each and every agent or MCP server that gets registered within our agent registry or MCP registry. And finally, we have the autonomous AI layer where we are running in agents based on a particular cron interval, etc. I'll be talking about a couple of features within the platform where we have enabled automation, and I'll be talking about the platform aspects of it as well. So this is a personal AI agent, which we internally call a Cisco Circuit Pulse. And this allows an employees to run an agent like OpenClaw, for example, which can connect to systems like Outlook, WebEx, Jira, Confluence, Salesforce, SharePoint, etc. Now, and it has got a built-in skills registry associated with it. The bigger question is, how do you take something that is inherently risky like OpenClaw and expose it to your employees in a safe and secure manner with centralized auditing, centralized fleet management, etc. Now, here is the architecture or the components that you need to enable such, such an ecosystem. This is running as a pilot for a limited user base as of now, and within a month we'll be expanding it to much larger user base. So here, as you can see, there are two levels of components over here. The first one is the control plane, which takes care of the employee or a digital worker provisioning, where an employee is onboarded with this particular agent, and then there is aspects of centralized monitoring of the health of these agents. There are dashboards which would show how many agents are running and the security events that comes in from all of these agents. They are all seen in the centralized dashboards where we use Splunk for the dashboarding over there. It also does management of the defense clause policies. So the policies that are applied to these agents are centrally managed across the entire fleet of these agents. And this agent could be anything. Could be OpenClaw, it could be Hermes agent, it could be your own version or hardened version of an OpenClaw as well. So the second aspect of this particular AI agent is that it is integrated with Defense Claw. So Defense Claw is something that Cisco has built. It can also integrate with AI defense. And these aspects of Defense Claw, like the LLM token hydration, rehydration, the MCP scanner tool, which scans all the tools associated with all the MCP servers in MCP registry, the A2A scanner, the skill scanner, which scans all the skills within an agent for malicious skills, and the integration of code guard to it. where any file that is created by the agent gets checked by, Defense Cloud to see, the code guard to see if it is malicious or not. All of this is incorporated into Defense Cloud, and all the LLM calls that is made by the agent goes through this Defense Cloud. This runs as a sidecar to this untrusted container that is agent that is running in the sandbox. So the control plane manages all of those, and the data plane actually does the provisioning of the sandbox, and this agent is running in this sandbox with the container runtime of gvisor so that it runs it isolated. So even if you have untrusted code running over there, it does not impact your Kubernetes host. So, and the last aspect of this is that the agent connects to an MCP gateway, which talks to the MCP servers behind the scenes. The advantage is that the agent does not need to have access to the credentials or should not have access to it. And the MCP gateway loads up the user's token on demand from a token vault that is integrated into it. And finally uses that token to talk to something like, say, Graph API to get your emails, etc. So all of the aspects of secret management, the guardrails that is brought forth by AI Defense is also integrated into it, so that even the LLM calls that are made is checked for things like prompt injection, PI detection redaction, etc. Next, I'll talk about LLM as a service. So all the models that you've seen in Circuit is also available for our employees to use as an API offering. As you can see, we have received around 395 million API requests, LLM requests in the last 1 year. And we provide a free tier as well as a paid tier. The free tier allows our employees to come to our API portal, request an LLM key, and that allows them to innovate using GenAI technologies, create a GenAI app or an agent, and then when they're ready to move to production, they can request a production key, which is part of the paid tier, and they get we cross-charge them back for the tokens used. Now, another aspect of this is that we make it easy for our employees to switch between one model to another. Like just by changing the model name in the URL, model ID in the URL, they're able to switch between Gemini model and Opus model. And for the free tier, of course, we have rate limiting both based on the tokens as well as the request-based rate throttling as well. And we use APGs for our gateway. So overall, in the last 1 year, here is the metrics for both the LLM usage from the Circuit UI as well as the LLM usage from our API platform. If you look at it, we have received 608 million requests, and this is used by 9,200 teams all across Cisco. And this platform has scaled to sustain a peak load capacity of 15 million tokens per second and 845 requests per second. Overall, in the last 1 year, including embedding tokens, we have processed around 2.2 trillion tokens. Next, I'll talk about the autonomous agents that we rolled out. So as you've seen earlier in the demo, there is an option for our employees to come and schedule a task. A task could be setting up a prompt, and you can select any agent in our agent registry or any MCP server in our MCP registry, and they can select it like a cron job. They can select it, and it would run it in the particular interval using the user's token within our token vault so that the identity propagation happens seamlessly. And then they get in the history, and there is a notification sent to them to come and view it, the output of this within the history within Circuit. So we've seen that for, there's been a lot of innovation creating agents, but we wanted to create our employees to easily create agents, especially, for non-developer folks within our company. So we created something known as an agent studio. It is a no-code agent builder where, just like Replit, you can converse with this agent to give you requirements. Like, I want this agent to do these tasks, and it automatically connects to our MCP registry, figures out the tools within those MCP servers which are best suited for enforcing or applying this particular task, and automatically dynamically wipe codes LangGraph code after going through a design phase, in the requirements phase and design phase, and the code that gets generated gets reviewed by another agent, and finally, we host the agent for employees. So this allows anyone in the company to easily create agents. And as you can see over here, there's a workflow mode. They can see all the graph, lang graph nodes, and then there's a chat interface to test against it. Now, one of the key things that we've done is that rather than creating a pod for every agent, which would have resulted in thousands and 10,000s of pods, what we do is we dynamically store this generated code for LangGraph in Google Cloud Storage. And when the request comes in, we dynamically compile the graph and then sends this prompt request to that particular compiled graph, and the output is given back to the user. This runs in just hardly 10 to 20 pods. Now, there is also an aspect of traceability. You want to easily figure out what happened during a prompt execution, and the Agent Studio has got a traceability view, which shows all the tool calls, all the agent calls that happens, all the LLM calls that happens behind the scenes as well. So we've seen that after we rolled out Agent Studio, we were missing a lot of connectivity to the enterprise tools across our ecosystem within Cisco. The question is, how do you make it easy for our employees to create MCP servers? And for that, we introduced Connector Studio, where employees can bring in their own OpenAPI spec APIs and go through this tool, put in the right security credentials, and this system will automatically create an MCP server, and we will host it within an ecosystem. And from that, they can finally test it and then register, and we provide a seamless path to register these MCP servers within our MCP registry as well. I'll be talking about certain aspects of the pilot projects that we've done. This is for fast tracking development, which we use internally within our team. We call it circuit path, where you can create a story in Jira for a feature request for a product, and this will automatically pull up the story from Jira using a Jira connector MCP server, and then pull in the code from GitHub, implement the code, goes through a code review cycle, and finally do a GitHub PR and notifies the end user. And next, I'll be talking about the ops automation aspects that we rolled out via an agent. It's a support and a request agent. So this agent receives feedback from Circuit, or different sources of Circuit. Like we being a small team, and because of the fact that Circuit is heavily used, there's numerous amount of feedbacks that we get. There is duplicate requests that we get. The question is, how do we manage this effectively so that can we write an agent to do this processing of it rather than a human review? So this is in production where whenever feedback comes in, there's a real-time conversation with a particular user. If it is a Q&A question, we would look at the support RAG system and then use that RAG to respond to it. If it is a feedback, it goes through a feedback queue in our feature request backlog. If it is a minor request, it goes through a different channel as well. And finally, if there is a production issue or a bug, it will automatically create a ServiceNow ticket. So this agent is developed using LangChain deep agents. And as you can see, it's got support for around 20 plus skills, which enables this automation. I'll be talking about Presentation Studio. So in Secure, there is an option for employees to export a conversation as a PowerPoint in Cisco's own PowerPoint template format. It can be light or dark, and they can create a PowerPoint with simple text in it, or they have an option to create a PowerPoint with Cisco approved brand approved images in it, where we use the text of the slide and the embeddings of the image to figure out which image is the closest match. And finally, there's an option for them to create a PowerPoint with AI-generated images. Now, we have created almost 250,000 PowerPoints in the last 6 months using this particular tool. So what we're trying to do is, how do we take it to the next level where employees can bring in their own content or their storyline and create a PowerPoint where they can do inline editing the slides as well. This is a pilot that we use internally within the team, where you can put in a prompt or import a content, and you can specify, how much of details you want in the PowerPoint slides, the amount of slides, the language in it you want it. And then finally, when you see the slides on the right-hand side, you see the actual content. You can switch from a table to a chart, etc. Next, I'll talk about RAG as a service. So the implementation that I've seen within my projects where users can sync their OneDrive folder, the same implementation is available as a service offering to our employees. So, and there is a lot of automation that goes into the system behind the scenes. We use, Pinecone for a semantic search. We use Elasticsearch as stateful sets in our Kubernetes cluster for the BM25 search. I'll talk about some of the infrastructure automation that happens. So when the employee goes to an API portal and requests for a RAG API key, behind the scenes, the request gets stored in Bigtable and kicks off a cron job, a Kubernetes cron job, which provisions a lot of things behind the scenes. For example, it provisions the IDP, client credentials, keys, etc. It provisions the Google service account, the cloud storage buckets, the PubSub topics corresponding to a particular client, the Elasticsearch indices, the Pinecone indices, the Firestore collection, and even deployment of a microservice on the fly, which would listen to that particular PubSub topic subscription, etc. And finally, once it's all done, a notification sent to the employee on WebEx on the details on how to call the API and the API credential details, etc. Next, I'll talk about the platform architecture aspects. So as you can see, on the right side, you see all the connectors. We have standardized all the connectors as Spark jobs, Apache Spark jobs. We also have real-time push implementation as well. And the data that is fetched, we have crawlers running as Spark jobs. The data that is fetched gets stored in Google Cloud Storage, and the Google Cloud Storage URLs is sent into PubSub along with the metadata of that particular document. And it goes through, for example, for enterprise search, it goes through Google Dataflow, which is Apache Beam for all the business logic processing. For the AI processing, it talks to a bunch of microservices running in Kubernetes. And the output of it goes through a bunch of ingestion services where we do things like document chunking, embedding generation, and indexing into the search engines, as you see, like Elasticsearch and both Pinecone. And then we have retrieval services, which takes care of querying these indices, whether it's Pinecone or Elasticsearch, as well as all the re-ranker services comes in the same ecosystem, where we are doing a neural re-ranker for the search results. We also do user behavior-based re-ranker using our own custom re-ranker models. And all of these are hosted within our ecosystem in GCP. And this is a hybrid architecture where we have some components running on-prem, where you can fetch in the content that is in on-prem and send it to the cloud. The rest is running in GCP, as you can see over here. Now, there are AI agents running as microservices, and we have admin portals and platform services for as-a-service offerings. And there is built-in auditing for each of the services. Is built-in auditing where real-time events are sent to PubSub and finally they end up in BigQuery. And we have Circuit APIs for all the features that you've seen in Circuit UI. We have API services running as Kubernetes microservices. And on the top layer, we have the Circuit UI as a microservice. On the top layer, you see the API gateway, which we use APG as a gateway, and all the data stores that is used to support this. For example, the token vault, the LangGraph checkpoint stores. So we built our own Bigtable-based checkpoint store for LangGraph. And we have the MCP registry, the agent registry, the skills registry, the long-term memory. And the reason we use Bigtable is because we have this deployed in multiple regions, and we want to have real-time high availability across the different regions. Dashboards that we use to analyze the traffic, etc. And we use a memory store for Redis like lookup mechanisms. For the secret, we use the Google Secret Management ecosystem. And then there is aspects of LLM capacity management, the FinOps, the security layers, integration with AI defense, observability, and all the prompts within the Circuit ecosystem goes through AI Defense as well. So we use the AI Defense MCP scanner to scan all the tools within the ecosystem. All the prompts that get added into the prompt registry goes through AI Defense, and every prompt by the user gets also scanned by AI Defense as well. And finally, we have observability built in. We are doing the Splunk integration with this. We have LLM APIs to talk to the external LLMs, as well as APIs to talk to our LLMs that is running within our infrastructure, on-prem databases running on AI pods. And we got connectivity to agents and MCP servers that are running in on-premise as well. As you can see, this ecosystem is running in multiple Kubernetes clusters, running in 2 different GCP regions. And these microservices are connected to each other using Anthos Service Mesh. So we get real-time failover, and we have geo-based load balancing, where users that are closest to that particular Google endpoint gets routed to the load balancer that is hosted closer to that particular region. So to summarize, if you want to enable a true agentic enterprise, there are a couple of things to keep in mind. One, you need to have data that is AI ready. Whether it's unstructured data or structured data, you need to make it available for the AI agents to consume. 2, you need to bring forth all of your APIs and expose them as MCP servers, remote MCP servers, with the right identity propagation, so that agents can consume all of these APIs in a standard and a secure manner. 3, if you have agents that is running as silos, you need to bring them all together, talking the same language like an A2A protocol, and bring them together into an agent registry with the identity propagation, with enterprise-grade security. And finally, you need to have a skills registry within your enterprise, where all the skills that is used across the enterprise can be brought together in one place, and you can have a find skill as well. And finally, you need to bring them all together in an ecosystem like our Circuit AI platform, where agent harnesses can leverage these agents as sub-agents. The agent harness like OpenClaw or Hermes, for example, can, or even Cortex, for example, can talk to this MCP tools within the MCP server, within the MCP registry, while honoring the right entitlement. For example, within our ecosystem, when the agent studio is requesting for all the MCP tools, they only see what they're entitled to see based on the permissions associated with it. I'll be talking more about Circuit in a breakout session on Wednesday afternoon. You can search for Circuit in the Cisco AI Assistant within the Cisco Events mobile app, or you can search for my name, Sujit Joseph. We have a ops booth right over the Digital Resiliency Center, where we are talking about Defense Cloud and AI Defense and how we are bringing forth that into Circuit. And if you want to learn more about the AI infrastructure, there is Cisco DevNet Zone over here. And please do complete your session evaluations. There are points. I believe there are prizes to be given. And with that, thank you for your time.
Welcome back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio. We are so glad to have all of you with us here on the live stream. I'm Steve Moulter, and we have just come out of another great center stage session. Sujit Joseph, principal engineer, talked about Cisco is helping you to automate your AI journey. So what we just heard is real-world operations teams like yours can use automation frameworks that deploy the full AI stack. Really everything from cloud-native AI agents to MCP services, RAG pipelines, plus you can stack it all on the Cisco infrastructure that is supporting all of these fantastic services. Our enterprises are moving so quickly right now from pilot AI experiments to production scale AI operations. So good to get that insight and directive from Sujit. Right now, Rob Boyd is out at DevNet, one of our favorite areas at Cisco Live, with one of our favorite guests, Matt DiNapoli.
Yeah.
Hey there, Rob.
Hey, thank you so much, Steve. Yes, that is Matt DiNapoli, the man of many talents, if you will.
Oh,
it's funny, I came over here and I was going without jacket. I was going to be super cash, and then I saw you presenting over here and you had the jacket. I'm like, oh, shoot, he looks really nice. So thank you to Amy, our producer, for running over and getting my jacket.
All right.
So update me on your title now before we get going quick.
Yes.
It's changed, has it not?
Yes, it has changed recently. In the last few weeks, I became the director of DevNet. So I actually run the DevNet program now, yes.
Well, that's incredible. Congratulations on that. I know you've been super busy this week. You guys have had a ton of traffic in here. We're standing in front of your, I always love the shared experience, it's the humanity that y'all bring out of this process.
Yeah.
And I really like that. But what's important to understand about DevNet, where have you been getting the most traffic this week?
Just like every time, our workshops are always full.
Yeah.
And we introduced recently our lab studio. Those are our self-paced labs. Going through mainly AI security lately.
Has that been a thing, yeah? I've heard something
that's
about
been
that.
a thing, for sure.
Yeah.
And then our classic network automation labs have been out there. We also have our Red Hat labs in the back. I think this is the third year we've done them in a row.
That's a nice partner.
A great partner to be with. But every session has been pretty much full, and we've been really enjoying the traffic and the conversations. I did want to call out specifically Share Your Experience this year, though.
Okay, please.
For one marquee reason. For those of you that have Share Your Experience previously, you might have remembered that there's a lot of sticky notes and handwriting and docs.
Yeah.
We turned it into a digital experience this year.
As we always have.
Yes, yes. And so my design team actually spent a lot of time over the last few months trying to figure out how to convert that tactile experience into this digital experience. It's helping us collect conversations and data.
I was gonna say, for anyone not familiar with what that function has been, how would you describe it?
So we go out and we are trying to identify how our customers and partners are using APIs, if they're even using them at all, what platforms they're using them with, and then over the last few years we've been talking about AI agents and usage in their operations in their space. We also do a little homework for ourselves to figure out what kind of content we should be providing from the DevNet side.
A sanity check.
Yeah, exactly, and it validates some of our assumptions, but it also gives us some insight into things that maybe we didn't think about. So it's an awesome experience for our attendees.
Well, you guys have brought MCP servers into your purview here.
Yeah.
Obviously, MCP is different than API. Do you want to tell us why or what the difference is? It's important to understand.
Yeah,
I'll probably
sure.
mess it up.
So MCP is a kind of an extension of the API. It's our API into our agents or our AI LLM interactions.
Yeah.
And so where we're seeing really good adoption of MCP servers is when we think about the MCP implementation from a use case perspective. So, you get your list of APIs and you try and figure out how to use them in a way that solves a problem for you. What our product teams are looking at and where we're kind of guiding them is to say, hey, instead of just an implementation for these MCP servers of every API call, why don't we look at intent? Going back to that concept that we talked about a few years ago, right? Where the intent of the actual function of using the API calls is built into the MCP service, and now we're exposing them to the LLMs and our agents in play so we can take advantage of things like security cloud control, Thousand Eyes, Meraki in those environments.
Because one thing that's blown my mind just in my own personal use of using AI, common frontier models, is MCP is very easy to take advantage of for bringing in additional resources. Because I've always kind of thought about DevNet, and just what I really like, and you kind of said this about being outcome focused, but I think of you guys as being very workflow focused, because we talk about the technologies, and obviously integration and the platform advantage is a huge focus here, and there's execution happening on that.
Yeah.
You guys have had to work through the integration of multiple tools, including non-Cisco, for quite some time. That's always been your bread and butter. MCP feels like the next step in being able to do that effectively, and you guys are, of course, on top of that.
Yeah, but we're not trying to abstract away those layers that feed into the MCP services, because we feel that, especially with the technological aspects that come with the engineers that are in our audience, they like to understand, they like to crack open the box and say, hey, how's this working? And we want to give that to them. We don't want to say, don't worry about it. it's already, it already is working fine. Because we want to give them that opportunity, if something breaks, to be able to troubleshoot that.
Well, we need people to still do that, which is the element that's missing in all the hype
I
quite
agree,
often.
1000%.
Is even we talked about tier 1 engineers maybe not being as important, everything's going straight to tier 2. I'm like, but your tier 2, no matter who it is, they're looking at the output, even if it's human readable language, it could still be full nothingness.
Exactly.
A full-on hallucination that's very confidently delivered. Even if you've restricted the data set, you've got your guardrails. I still want the comfort of knowing that someone's there making that autonomy decision before we ever hand it off completely.
Yeah, and that's
you guys are taking that into
and that's the concern that happens in operations organizations, again, where a lot of the engineers that come to the DevNet zone are sitting in their orgs. And what we're going to be starting to lean into as part of DevNet going forward is helping to build that trust in AI adoption. One of the things that we're talking about this week really hardcore is the AI defense, AI security defense claw, and helping people understand that, yes, this is a very scary environment from a attack vector scenario, but we also have the opportunity to protect it.
Yeah.
And actually, I genuinely believe Cisco's doing a really good job with that.
I've got that feeling too, because what's funny is to a certain extent, a very cynical person can look at everything happening here this week and say, I've heard all these terms before.
Yeah.
We ran out of acronyms long ago. There's only so many letters in the alphabet anyway. But in general, unified, how many times have we said that? But I actually think there's more, not only are there more things we can point to now, but there's a market reality that says, well, we're either going to get this or we're not going to be around.
Right, exactly.
Because it's all moving so fast. But I do like what's been executed on and what it looks like we're building forward foundationally, and it sounds like you guys are there as well. Final points, what's to remember about DevNet?
DevNet's your home for automation, programmability, and now AI adoption. That's what we're going to be pushing forward the next year. Yeah.
Nice update.
Appreciate it, Rob.
Matt, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And with that, we'll head back to the studio, Steve.
Rob, thank you so much, and to Matt as well. Always love hearing from Matt, and so much love for DevNet and for the community that DevNet has been able to create across Cisco. This is what allows software developers and engineers to get into that network and build more secure, better performing software, IT infrastructure. Love hearing from DevNet. All week long, here in Vegas, we've been talking about IoT, how we are helping enterprises to connect, to secure, to automate OT operations for a simplified industrial network, and we're going to go to a great conversation on that right now. I'm always delighted to bring Samuel Pasquier into our TV studio. He is our VP of Product Management for Industrial IoT, and Samuel has got Frank Elizondo with us, Senior Manager Data Network Engineering at Southern California Edison. So Samuel, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to you.
Thank you, Steve, and thank you all for joining. So Frank, thank you for being here today.
Quite welcome, Samuel.
So obviously you work for South Cal Edison. We have a very global audience. Tell us a little bit, who is South Cal Edison? What is your business?
Oh, well, we're a utility company, as you know, right? And we keep the power on, right? That's our main business, over 55,000 square footage for Southern California Edison, right? But what many people don't realize is we're not just a power company, but we're also an internal, all-inclusive IT company as well, supporting the grid operations.
Okay, that's really good. So we were talking before the show, and obviously AI is having an impact on all kind of industry.
Yes.
For you as a utility company, right, what is the biggest impact you see into your operation in what you do every day?
Oh, well, the biggest impact, what I've seen so far with AI is converging that IT and that OT together, right? Allowing that IT environment being more away from the data centers, moving more into the operation side, into the substations and the OT environment, and that AI being the bridge for both IT and OT.
Okay, no, that's very good. So will you say that AI is changing the boundaries with your OT colleague?
It is definitely changing the boundaries, yes.
Okay,
it is, Samuel, yes.
Very good. So when you think about modernization of your infrastructure, how is AI helping you to modernize what you do?
Oh, well, we're definitely looking at ways to break down those barriers, especially in a data center, right, where we can build networks now moving from the data centers and building like little mini networks at these substations. And the legacy side was having the traffic of the OT grid and the grid networks going to the data center, but now having that substations talk to each other versus going directly to the data center.
Will you say that AI, the use of AI and what you're trying to do with AI into your infrastructure, that has an impact on to your industrial network architecture? Or?
major impact, right? Moving that needle from a predictive analysis to more of a proactive analysis, right? We got to start getting more proactive. We have all this data everywhere, but they're all in little silos, little sections, right? So with AI, we're looking to converge all of that information from different areas and converge it into one pot, right, as to say, for AI, and then using that information to go from a predictive to a proactive to reduce outages, to help predict with storms, weather, and PSPS type of scenarios.
Okay, no, that's very good. So, all what you said about this data, aggregating all this data, I guess you have also a question around the data integrity, and what does it mean for you from data integrity, maybe security of your infrastructure? What implication does it have for you?
Oh, well, as you know, AI still uses a lot of cloud services and everything else, right? So with that data integrity, one of our models for Southern California is keeping our data safe, right? And still leveraging our cybersecurity tools, but also thinking that Cisco is a security vendor as well.
We know a few things about security.
Yeah. Where we can start leveraging some Cisco devices to help with that data integrity, but still keeping it secure and safe within our environment.
So when you hear, you've been at the keynote today, when you hear Cisco talking about fusing security and networking together, I guess that resonates with you, and that's aligned in the direction you want to go.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, okay, really good. So obviously, you've been working with Cisco, you've been partnering together. How can Cisco help you further, and how is Cisco helping you, maybe on the IT, OT, security? What does it mean? Give us more.
Well, having more than one conference a year would help. But being a partner, right, we have to stop thinking that Cisco was just a router networking company. It's no longer just a routing and networking company. It's now an AI company. It's now a security company, right? And having me personally working in the IT industry, right, for Southern California, ensuring that the equipment that we're installing or upgrading or refreshing in our network environment is the latest equipment, working with Cisco vendors to ensure we're maturing our tools, right, to get into that AI environment in the coming years.
Okay, no, that's very good. So your stack will continue to evolve. You have more and more AI-driven workflow, right?
Yes.
So what would you like to see from Cisco? Where should we go next? What should we do to help you further?
I would definitely say, keep sending that information, keep developing the OT environment, working with utility companies, understand our needs, understanding our security and safety compliances, especially with regulations. Again, right, being a utility company, we've got many regulations, and having Cisco really get a grasp on those regulations and those security demands to help with better that equiment in our OT environment.
No, thank you. So I want to thank you, Frank. Obviously,
it's a pleasure, Samuel.
Cisco has been in IT industry for 40 plus years.
Yes.
Industrial for 20 years. We love the trust that you have in us, and we'll continue to invest for utilities and keep bringing a new solution for you.
Thank you for the time, Samuel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Samuel, thank you. I appreciate it. Frank, thanks to you as well. We so appreciate having you here in the studio. We just hit on an important point there. Samuel asked a great question there at the end, and the question was, what do you need from us here at Cisco? What do you need us to do? How do you want to partner with us next? What are your ideas? What are the projects that you want to be working on that we can be right there in the room with you side by side across that project? And what I love about that question that Samuel asked is we ask it of all of our partners, we ask it of all of our customers, and we ask that question of everybody who visits us here at a Cisco Live. It is part of the reason you want to be at a Cisco Live in person, whatever your next regional event happens to be, because that's where you get to walk in the door and ask that question, or better yet, find that engineer, find that director, find that SME and say, here's where I want to go next. Here's the project that I need to be working on. Here's the capability. Here's where my network stagnation point is. Here's where I'm having trouble with scalability or with expansion. And as long as we know that, we can have those deep dive conversations like Samuel just had with Frank. All week long, here at the conference, we have been talking about the potentials of AI, but it raises such an important point. How do we turn that potential, that experimentation, that we have been in, the planning, the strategies, the capabilities, and how do we take those and make them into reality for our teams and our organizations? We're about to dive into the infrastructure that is actually making it possible. We have got a powerhouse session on the way for you 1 minute from now that is going to look into operationalize your agent workloads and how we can help you to accelerate your AI adoption, how Cisco lets you do all of it while avoiding any traps around slowing down or vendor lock-in and so on. Expert panel coming up. I'm going to read this off to you, right? Tom Gillis, Guru Shenoy, Kevin Vollenweber, we've got Dan Wentland, Murali Ganduru, and then they've got a special guest coming in, David Kamara from ServiceNow. Together, this phenomenal group is going to break down Cisco's unified full stack solution, and we're going to show you exactly how you can combine high performance AI networking with security at every layer and agentic observability across your entire distributed network. We know what you're coming for, we know what you need to hear, and we're going to hear it right now out at center stage. We're going to head out to Tom Gillis and the team right now.
All right. Hey everyone, I'm Tom Gillis. I'm the General Manager for Infrastructure and Security here at Cisco. And we're going to have a conversation. We're going to talk about some of the significant changes that AI is driving, both in terms of how we build products and then also how you use those products. And those changes are significant. But I do want to make sure that it's a conversation, a two-way street. So I'm going to start by asking you a question. I want you to be honest, okay? If you're here for the ice cream, just wave your stick. Show the stick. There we go. That's truth. There it is. I knew it. Well, the ice cream is free. The talk, of course, is also free. So, yeah, it's a period of change unlike anything I've ever seen. And I'm going to preface it by saying this. Not all the changes are good, right? And I'm going to get into what that means. But AI is causing a whole bunch of headaches. And it's going to create what I call the summer of turbulence, which is a nice way of saying, I have another term, the summer of something. But we're going to be busy patching and reacting and cleaning up the mess that AI is causing. When we get through the summer of turbulence, I think we're going to emerge to a better place. And we can make fundamental changes in how we build products, but more importantly, how you use those products. They're going to make infrastructure way, way easier to use, okay? So the root of a lot of this is tied up in Project Glasswing. I think everybody knows what that is, but in case you don't, Anthropic, in my opinion, has been very responsible in how they've introduced their new model. The model is called Mythos, and they built this program called Glasswing, where they gave early access to the Mythos models to a handful of critical infrastructure providers. We're one of them. So we've had the Mythos models for a couple months, and the model we got was unchained. It didn't have any guardrails. And so we would run these models against our code base, and we had some pretty startling results. Now here's the difference that I described. This is maybe not technically precisely accurate, but anyone who's doing software development, anyone doing software development would have had experience with AI coding tools for a couple of years now, right? So that's not really new. But what I was observing is, for new projects, we would see a 20x increase in productivity, like a surge in output, because the models could understand a small code base, 300,000 lines of code, for example. But when you apply those previous generation models to a complex product like a Cisco Catalyst switch or a firewall, you're talking about 30, 50 million lines of code that have been developed over a decade. And the previous models couldn't comprehend the whole thing. And that's what's changed. So these new models, and it's not just the Mythos models, we have the latest OpenAI models, and I think there will be others that have the ability to understand the entirety of that code base. And what's interesting for me as an observer, this is the first time that AI has been able to discover insights that a human hasn't. Our best engineers have been looking at these code bases and looking for these vulnerabilities. Because AI can understand all of the intricacies of these interdependencies, it can see these patterns of, oh, if I twiddle this and change that and move this and tweak that and do that, I create a buffer overflow. And so it's finding these vulnerabilities that are a step function over anything we've experienced before. So this is a good news, bad news situation. I'm going to start with all the bad news, then we'll get to the good news, okay? So the bad news is this is coming at us, and it's coming at us fast. And the typical playbook, the operating model that we've all been working on together for decades about how we build infrastructure, deliver infrastructure, how you test, qualify, and deploy that infrastructure, that's about to change. So the old model, we find a vulnerability, we go create a patch, we give the patch to you, you test the patch. A couple months later, we deploy it, right? Think about Log4j. How long did that take to do all those upgrades? That was one vulnerability. But now, one of the other interesting observations from the Mythos and Glasswing experience is that these models not only discover the vulnerabilities, but they automate the exploitation of the vulnerabilities. Now, the model providers are trying to put guardrails in there to limit the ability of a bad guy to get their hands on these things and automate the exploitation, but we have to make the assumption that the adversaries have this capability, and unfortunately, I think that's a good assumption. So attackers are going to have the ability to find these vulnerabilities. The other little nuance I want to point out here is that the model does not need access to source code. They can achieve these results on black box testing, which is pretty amazing. Like they can just poke at a running switch or a router, and they're going to do that tweaking and twiddling and fiddling and biddling and find their way in an automated fashion. And so we're not talking about one vulnerability, right? And this is the other thing I want to point out. This is not a Cisco problem. This is a software problem. Every product in your infrastructure, I don't mean to get everyone worked up here, but these are just facts. Every product in your infrastructure that has software is going to have these amount of vulnerabilities. And every vendor that makes that is going to come to you in the next 90 days and say, here's an emergency security update, you must upgrade immediately. So we've never experienced anything like this before. It's like Log4j times 1,000, right? So the old operating model of patch, qualify, test, and then roll out, that model has to change. Unfortunately, at Cisco, we're on our toes here, not on our heels. So we've been thinking about this going back to the days of Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon. You know what that is, right? Those were attacks on our infrastructure, and that was some serious business. And so that started some thinking where we said, you know what, the problem here, the reason why they're attacking the infrastructure itself is because people don't upgrade that often. Right? I have this sort of running tally where I talk to customers like, what's the longest running piece of Cisco equipment you have in production in your environment? What do you think the answer is? If that switch was a kid, the kid would have its driver's license, right? It'd be drinking beer for sure. Whether it's legal or not is unclear, right? It'd be going to college. It'd be thinking about grad school, right? It'd be voting. So that operating model has to change. I mean, that's one of the things you love about Cisco is it's amazing that we could build a product that could run for 15 years without a reboot reliably. It's longer than my dog has been alive, these switches can run. And we're going to continue to build products with that quality, but we got to think about managing them differently. And a compensating control is a critical tool here because it allows us to apply small little changes to a system that's in production without stopping, modifying, or rebooting the system. And so the way we implement these compensating controls is called Live Protect. This is a software feature that is built into Cisco equipment. It's done in software. We already released this in the Nexus operating system last December. So it's been in the market for a while. We have more than 1,000 customers that have downloaded Live Protect software. And then the shields, which are the compensating controls that we can place on these systems, we only produce those when we have a vulnerability that we know we need to release. So expect to see from us a PCERT announcement, hey, here's a vulnerability, a patch to fix the vulnerability, and then a shield that is intended to be applied very, very rapidly, or possibly even in an automated fashion, onto the running switch. Now, this is so important. If you remember one thing from this session, here's what I want you to remember. The ice cream was free. If you remember two things from this session, Live Protect is not a patch. It does not obviate the need to patch. Live Protect is meant to be a finger in the dike. It's an emergency protection that we put in place to bridge you between upgrades, okay? And so this is a huge step forward, though, because it's going to allow us to start to bring the cloud operating principles into infrastructure. When you go to the cloud, you're running a Kubernetes workload, you make lots of little changes, and so the upgrades aren't as gut-wrenching. Remember the days when upgrading an iPhone was scary and hard? Remember you had that stupid connector you had to plug in and you connect it to iTunes? Like, why iTunes? You know, you plug it in iTunes, my photo, talking on the iTunes, and I just sit and watch, and I'm like, is it done? Is it not done? Is it my phone's not responding? I think that was good, you know? So upgrades were hard. I didn't upgrade that often. When's the last time you upgraded your iPhone? What version are you running? I don't even know. I pick it up in the morning, it just works, because you trust the upgrade, okay? So it's our job as your vendor. We're going to continue to innovate, and we're going to bring you tools that are going to allow it to be easier and easier to do these upgrades. Tools like Live Protect are a bridge between upgrades, but expect the upgrades are not going to, from once a year, we're going to start to move to closer to quarterly updates, right? Much more frequent updates to the infrastructure, because we have to. This Mythos Glasswing thing, all these frontier models, this is not one and done. That's the other observation. They keep finding new stuff, an order of magnitude more than we've seen before. So this new operating model is the silver lining in all this. Because when we get through this summer of turbulence and we've adopted these cloud operating principles, the upgrades are going to be smooth and easy. I would love it if we get together in Vegas, let's say 2 years from now, and we go out for beers and be like, oh my God, remember when upgrading the switch was a nightmare? Remember we had to do it over Christmas Eve, you know, when everyone else is you know, home with their kids and we're managing the upgrades, and it's all just kind of happening automagically. That is within the realm of possibilities. It's non-trivial. We'll build the tech to make it happen. We need you all to work with us to make this a reality. All right, so we're on that journey. Let's actually show you a demonstration of Live Protect on a live system. So Murley, please come on up and join. For those that, I know, the crowd goes crazy. Murley.
Thank you.
Murley runs the Nexus product line and is a networking consummate professional.
Thank you,
And
Tom.
he's going to show us how this stuff really works.
Yeah, so let's see how Live Protect works in reality. As you would imagine and expect, everything starts from cloud control. And you can see the various consoles there, particularly that we'll be focusing on is the Nexus dashboard one.
I want to pick on one thing from this cloud control. What's the value in cloud control, in my opinion, in this post-Mythos reaction world? You got to start by answering the question, what do I got? Where are these systems? Where are they running? Cloud control is going to give you that answer. It's going to give you an inventory of all your Cisco kit. What is the status in the various systems? Then we can drill down on a particular system and start to think about where the hotspots are.
That's right. And if you see in this particular picture landscape that you see here, you've got the Miami campus and the New York campus. And what we're going to show here right now is zoom into that Miami campus. And if you see the Miami data center fabric, essentially you have a spine leaf design and you've got a whole bunch of red there. What that basically is saying is they've got a bunch of vulnerabilities identified. And with these vulnerabilities, essentially now, you have the ability that these advisories need to be patched. And that's what you've been talking about with Live Protect. And now we actually have an infrastructure that allows us to solve for this.
Yeah.
And if you look at this, in this particular case, you've got 3 vulnerabilities right there. And I just want to point out one more thing about the Live Protect. We have 2 modes of operation.
Yes, this is important.
Monitor mode.
Yes.
And then the enforce protect mode.
Right.
And essentially, both of those modes are supported on the Nexus portfolio today, and it's going to be supported across the entire Cisco portfolio.
Yes, I want to say what he just said. Live Protect is being rolled out throughout the portfolio. It's available in Nexus today. And Live Protect has the ability to test it in monitor mode and then flip it into enforcement mode, okay? The reason we put that in is we want to earn your trust.
Exactly.
We're not just going to bribe and get your trust with free ice cream. We're going to earn your trust, right? And that's what this is intended to do. Once we've gained that trust, the design intention is you just let these things go. You just let them go onto the switches, production switches, but you'll have the confidence to know this thing's not going to break anything.
And then the key thing here is now when you actually implement this, and you've made all those greens out there that you see, you've implemented the Live Protect with the vulnerability on the infrastructure, what you also get is a key point here. You've done the compensatory controls and the mitigation without actually upgrading your network.
Without rebooting the system.
Without rebooting the system at all.
And we have live customers, production customers that are putting this in, and the design intent here is that you can't see the difference.
Absolutely.
Imperceptible performance impact. Obviously there's some, right? But like it should be so negligible that you don't even really notice.
And basically customers are telling us, and we have a live example today, that they're looking for proactive, continuous engagement on this particular paradigm and journey that you're talking about.
Yes. Yeah.
With that, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, really, thanks so much, my friend.
All right.
Okay. Where are my friends from Gartner? They're hiding in the back somewhere. So we were talking about this earlier. Here's an outcome I don't want. What I don't want is you say, oh, cool, Live Protect, throw a bunch of shields on there, we're good, we'll update next year, right? That's not the design intent here. We need to, Live Protect is not a patch, okay? A smart attacker can find ways around, and we're only gonna give you shields for the really scary, critical vulnerabilities. There's a long list of other vulnerabilities that a smart attacker can string together and create a lot of havoc for you, okay? So Live Protect is the bridge that's gonna get us from one patch to another, one upgrade to another, okay? So let's talk more about what we can do with these AI tools. Again, this is the silver lining, what we can do with these AI tools to fundamentally change the networking products in the infrastructure that's powering all this AI stuff to really be ready for this next wave. And so for that, I'd like to invite Kevin Wollenweber up to the stage. Kevin?
How you doing?
I'll give you the pointer.
Thank you.
All right, Kevin, you spend a lot of time working with the top of market customers. The largest AI deployments like in the world, and they're staggering scale. Share with us some insights on deploying network infrastructure for AI, at training scale.
Well, I think the first thing is AI is it's a networking geek's dream.
Yes.
Right. If you think about it, we're able to connect the biggest and fastest computers in the world.
Yes.
So this is your network. I know all of you are deploying networks that look just like this. The beauty of AI is when you start to add AI applications, you build a bunch more networks.
Yeah.
Right. You have to connect the
and
GPUs.
Let's delineate. The language we use is we talk about a front-end network, which is like a data center network that you know today. But when a GPU is talking to another GPU, we call that a back-end network. And they're totally different, right?
They work different, they're different characteristics. You need, in some cases, different switches or different characteristics of switches to provide the right performance. And the beauty is we have them all.
Yeah, and Kevin, one of the things, we're getting to this with the slides, the switches that we build for these back-end networks are insanely fast. Who's running 800 gigabits per second per port in their fabrics in their data center today? Nope, okay, yeah. He's a sales guy, like that doesn't count. But you will, right?
Yeah, and you look at the size of these switches. I mean, a single switch is as big as the largest core backbone router we ever built a decade ago, and now customers are deploying hundreds or thousands in one RU. Yeah. And it's because these GPUs, they're driving 800 gigs of capacity into the network today, and that's going to go to 1.6 and go to 3.2 and who knows what after that.
So if you learn three things, one, ice cream is free, two, Live Protect's not a patch, the third is AI apps are network bound.
Yep.
Right?
And how many times do you deploy one GPU?
Right, exactly.
So, so as we see more and more of these GPUs being deployed, the increase in bandwidth and the increase in bandwidth need of the GPUs is driving an insane amount of potential for upgrades in the networking space. And for that, we love it.
So 1.6 terabits, 3.2 terabits, we're taping out these chips, we're working on them now, they're going to be coming to you. This sounds insane, it's so fast, it's so powerful, but the focus of our partnership with NVIDIA is to make this stuff digestible so you can deploy AI workloads in your data center without buying your own nuclear power plant, right?
Well, the networks you were talking about that we've been deploying in today, when we talk about the $9 billion of AI infrastructure, that's really with hyperscalers and model builders, but AI is coming to a data center near you. You're going to start deploying infrastructure for AI workloads, and that's what we're here to try to make simple.
So one of the things you heard G2 talking and Chuck talking about this morning on the keynote is that one of the things that makes Cisco special is that we build our own silicon, our own optics, our own systems, our own OS, the whole package. And I think one of the best examples of what you can do when you control the whole stack is dealing with both an AI network and a traditional network with the same set of equipment.
Same OS, same controller, same operations and management, and we're trying to make it simple for you to bring these AI workloads into the data centers you've been deploying for decades.
So a Nexus switch can run either in front-end mode, where it's doing the networking that you know today, or if it's doing GPU to GPU communication, it's back-end mode, and that's programmability that we use in Silicon One, but it's the same Nexus OS, the same management, the same hardware.
We can do different things with load balancing to handle elephant flows and stuff that may make more sense in a training network. We might want a different set of characteristics when we build out an inference network or something else, and we could do that with that same programmable piece of hardware.
So let's think about the back-end networking dynamics. Describe the scale up, scale out.
Yeah, so we talked about back-end. You have to connect a ton of GPUs together. We call that the scale-up network. That's usually done within a rack. But you're going to start connecting multiple racks together, and you're going to need to connect racks to storage, and that's what we call scale out. So that G300 chip, I don't cherry. Everybody has chips but me, by the way, and I'm the one that builds them and sells them. But
that chip's so big, you're not just sticking it in your pocket.
So the thing G2 had, I mean, that's a 100 terabit ASIC.
Yeah.
You can build a couple RU, depending on liquid cooling, air cooling, 100 terabit device, and you'll put tons of those in a rack, and you'll use those then to scale out across racks as well.
And we can still air cool that thing.
Yeah, we can still air cool for at least a little bit longer. But
a little bit longer.
You'll see a lot more liquid cooling in that space soon.
Yep.
But then as we start to build out these massive data centers, you can have tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 GPUs in a data center, and then you have to start thinking about how these are going to connect across data centers. And so we built a completely different set of silicon that we call P200, allows us to do scale across.
Yeah.
But when you're going across fiber, you now have to connect this with optical and optics technologies, and we have that too.
Yeah. I've been a computer science person since like way back in the 80s, and I went to school in Boston, and there was a company called Thinking Machines, and I remember Danny Hillis, and they were building these kind of symmetric multiprocessors, and I thought, that's so badass, it's so cool. 40 years later, it's happening. It's AI applications, but we have customers that are actually building one application that's so big it spans multiple data centers.
Yeah, think about it. Like every computer problem you've ever solved, these things are going to start to scale up to the point where we get outside the bounds of the sheet metal that we can build, and so we have to start thinking about compute and storage and networking and optics as a large system. And that's the beauty of having all these components, is we can put them together in ways that we couldn't put them together 3 or 4 years ago and enable some of these things to happen.
And if you're watching Cisco stock, you'll notice it's been surging, and a large part of it is because these large-scale infrastructure providers are looking for that integration that we're able to deliver with routed optical networks, and it creates an enormous amount of efficiency.
Exactly. So you think about the number of players that can bring silicon and optics and build systems, a layer software, bring in security. It's a small number, and that's really what we're here to do.
Yeah, I know I'm dating myself, but back when I was a hardware engineer, I had a Mac SE30. Remember the SE30? It was this kind of cool little box, and everything about that box was good. The silicon, the operating system, the little display, even the cables that you plugged in and out. It was just really thoughtfully put together. It's kind of the perfect analogy for what we're talking about here.
Exactly, and that's that full stack offer that we're trying to build.
Yeah. So it's exciting time. Kevin, thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Tom.
Okay, I want to show you some other examples of the power of the platform, like the magical things, the problems that we can solve by integrating these pieces together. One of the problems that we can solve is if you think about Kubernetes networking, it's all built into the platform layer. Okay, so a Kubernetes pod can have lots of little containers that are talking to each other. Then you have the network fabric, and it also has insight, but the two are almost completely separate. So if you're a network administrator and you're looking at a Kubernetes cluster, you know what you see? A blob, an IP address, right? Just one thing. And by integrating the isovalent Cilium container network interface into this Nexus fabric, all of a sudden the blob comes to life. It's like going from black and white to Technicolor. And so we can see, this Kubernetes cluster is actually lots of little services. And let's say you want to deploy a policy like PCI. If that application spans both containers and VMs, you now have a single place to implement policy that can run across VMs, containers. That policy can extend across a private cloud, across a public cloud. That's the level of insight and integration that we can create with this platform effect. Let me give you another example of this. So as you start to think about VMware and VMs, I spent 5 years working at VMware. I think everyone knows what's going on at VMware, right? So many customers are saying, what's life like after VMware? Well, as you think about your migration, many customers are saying Kubernetes is the orchestrator that is going to define the data center of the future. But I've got 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 VMs, and those aren't going anywhere, right? And so the process of migrating those VMs into Kubernetes is very capable of running a VM. But the hard part there is the networking. Okay, so what VMware did really, really well, and my team worked on for years, was making it so that a VM could come up in vSphere and it could talk to all of its buddies, all of its peers, without any knowledge of the physical infrastructure underneath. So now I want to move that VM out of vSphere one at a time. I want to take one VM and I want to move it into Kubernetes. It needs the ability to reach back and talk to its peers. And this is capability that we unlock with that isovalent networking stack. And so we have the ability to allow a VM to come up in KubeVirt in a Kubernetes environment without changing the IP address on the VM and allow it to smoothly talk back to all of its peers back in the vSphere environment. So this is another example of the platform effect that allows your Nexus infrastructure to be the backplane that can manage tomorrow's workloads, like GPUs and AI infrastructure, today's workloads, which I'll argue are all container-based, and also yesterday's workloads, which are all VMs. One set of infrastructure across all of that, one set of tools to manage it. Now, more and more customers are looking for a full stack solution in the data center. And again, this is something that sets Cisco apart. We also have compute. And we've recently refreshed the product line. We've done a ton of work with our partner NVIDIA to deliver GPU-enabled systems. We have smaller systems for inferencing. We have big, large systems for training. And one of the more exciting ones is we have a box that's specifically tuned for edge inferencing. So you can put this box out and you can populate the individual sleds as your needs change over time. And when we talk about this full stack, we realize that it's not just Cisco software, right? So we've got all the necessary partnerships to deliver a fully working solution, right, pulled together in what we call AI pods. So an AI pod is a combination of hardware and software where we take all of this complexity of AI networking and integrate the security and deliver that as a full solution that comes by the rack. And a great place to start here is to think about what application would you run with an AI pod. We have AI pods that are tuned for Splunk. So we've done all the sizing and the pre-calculation to make this easy to use, as well as for AI defense. The other piece of news we have at the show is we're bringing a higher level of automation. So we're bringing that cloud experience into the data center with Stack Automation powered by Quali. So Stack Automation gives you templates that allow you to say, I want to do an AI pod. I want to do an inferencing cluster. And you literally just click on the template and it'll do all the hard work of lining up the right drivers, provision the metal, bring the system up, create that cloud experience, a single click that allows you to deploy. Now, as we start thinking about this integrated solution and we start deploying more application services, the model is going to be a critical part of all of that. And so a capability that we have that has got a lot of attention is the ability to prove the security of the model itself. And that's what we call AI defense. AI defense will red team the models and make sure that if it's a new model that just came out, that there's no unwelcome surprises included in the model. It'll do all the supply chain and verify the integrity of the AI components in your software. And we just announced at the show here the ability to provide these same security controls for agents that are running. So a true integration of security into the network infrastructure. Now, as we think about the security in your data center, the foundation is really, really important. So we have physical trust anchors in the hardware, secure boot, signed images. We've had that for a long time. We've recently announced that all of our new products by the end of this calendar year will be post-quantum safe. So we've updated all the crypto algorithms, and of course we have integrated capabilities like DDoS. So all that is in our foundation. Building on top of that foundation, firewalls are so integrated into the network. In this post-Mythos world, segmentation is going to become really, really important. And here's why. When I talk about thousands of vulnerabilities, it is not reasonable to plug all these holes. We're going to give you the best possible tools to help you go around and chase them as rapidly as possible. But you have to assume attackers are going to get in. That's a zero trust principle, but it matters more than ever. And so assuming an attacker gets in, the imperative for us together is to limit the blast radius. And a great way we do that is with a distributed firewall. So having the ability to put firewalls everywhere. That's what the hybrid mesh firewall is. And one of the unique tools that we have that is now ready, and we're actually going to be showing it live on the system stage, on the main stage tomorrow, is a smart switch. So a smart switch is like a single device that has two personalities. It's got a networking personality where you want to carefully manage any changes to that network operating system we talked about. Security personality is almost the opposite. You want to change that thing all the time. And so a smart switch has security processing with a DPU and network processing, and they meet in the box. And so the net effect of this is it makes it super easy to put a stateful layer 4 firewall kind of everywhere. And this is going to be really, really important in that post-Mythos world where we need to put more and more boundaries in place to limit the blast radius for the inevitable problem that is going to arise. So to talk a little bit more about the experience of dealing with smart switches and Live Protect and Isovalent, I'm going to invite both Dan and Davin to come up on stage. Davin, good to see my friend. Dan?
Good to see you.
Dan, why don't you introduce yourself and then Davin?
Sure. First, hey folks, my name is Dan Welland. I was the CEO and co-founder of a company called Isovalent. So we were the company behind eBPF, Cilium, Tetragon, a lot of the technologies Tom's been talking about today. So Isovalent really started out and focused on networking and network security for Kubernetes environments. But now post-acquisition, we're really focused on bringing those same capabilities everywhere in the Cisco portfolio. So, Davin, I wanted you to first have a chance to quickly introduce yourself, talk a little bit about your background and your role at ServiceNow.
Yeah, so I'm Davin Kamara, so I'm the Group Vice President of Cloud Infrastructure Engineering, so I lead all the networking, data center, and physical hardware teams at ServiceNow. I'm a networking geek at my core. I've been going to Cisco, Cisco Live since it was networkers. I'm also the product of Cisco Networking Academy, so for anyone that's ever done it, I was CCNA at 16 in high school. So great opportunities, all around Cisco.
So you know how to break our stuff.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, my real first question was, have you ever gotten ice cream at a Cisco Live session before?
Oh yeah, I've been bribed numerous times to come to it.
Well, either way, I hope they saved one for you because you haven't gotten it yet. But more seriously, I want to I think there'll be a lot of things we can touch on today. I always love talking with Davin because there's so many ways in which their view of the world and our vision for the world, they're just super well aligned. I want to start out though talking about where we first kind of met, which was using Isovalent in your Kubernetes environment.
Yeah.
So can you talk a bit about Kubernetes and how it's critical to your infrastructure strategy at ServiceNow?
Yeah, for sure. So ServiceNow is a hybrid deployment. So we are deployed both in physical data centers and across 3 hyperscaler environments too. Almost all of our new workloads are Kubernetes based. And so we're using our CNI is Isovalent now that's switched over. But all of our new critical workloads, everything like that's running within those environments. Getting consistency in those environments is our big challenge though. It's again, we run across 4 different types of environments where we build out.
Yeah, and so that value proposition of kind of consistent networking and security, regardless of whether the workloads are running on-prem, cloud provider A, cloud provider B, that's really kind of the very core value proposition of Isovalent.
Yeah.
And it's got to be like everybody's problem, right? That's not unique to ServiceNow.
Yeah. And so again, one other way I know that we're touching on that same problem is consistent observability.
Right.
And Tom kind of already hinted at some of those superpowers for observability that come with eBPF. Can you talk about some of the ways you're looking at that in your environment?
Yeah, for sure. So, we're all used to network observability. We have packet captures, we have packet tapping, we have firewall logs and everything like that. What we're looking for is a lot more in-depth logging and notification. So specifically not just on the network side, but also on the application side, on the executable side, and actually gluing that all together. Workloads in Kubernetes more and more, the IP, the port, the where it's come from is becoming irrelevant to us from our logging and our data. So we're looking at how can we get more data around like what exact executable is being able to talk on the network or what exact pattern is happening for X customer or Y customer, and using that both in Isovalent within Kubernetes, but then also in other environments too, is what's critical for us.
Yeah, and so that ability for eBPF to see very deep into what's happening in the workload, runtime stuff like processes, what's happening on the network, stitch it all together with the identity of who's doing that, what application is it in your environment. That's really critical. And I think kind of one of the next areas where our minds really jive together was say, hey, those are problems in Kubernetes, but not all of your infrastructure is Kubernetes.
Yeah.
And kind of the power of eBPF is it runs in the Linux kernel. So it's not limited to Kubernetes. We can bring it to all types of workloads.
Yeah, that's exactly it. If we look at our Kubernetes workloads right now, we're maybe 10, 15% of our total workloads is in K8s today. A lot of the rest of our workloads either on physical iron or on VMs. Yep. So what we're looking for is to extend that border of Kubernetes and how we're using Isovalent onto that other equipment too. Because again, the days of IP and port-based security and controls is different. I want that Kubernetes goodness and Isovalent goodness, but I want it on physical hardware and VMs across our whole network.
One other way that we're taking Isovalent and eBPF and going beyond Kubernetes is Live Protect, which Tom talked about. And I think this is something that clicked with you very quickly when we talked about it. So can you talk about kind of why Live Protect is important?
So some of my members of my teams here, they can vent to the fact that we spend an inordinate amount of time patching hardware all year round. Again, we're over 30 data centers worldwide. We're a large infrastructure that we operate today. Patching takes a lot of time. Also, when we're looking at the vulnerabilities that are coming out today, some of the ones that just got released recently, it's not, hey, look, we have, like what we said before, you have 20 days, 30 days before people start, you're seeing activity on these vulnerabilities right away. So we're looking for ways of being able to mitigate this immediately. So we're live with Live Protect on one of our largest data centers here right now and running right now for exactly that, to be able to mitigate quickly, to be able to get that fire off that edge and be able to then patch. And again, we're an operation that has full automation for patching. It still takes us a long time to do code upgrades.
Yes. But I want to reiterate something you just said. So you're in production and we give you a shield and you deploy it. What happens?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Right? Get that? That's the whole point here, is we have the ability to put these pinpoint controls in place and it doesn't disrupt your system.
Yep, and I like nothing in the security. In the security world,
nothing is everything, I think is the take.
Exactly.
Yeah. So the last thing I wanted to touch on is the smart switch, which Tom, and I know you've been a great development partner in giving us feedback as we're building the smart switch and working through use cases. Can you talk a bit about kind of how you see, if we already can do network segmentation in the agent, what's the value of the smart switch in your environment?
For sure. So again, I've said it a couple times, IP and port-based security is dying. It is a dying approach. If we're looking at defense in depth, I love that I can have defense within the container, on the VMs, on the physical infrastructure. I want more layers of that. So my dream for the smart switch is I want to replace our perimeter firewalls with them. I want to replace defense in depth for something that can understand the tagging and the smarts that come off of the Isovalent stack, off the servers and off the containers also too. So it's in our lab right now. We're toying around with it and dreaming up how can we best build our infrastructure with those defense layers. But yeah, the smart switch is a great tool to be able to use for those enforcement points.
Yeah, and part of the value of the platform, right, is you've got Cisco Cloud Control, right, which give you a single policy layer, right, that spans the agent and spans the smart switch, brings that all together. So, whether we're talking about Kubernetes or traditional workloads, whether we're talking about network or agent, getting all of that telemetry into Splunk, that's really the power of the platform.
Yep. The Splunk glues it all together. All this being there, that's our analytics platform that we use for everything. So being able to bring it all into there, bring it into one view, and one view that's across physical infrastructure, the Kubernetes environment, the network stack itself is a great view. Yeah.
Awesome.
Davin, I'll say this to you and your team. We couldn't build this stuff without folks like you that are willing to take chances and help us make this stuff a reality. So thank you so much for doing that.
Appreciate the partnership.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
Good job.
So as we start to think about the positive implications of Mythos and the OpenAI models, right, the things that we can do to help make our products really transformative, I want to take a step and just think about, imagine a world if you could observe every little tiny detail of what's happening in your data center. Imagine you could look at every single transaction east-west and zoom down to that level. Look at every single process that is initiating a connection and every single process that's terminating the connection. We have that data. That data exists. We have the ability to see that stuff, but it's been 100, maybe 1,000 times larger than it was possible to ingest until just recently. And so now all of a sudden, with this AI tool sets, this level of detail becomes a reality. And the way that we think about this really comes at the intersection between Cisco and Splunk. And so in the old model, we would try to take log data, syslog, and throw it into one big giant data lake for analytics. And the problem with that is that's not free, right? So building this data lake, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and ingestion is expensive. And so rather than having one monolithic data lake, imagine if we could distribute this system and break it up into local data repositories, data ponds. And you might start with 2 and 4 and 8 and 10, so more and more of these local data repositories. And each one of these data repositories will index the data locally, and then we make that index available for Splunk globally. So it's going to give us that east-west visibility, allow us to see with that pinpoint accuracy, this process is talking to this process. We'll be able to see that without driving some gigantic ingestion that's just not scalable or economical. Now, 2 years ago at Cisco Live, we announced a program where we said, look, if you're using Cisco firewalls, we won't charge you for the ingestion. The ingestion is free. What's better than free ingestion? It's kind of like, what's better than free ice cream? What's better than, this analogy does not hold at all. What's better than free ingestion? No ingestion. What's better than free ice cream? No ice cream? Now, that analogy doesn't quite work, but you get the idea. By federating the Splunk capability into the Cisco Firewall Log Manager, we store those firewalls locally on just low-cost storage with S3 buckets or low-cost storage on-prem, and then Splunk can access it without having to ingest it. And so this is available for Cisco firewalls, but we're also putting it in other types of equipment. So we're putting it into the Nexus dashboard. We're putting it into Isovalent. So having the ability to look at these individual traffic patterns in that fine-grained detail, this is going to be a transformative capability in terms of security. Remember, post-Mythos world, assuming you've been breached, we're going to be able to identify the lateral movement of an attack, but also operations. The application is running slow. We're going to be able to see in incredible detail why. Where's the problem? And in fact, we're building AI tools to make even that investigation easier. So you saw this morning in the keynote, we showed a lot of demos of Cisco Cloud Control. Pulls all of our products together, security, networking, infrastructure, all into one consolidated view. We've got common policies. We've got one single unified login. This is truly, where's my Gartner friends? Seamless. He was telling me, don't say that so much. A truly integrated view. Now, let's imagine there's a problem. Let's imagine that somewhere in the applications team, they notice, hey, the application is slow. Now, if you're on the network team and the app team calls you and says, the application is slow, what do you think the answer is? Well, call the compute guys, right? And if you're the compute guys and you get the call that, hey, the application is slow, whose problem is it? The network guy. So we solved this problem with automation. So the app team can say, hey, there's a problem with my response time. Right? Response time has suddenly gone slow. The AI tools and the agents will go through, they'll analyze the problem, they'll understand telemetry, pull it together and say, I'm going to launch an investigation. Now, as part of this investigation, I think we need to bring in the network team and the compute team. And so AI Canvas is a multiplayer tool that allows all three parties, the app owner, the server team, the network team, to be looking at the same set of data. So we invite, and this is all working in the same interface, and it's what we call a generative UI. So we grab all this data from disparate different systems, pull it together, and present it in a comprehensive view to all parties. This is an example of how we can use AI tools to make your day-to-day life dramatically easier. So upgrading the infrastructure, troubleshooting the infrastructure, powering these crazy AI applications, all of this is possible with the products that we're talking about today. Not like someday over the rainbow, but like everything we've showed here is either shipping now or in beta and will be shipping by the end of this summer. So really exciting time. Now, last piece of the puzzle here is we need to think about the impact that this has for our service provider customers. And so I'm going to invite one more guest up here. Guru, come on up and let's talk about the impact of AI on service provider infrastructure.
Yeah.
I'll give you the clicker, my friend. Yep.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom, and hello, everyone. So at this point in time, inferencing has surpassed training when it comes to compute and network traffic capacity, right? All these agents we've been talking about, this whole agentic economy, those agents need to talk to inferencing clouds, and all of that happens over a distribution network. And service providers are the ones that provide the distribution network, right? In almost all cases, all of that traffic goes over a service provider's network if it's not staying on-prem. And so we believe that service providers have a massive opportunity in this whole ecosystem, and there are two main ways in which this opportunity manifests. One is connectivity, right? They have the ability and the opportunity to provide AI-ready connectivity to serve all of these agentic applications, whether they're consumer or enterprise.
We're seeing it now. Data center traffic, it's surging, right?
And Jeetu presented some interesting stats in the morning as well. We are seeing agents create 450% more traffic than humans. Inferencing is growing 10x year over year.
Yeah.
So this is happening now.
Yeah.
But that's not all, because there's another opportunity for service providers, which is to lean in and leverage the assets that they already have, which is power, space, fiber, to actually offer these inferencing services themselves.
Yeah.
And we're also seeing this happen. When we talk about neoclouds, there's an explosion of neoclouds. It's seemingly there's one every week. They are racing to fill this gap of providing inferencing cloud infrastructures. Service providers can absolutely compete in this market because they already have natural advantages with the assets that they already have. So those are the opportunities. What we are doing at Cisco to help them realize success from this opportunity is we've actually reimagined our entire portfolio. First, infrastructure, brand new infrastructure, Cisco 8000, built on Cisco Silicon One for our service provider customers. And then we have implemented a whole bunch of new technologies and enhanced technologies like segment routing.
You've refreshed almost the whole product line, right?
The entire product line is brand new for service providers in the last 2 years. And it's complete now. It's available, shipping. Technologies like segment routing, programmability, assurance, all of the capabilities you need to connect and provide an AI-ready infrastructure, that's in place now. And the third important piece, you cannot operate an AI scale network without AI-driven operations. So we have agentic operations also in our Crosswork suite, which manages our service provider networks. And that's not all. We're also embedding a lot of security capabilities like Live Protect.
So as I said at the beginning of this, the inspiration behind Live Protect really came from service provider experience, right? So we built this thing to meet carrier-grade use cases. And so we'll be embedding it into all Cisco products, including our routers.
All of our iOS XR, Cisco 8000, and existing products.
Yes, and an important detail, I'm not sure if I made this clear, it's a software feature. It doesn't require a DPU or special versions of hardware, so it should work on most supported hardware configurations. There may be some corner cases, but especially in your world, stuff's going to work. The hardware's beefy enough to run all that software.
It's a release upgrade.
Yep.
And then we leverage not just our infrastructure, but also everything we talked about earlier, the data center equipment that Kevin and Murli talked about, you alluded to it, all of the security. And we are able to bring these together in an architecture that our service provider customers can use to actually start offering things like sovereign cloud, sovereign AI factories, and so forth. So we've thought of not just the network, but how do we connect all of the assets we have in Cisco so that it becomes easy for our service provider customers to offer these kinds of services and monetize and grow those ARPUs that have been stagnant for the longest time. And then one last piece, I want to double click a little bit on this because this is so important. We have invested, Cisco Crosswork is our suite for our service provider customers. What we have done is embedded an agentic platform in it. We have a number of agents we've released. You can go see them in the World of Solutions in the Secure Global Connectivity area. This is now up and running. And the other thing we are doing is, just as we have put together a reference architecture to connect all of our infrastructure together, we are now embedding Crosswork into Cisco Cloud Control so that you can get that multi-domain management through one single interface. And this is coming soon as well. So go check it out. It's exciting stuff. We're really proud about it and looking forward to working with you all and getting some feedback.
Awesome. Guru, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure hearing from you, my friend. Okay, one more important order of business. So we're giving away some Apple, not only ice cream, we're giving away a few Apple Watches. Okay, so here's how it works. Reach under your seat. If you find old chewing gum, don't eat it. Okay? But if you find the Willy Wonka golden ticket, pull it up and wave it. Now, if you're a Cisco employee and you find one of those tickets, that means it goes to me. So there's one there. Wave your ticket. I think there's a handful of them. There's another one over there. Okay? You've got the watch. Thank you all for coming. Enjoy your ice cream. Those that got the watches, have fun. Yeah. Thank you.
Live family, I tell you, can you believe it? We're almost more than halfway through Cisco Live, and I tell you, the energy in this place is absolutely electric. I tell you, wherever you're viewing us from, whether you're in your home office, whether you're in some quaint little cafe in Tokyo or in some quiet space in London, I tell you, you are so vital to the heartbeat of this whole entire experience. And I tell you, but listen, we're not done yet. I tell you, truly, the best is yet to come. But before we go further, I want to take a quick moment and do some quick housekeeping. First, if you have been sitting in the same space, what I need you to do is take a break. Take a break, get up, stretch, get you another favorite beverage because we need you to lean in because we have more to come. I know, you can't believe it, but there is more to come. I tell you, we have second. I want you, if you have not joined the networking lounge, you need to go there right now. There are incredible roundtables that are going on right now where we have experts that are waiting to take your most challenging. They're ready to tackle whatever challenge you got going on. They want to help you move the needle forward in this next project. Whatever you're working on, we have people there that are ready to talk shop with you and help you get that moving forward. And then third, finally, the final question that I want you to ask yourself is, what do you need to ask? What is your most pressing question? You need to enter that in the Q&A. We have so many people that are content, people that are waiting to respond to you. Check us out on all of the social media platforms. Go to, and remember the social media tag, hashtag Cisco Live. I mean, we said this so many times today. You already know it. We don't have to tell you. We're just going to remind you. But we want you to lean in because we have more to come. And I want to go over to my fabulous co-host, Steve, that's in the studio with some incredible guests. Steve, who do you have with you today?
Incredible indeed. Thank you, Z. I am really excited for this conversation because this is a good drill down. I've got Murali Gandaru here. He's our VP of Product Management and Data Center Networking. Murali, so glad to have you here. Congratulations as well. Thanks. And then Puneet Garg, President and Group Wireline CTO of Reliance Jio. This is an important conversation. As I said this before as we were setting up, I'm just so grateful we were able to pull you into the conversation and bring you on board because you're such, you're brilliant at what you do, but you're also such a great advocate for what it is that we're able to do together. I'm going to spend a lot of time here on you with this one. Murali, let me start with you here, because we just came out of a fantastic keynote deep dive on AI data centers. Do us a favor, just quickly recap a couple of what you think are the key takeaways for the viewing audience from your unique perspective.
Thank you so much. This has been an amazing Cisco Live. And three key things stand out, three key priorities for the AI-ready data center. One, driving AI outcomes for our customers. Two, fusing security into every layer of the infrastructure. And three, agentic ops with speed and precision. And in fact, that is the perfect segue for having a customer who, like Reliance Jio and Puneet in particular, who's driving this because of the scale and the massive reach of the kinds of infrastructure that Puneet is leading.
That is such a perfect setup, bravo. I couldn't have done this better myself, Puneet. He's sitting there saying, yeah, exactly the same thing. It sort of brings in the conversation, so let's bring you in, perfect time. Talk to us a bit about how Jio is partnering with Cisco on this next wave of transformation, what you are excited about, and then we'll dive in a bit deeper.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Murali, and thank you to Cisco calling me here and putting me on Cisco Live. Yeah, very excited. The way you are describing, we are already on the path of AI transformation, and with Cisco's help, we already started doing the automation, which is autonomous automation, and that is giving a lot of impetus to our operations, which we are driving for next generation. We are building our data centers with the help of Cisco. And what we are using in that data center is the Nexus switches, which are multi-service, which are programmable and scalable. So that is giving a lot of headway to us to do faster customer activation and faster service operation. So these are the kind of things which we are looking now. And right now we have built, say, 522 million customer base, 30 million home customers, and we are driving with Cisco. And we are generating every month 20 exabyte of data, which is world's largest database or data which our customers are consuming. Recently, we have concluded an IPL, which is a cricket match. Cricket is a religion in India. And and what we have seen, like this year, the concurrency, like simultaneously the number of people watches cricket match through Cisco network, which is glass to glass, meaning from camera of the stadium to the studio and then to the satellite and back to customer, around 64 million concurrency.
Unbelievable.
So these are the kind of things which we are doing in the market, which is driving us a lot to do next generation services with Cisco.
These numbers that you have just laid out, the people who are here at the event, the people who are tuning in, these are the numbers that they dream of. These are the numbers that they imagine, but they don't exactly know how to execute and how to reach. So let's go a little bit further on what it is that you just set up. As we step further and further into the AI reality, the AI era, how do you see your data centers evolving to stay together and to keep up with the times?
No, very good question, and I think it is a legitimate requirement right now. Why? So if I take India as a context, India is like a 3.3 million square kilometer area. 1.4 billion people lives there. And we have put up like 150 data centers, which are telco data centers. And what we are ensuring out of these telco data centers, that farthest customer from these data centers should be between 400 to 500 kilometer range, so that we can serve them quality of experience. From that perspective, these data centers are now serve two type of traffic. One is the normal human-to-human traffic, which is bits and bytes. And second traffic is basically a token traffic, which is getting generated out of AI. And both these kind of traffic needs to be served from the same fabric and the same kind of quality of experience which we are giving for a bit, same kind of, or maybe even better, quality of experience through service experience we need to give it to our AI customers. So more faster, more denser, and a better fabric. And the good part is, out of these 150 data centers what we have, approximately 15,000 Nexus switches are working there. So we are very fortunate that we have taken that plunge maybe like 6-7 years back, and that is where we are reaping the benefit. And our entire network on IP side is Cisco. So we get end-to-end view of Cisco operation, and these data centers are becoming an integral part of our journey toward AI transformation.
You know, one of the things that I wanted to say is that Reliance is not just a customer, they're actually a partner. And because we've co-innovated with them, as we've scaled over these 7 years across different use cases, and now increasingly towards the AI environment as well, it's been a learning experience for us to be able to address some of their requirements, the constraints, also the unique kinds of opportunities that we want to drive as well. So I'm really quite thankful to Puneet and the broader Reliance Jio organization for helping us innovate along with them.
I couldn't have said it better. Murali, Puneet, thank you for the time. Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Sure.
So I have one input, like Jitu tells these guys, Jio is a very hard taskmaster. So I just wanted to tell them.
You know what, we're glad Reliance Jio is a taskmaster, and we're glad that you're in here to keep pushing us forward. That's how we get better. It's in these great working together. Puneet, thank you. I wish we could do this all afternoon. I think we could do this for hours, but Murali, thank you again. It's been a pleasure to be with you both. Z, I'm going to send it back over to you, my friend.
Wow, Steve, we so appreciate the feedback we get from our customers, our partners. I don't know if you caught that adjective, those two adjectives that Puneet, he addressed from taking advantage and leveraging our solutions. He said faster, and that's what you're going to get when you partner with us, when you are one of our trusted customers, when you trust us to partner with us. We're going to take a look at something that our Cisco attendees, our Cisco customers, they look forward to every year when they come to Cisco Live. We're going to take a look at IT leadership and how it has changed and the steps that has been taken over the last few years. Let's take a look.
For attendees that aren't familiar, the IT Leadership Program at Cisco Live is an exclusive track created for IT by IT. It gives you an all-access pass to everything at Cisco. The IT track was created 16 years ago because customers wanted more content. Since then, we're 16 years on and still going strong. The theme you'll be hearing from the IT Leadership Program this year, which is no surprise to anyone, AI. AI is constant throughout the whole conference here. What I'm hearing this year, though, is that AI has moved on from that experimental phase. We're now actually talking about the business outcomes. Alongside the technology theme, we're also hearing about leadership. Bearing in mind leadership is such a strong component about how we navigate teams through this change. And then, of course, there's plenty of topics around security and governance. As while we're scaling AI, we need to ensure that we're doing that securely and responsibly. There's a few sessions that I'm excited for this week. Firstly, we've got an opening keynote with Srini. He's going to be talking about how to deliver business value from AI. Secondly, we have Chuck's exclusive Q&A in the IT leadership track. This is unprecedented access to Chuck. It's such a rare opportunity to hear what's actually on his mind rather than just the slides. And thirdly, I'm excited for one of our external speakers, Peter Zeihan. He's a geopolitical scientist, and I find it really interesting how he meshes that together with the technology perspective. I've seen him before, and I left the room speechless. And lastly, I'd like to give a quick shout out to some of my colleagues this week. I'm very much looking forward to seeing them on stage and supporting them. So this week, there's two things I'd like attendees to take away. Firstly, I'm hoping everyone is able to arrive on their desks Monday morning with one practical takeaway from the week. Bearing in mind you'll have heard from our Cisco executives and practitioners. You'll have had their real-world stories, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And secondly, I'm hoping that everyone here is able to leave with one new connection. It's a great opportunity to meet your industry peers because many of you are facing the same challenges.
That's IT leadership. We are going to head over to the world of solutions on the showroom floor with my friend Rob. Rob, what are you going to show us?
Oh, Z, I'm so excited. You know, I did not get a chance to watch the entire keynote with Liz, but the parts that I did watch, oh my gosh, I'm ready to dive into more details. And thankfully, we've got two awesome product managers who are going to cover some of the most important takeaways from that. And with that, I'll hand it over to you to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Rob, and hello, everyone. My name is Surbhi Kaul, and I'm the Product Management VP at CX in Cisco. And today, along with Milton, who'll introduce himself, we are going to share a few highlights about Cisco IQ.
Yeah, and I'm Milton Hilliard. I lead our CX product management team for Cisco IQ. Could not be more excited to be here and all the energy that we have here at Cisco Live. So Surbhi.
Yeah, so just to recap a little bit of what Liz shared with all of you, we are looking at three main pillars of Cisco IQ. And Cisco IQ is kind of a digital interface which we use for all our customers who have any kind of contract in services with us. They can get access to it and get available to at their fingertips information like, first and foremost, complete landscape visibility, which is a really critical problem for some of our customers that we want to solve. Second is proactive resilience through assessments. And third is AI-powered troubleshooting. So I will turn it over to Milton to show us a little bit of the live information that we have in our demo environment here. So Milton, go ahead.
Thank you, Surbhi. So we're going to walk through a couple of the areas that our customers have found the most interest in and all the excitement this week. We're going to start with kind of going through our asset inventory, really understanding what a customer has in their inventory, understanding where they have risk in their environment. So if we start, we get an understanding of the contract levels, the support that we have against our assets, where we don't have support, and think about the Mythos era and what's coming beyond that, understanding where Cisco has coverage, super important. We also understand where we have products that are approaching last day of support or may have already exceeded last day of support. Again, where is there risk in the environment? Also mapping back to where are there security advisories in your environment currently? And Surbhi, I know that's super important in our Mythos.
And you'd be amazed, Milton, at how many customers say that that is the aha moment for them, where today they have been seeing broken information about their assets. To see it all in one place is really impactful and powerful. And as of this morning, we have 2,000 plus customers taking advantage of this live digital interface.
Awesome.
Let's move to the proactive resilience with assessments.
Great. So one of the areas that customers are finding super exciting, and it really helps tell the strategy, our story of our strategy, is our security-based assessments. So I'm going to just give you an example of some of the capabilities that IQ is bringing in this moment. So if we look at security hardening as an example, security hardening is really helping a customer understand how they've configured their environment against Cisco's best practices security requirements. So as an example, I've come into Cisco IQ, I've specified an area that I want to be able to focus in, our VTY line configurations. If you notice, my environment already has a lot of assets that have this as a high risk. I can drill deeper in understanding not only the risks, but the devices that have those risks associated with them. If I look at an actual device, and this is the area that customers are finding the most impactful, I can look at the exact configuration in the device and understand the line in the configuration that has been mapped back to the overall vulnerability or potential vulnerability, as well as provide recommendations of the actions to take to mitigate this risk in your environment. Super impactful. Customers are loving this already, and more to come with our Mythos.
And I wanted to add something here, that why does it bring resilience? Because instead of waiting for an issue like this to surface in your environment as a live event, we are actually able to mitigate it. So we give you the information on where these anomalies could happen and give you an opportunity to change your CLI to mitigate it so you don't run into issues. And this is the proactiveness we are talking about. This is how you build resilient networks rather than waiting for an issue and then trying to remediate it.
Awesome.
So let's also go into AI-based troubleshooting.
Yes.
And I want you to unpack something that Liz said, that every AI-powered troubleshooting instant that we have does not start at ground zero. What do we mean by that?
Yes, great question. So not only do we have all the pre-canned capabilities, we have the ability for our customers to come in and have a natural conversation through an AI assistant. And so we have some examples of areas that we've already kind of shared. So as a customer, maybe I have an issue in my environment, I want to come into Cisco IQ, and I want trouble or help troubleshooting that issue. Based on all of the data, all of the intellectual learnings that we have in our TAC organization today. So here's an example. As a customer, I received a syslog message on my ASR 9K. I can come into Cisco IQ, ask a question. I got this message, what do I do about it? So the very first thing is the AI assistant is going to really help you understand what is this issue, what are the common causes of this syslog event. Not only that, how to troubleshoot it down to the actual CLI commands that you can run in the device to get those insights. And after all of this, you can open up a TAC case directly from IQ, integrate all of this intellectual capability, all of this knowledge, and our TAC team will be off and running immediately and acting on your issues.
And this is the personalized contextual support, which takes into account your environment and your data. So with that, we'll turn it over back to you, Rob.
Can I just say one thing? What I love about this is you're not hiding the details. In other words, this is where we still need the humans to come in here and go, okay, yep, that makes sense, right? As we kind of play with that autonomy dial, and we still need to be exposed to the right information to make good decisions, that's the only way we're going to get through that trust gap, I feel like, and you guys are doing it.
I agree, yes.
I love that.
Love it.
Very nice job, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Z, from the IQ booth, we'll send it back to you.
I love it, I love it. That's AI-powered support with Cisco IQ. We're going to head over to another fireside chat with my fabulous and handsome co-host, Steve. Steve, who do you have with you?
Hey there, Z. I am in studio right now with Vikash Sharma, our Senior Director of Product Management. Vikash, so good to have you here with me, my friend.
Good to have you as well. Thank you for inviting me, Steve.
I'm glad we got a chance to chat early here too, right?
Absolutely.
Let's start really with the obvious. AI, of course, reshaping every single enterprise. The campus network, I think, is right at the heart of that evolution, that transformation. How is Cisco responding? What is new with the Catalyst 9000 smart switching portfolio? How are we keeping up to speed? Fill us in.
Yes, we just launched the Cisco 9K series, the 9350s, last year at Cisco Live US to tackle this AI problem. Right, the Cisco 9000, first of all, if you think about in the post-Mythos world, security is such paramount and it's the top of the mind for every enterprise customer. So we are making sure that the product that we are shipping out on our post-quantum secure day one from a hardware perspective and from a software perspective, they are ready for supporting Life Protect. They have the scale, they have the performance, and most importantly, they are powered by Silicon One that provides us undue advantage across our vendors and competitions.
I am so glad that you brought me right there, but it's kind of where I wanted to go, right? If we start to dig under the hood a little bit, Silicon One, such a big push for Chuck, started about a decade ago. He said, we have to do this, right? Such a big deal. We're making so many more announcements around Silicon One here at the conference. Why does it matter so much when it comes to campus switching?
First of all, if you think about Silicon One are our homegrown ASICs. So these are custom designed for campus networks. And importantly, we control the entire supply chain. So it gives us an undue advantage against our competition because we control our own destiny, okay? Now that's just one piece of the development piece of Silicon One. When you start to dig deeper into what Silicon One unlocks for our customers, number one is the unified architecture. It's the same architecture across multiple domains, data center, campus, routing. So it gives us operational efficiencies and benefits that our customers can unlock out of it, okay? Second, if you think about the shared buffers that we provide on the Silicon One, that allows us deterministic performance and deterministic latency through the box. Extremely critical for AI world, where you have bursty traffic going across, and you want to provide deterministic performance and latency through the box, right? Third, Silicon One provides you embedded crypto functionalities. That means I don't need any special hardware to do any encryption. So providing you that security layer right at the heart of the ASIC itself. And provides you hardware-based net flow. None of our competitors can match what we are providing, giving you that visibility of every packet, every flow out of the box, okay? And the last but not least is the high availability. In this agentic world, where you have agents running 24/7, where you can't afford to have any downtime, we are being able to provide you sub-second convergence on our products, even if you have to upgrade the software. So I'm really excited to see what Silicon One adoption happens and how we transform the entire campus network with Silicon One.
You know what, your passion is absolutely infectious. I hate to do this. We've got to go to another center stage section. I want to just talk to you all afternoon, but Prakash, thank you for taking the time. We so appreciate it and everything that you and the team are doing. Please come back and talk to us again, all right?
Sure, thank you so much. Appreciate it, Steve.
All right, Z, let's send it back to you.
Awesome, awesome. Oh, I could sit there all day with you, Steve. I'm over here just gushing and just soaking it all up, and I know you're soaking it up as well. We're going to head over to center stage. We're going to be diving into a conversation about the intersection of AI and network resilience. Our leaders are going to be on stage teaching us how to move from reactive to proactive. If you want to find out how to keep up with networking and how to moving that forward, we're going to go over to center stage. Sit tight. We're going over there in just a few seconds. And I tell you, you want to lean in. You don't want to miss anything. We're going to center stage right now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us late in day two. I know this is going to be a very, very well spent 30 minutes, so thank you so much for making time for us. So let's jump right in. I love this slide as a lead in because it asks a very important question to me. It's like, how much really has changed? If we think about the AI conversation that we've been having as an industry, as a society, it feels like we've been talking about this forever. But in fact, it's just been about 3.5 years since OpenAI went public, and how much has changed since then? And just to put a couple of stats to it, 2.2 million LLMs currently exist right now. If you go out to huggingface.com, you'll find 2.2 million unique models. And last year alone, $600 billion was spent on AI infrastructure. That was 2% of US GDP. You have to go all the way back to the 1880s to see any infrastructure investment cycle that even rivals that. So things are changing very, very quickly. What that means is that your expectations as customers have changed, and the expectations that your organizations place on you as technology practitioners has changed. The old model simply won't scale in an agentic and, let's call it very simply, a post-mythos world. And we want to talk to you about how we're going to help you with that today. What I hope you're starting to see, and again, you saw this on Liz's session this morning where she talked a lot about IQ, is that CX is changing very dramatically. We're no longer going to be the break-fix organization and the professional services organization. We really want to be your lifecycle partner through all aspects of how you are consuming Cisco technology. We want to be your strategic advisor. And IQ is going to be a critical part of that platform, but really it's not about IQ being a what. IQ is really going to be the how we deliver on personalized, proactive, and predictive services, and how we ensure proactive resiliency and quicker time to value in your environment, while at the same time simplifying your operations. That's a tall order, but Carlos, my very good friend, is going to come up here and show you exactly how we're going to leverage IQ to do that. But before I jump to that, another question I actually just recently posed to our partners. Do you, in this room, understand the disposition of the assets in your inventory, or in your environment? And the reason this is important is if we think about things like LDOS, we think about things as out-of-date software and things such as that, they used to pose operational risk, right? Manufacturing line might shut down, we might lose access to a given campus wireless, but it was an inconvenience. Now those out-of-date software assets, those out-of-date hardware assets, those devices that aren't somehow supported, they're no longer an operational risk. In a post-Mythos world, they're a security risk. They're a reputational risk. That in and of itself is a challenge, but if we then couple that with the data from the Talos incident response research from last year, 40% of the attacks that were perpetuated in the environment were against end-of-life devices. So again, that old infrastructure is an attack surface. But even more concerning is that 32% of active exploits had already been fixed. Think about that. 1/3 of the security breaches, you would have to stand in front of your CIO, CISO, board of directors and say, we probably should have caught that. Now why haven't we? Because we've never given you something that allows you to understand your inventory, understand your assets so completely that you can act quickly and with confidence. And that's what IQ is going to help us do. So I'm building it up quite a bit. What is IQ? If I think about IQ, and again, IQ is not a product. There is no IQ SKU that you can buy from your account manager. IQ is going to be the vehicle in which we deliver all support and professional services from CX. It is built on 4 key pillars. First, we've talked a lot about this, landscape clarity. Understanding what's in your environment and the disposition of it. Not on a spreadsheet, not in your last audit, but real-time understanding of exactly what's there, the versions of software it's running, and ultimately, are you adhering to best practices? Second, proactive resilience. Let me see a quick show of hands. Who here has read one of our product security incident response team documents? They're real good reads, aren't they? I mean, you never see the ending coming, right? They're really exciting, right? But what are they built for? They're built for humans to interpret and then go and apply. Well, there's some subjectivity to that. Do I have that particular router? Do I have that particular version of code? You're the human middleware that's pulling that information together, and as great as you all are as practitioners, you're going to make mistakes. So proactive resilience allows me to leverage the machines to do that work for you, eliminate the guesswork, and understand exactly if that particular P-cert might apply. Third, working with TAC is a necessity, and things will always break. And how do we remove the friction from that? How do we make it so that TAC no longer has to have you brief them, TAC briefs itself? And then finally, how do I leverage this as a platform, because I have that understanding of your environment, to provide personalized and contextualized professional services? Carlos is going to show you all of those in just a second. So I've been building it up, and hopefully you saw Liz's presentation this morning. I like to present IQ this way. Over here on the left-hand side, over here, this is the world you all live in. It's a manual world. It's a world of a lot of hard work. It is you that is bringing all of that information together, leveraging the documentation we provide, leveraging multiple controllers, and ultimately, you're pulling it all together. Well, Carlos is going to show you how we remove you from that, remove the manual work. What I like to say is remove the boring and let you focus on true value creation. Now, I talked a little bit about resilience, and again, I'm just going to assume everyone here knows what Mythos is. But if you're not, Mythos is a model that was released by Anthropic, and there's a project called Glasswing that Cisco is a part of. We're one of the founding members. But Mythos is a pretty impressive LLM. It was able to find infrastructure, or find thousands, actually tens of thousands of vulnerabilities across essentially every major operating system, including Cisco's, every major web browser. It was pretty scary, and it also introduced this idea of threat chaining, where it could bring multiple CVEs, multiple vulnerabilities together into a much bigger threat. And it's a real concern, but it actually targets that end of support old infrastructure. So that legacy debt is really, really concerning. So we got to get that out of the environment. We have to understand where it is and its disposition. But that's just one of the things we need to worry ourselves about, because quantum isn't coming, quantum's here. And quantum presents yet another challenge for our environments. So we often call it Q-Day. Q-Day is when quantum computing, commercially available quantum computing, will be able to break the current RSA algorithms. And that date has moved up. It's moved up from 2030 to 2029. And that all of a sudden doesn't feel that far away. That's only 3 years from now. And so we need to start planning for this quantum threat now by leveraging things such as post-quantum cryptography analysis. IQ is going to help us do all of those things. And I don't want you to take my word for it. I want to bring up a true expert in the field who's going to talk to you about how IQ can help us tackle all of these potential threats and opportunities. Carlos, please come up.
Thanks a lot, my friend. Thank you for everybody for coming here. So you saw Eric setting the stage. And that was basically warm up for your brain. So fasten your seatbelts because you're going to dive deeper a little bit. Because he went to the what's on the right-hand side of yours. I'm going to the how in the middle. So let's start with the first thing before I go on any details. Let me set a basic architectural concept. Cisco IQ has measured two components. It's a component that runs as a control plane and a data plane where the intelligence lives, and there is a part that captures the telemetry. If, for instance, you have a Cisco install base that is controller base that is based by the SaaS like Meraki or Intersight, then we capture all the information from there. We don't need anything here. But if I have a device like a lot of routers and switches, controller managed or otherwise, even old devices, it actually gets the telemetry direct and has a bidirectional communication between the IQ link that runs on your premises and whatever runs on the cloud. For the air gap environments that we're going to show on the end, everything that is on the top on the cloud is condensed to run together as a single appliance on premises as it's supposed to be. And the fact that it's bidirectional not only allows me to feed telemetry into the brain, if you will, this IQ, but also allows me to get insights and automate the actions towards down the infrastructure if it needs to be. That's important for us to understand as a concept, because when I talk about resilient services and everything that goes in security, I'm going to come back to that. So far with me? So let's keep going. So the first thing I'm going to touch is predictions, the predictive access insights. And for that, I have a quick demo that shows how IQ works. So the first thing that exists is an IQ is a tab that goes insights. It receives all and centralizes all the data for the assets that we have, shows last day of support and a lot of things, and it gives you the inventory. Again, it comes from the SaaS controllers, it comes from telemetry on premises like I mentioned before, and every time it renders this, it gives you insights. Here's an example of the insights that are running on a Nexus environment, and you can go on the data center here and click the AI-generated dynamic full analysis. It's going to go through everything that was shown before that find out on your environment, the good, the bad, the ugly, and the recommended, and it's going to then go on more details when you analyze it real time. So for instance, it's going to show you what devices you have, the telemetry and the coverage, contrast with the contracts, days of support, if you have vulnerabilities applicable for that, how it expands on your topology. Are you underwater? Are you happy? Are you ugly? What devices you have? All of this. It's important that you have this at your fingertips, because as you start to do this, and you saw earlier in the demo that Liz and Tony did with the gentleman from Joe, this is Scott, they're using this not only for analyze where they are, but also sometimes for capacity planning where they should be. So a lot of people are using IQ reports for budgeting and analysis for where they need to go. And we work very close with the CISO organization to do operational fix and enhancements, as I will show later. So that is an example of analysis. You download this to the PDF, and here, assets view. The other thing that we are doing with assets is AI is as good as the data that you feed on it. So garbage in, garbage out, right? So we are actually kicking out an asset reconciliation initiative, because if you look from Cisco, I can have a lot of information, all the contracts, all that I control. You can give me a lot of information that relates to the telemetry that you can feed to me, especially that you're on premises. But there is a big unity in the middle that is the partner. Cisco is in direct business model. 96% plus of our business goes indirect. Partner is on the middle. So we need reconciliation on that. And I'll give you a basic example that happens on many customers. The partner is typically the one that fulfills the deliverable. So the partner knows which location the device is. So if I need to do a part replacement on RMA, or if I have a device that is vulnerable, has a vulnerability, and has less day of support that needs to be replaced, the information for the location is fed into Cisco IQ. So when I generate this analysis, it recommends which site should I go first to minimize your risk. Just an example how the reconciliation makes it relevant. Let's keep moving. Let's go to the second part, which is adaptive infrastructure assessment. This is an area that a lot of customers like. I'm going to show you the first part, which is the middle layer that says assessments.
By selecting assessments
and you have
on the
the
home
audio
page.
here.
And then in this case, we're going to select security advisories. In this example, I see that Cisco IQ has reported that I'm exposed to Salt Typhoon, a top-tier advanced persistent threat. That's definitely something to proactively address. Specifically, I see that I'm exposed to 3 security advisories relating to Salt Typhoon, and it's affecting 4 critical core switches. Additionally, if I drill down and select some of these devices, I'll get even more details as to the vulnerabilities, how it reasoned to arrive at these conclusions, and the collective impact that I'm exposed to. It also provides some high-level recommendations of what to do next. But then how do I remediate? How do I expedite the remediation of these?
So this is the first half of that particular demo. So we have an assessment that went on a personalized environment, figured out what's going on. On this case, on Salt Typhoon rather. Everybody's talking about MITREs and the latest and greatest. Salt Typhoon has been here for years. It's a vulnerability. We have a lot of devices that are vulnerable for this. It's public, it's exploitable. You can download an exploit, and people still doesn't wake up. So instead of doing the MITREs that I'm going to do towards the end of the session, I wanted to lead with the Salt Typhoon. They're like, hey, you're trying to change the locker of your window because you want a more advanced, and your backyard door doesn't exist. That's kind of analogy here. So another aspect that you want to get on IQ is support. Everything that you have on technical support and the interface for technical support for TAC is available through IQ as well. So there are 3 areas that we invested heavily on support from Cisco as it pertains to IQ together with AI. The first one is automated troubleshooting. The automated troubleshooting is meant to help on mean time to resolution. My intent with the engineering team on IQ is actually to use proactive AI to avoid the outage in the first place. So it can be proactive to tell you, hey, these signals are here. You're most likely going to have a catastrophic thing going on way in 2 weeks from now. But sometimes stuff happens. When stuff happens, the main thing is how can I come back the sooner? So mean time to resolution. So this helps with the troubleshooting to avoid the human in the middle trying to feed configuration and all the stuff that takes a long time while the outage is actually quicking in. The second one that we use AI is automated RMA. RMA is replacement of parts. So you have a defect, something that's not working. So there is a lot of process of approval. Am I entitled? Does my contract cover this? Do I have the parts? What depot is far enough? All of the shenanigans that is operational, we can do automatically with AI. And last but not least, we embedded the AI assisted for support into the products. And it's also in Cisco IQ. So I'm gonna, if this stuff actually helps, I'm gonna go to the second part. Remember the Cisco IQ demo for assessment on Salt Typhoon? The last question from the gentleman, which is team, by the way, on our team, that recorded that demo, is now being answered for the
How
system.
do I remediate? How do I expedite the remediation of these exposures? Well, here's where the AI assistant comes in. By clicking on the AI assistant, I immediately see that it's context aware. It sees what I've been looking at, and it recognizes that I'm exploring my Salt Typhoon threat exposure and the 4 assets that are vulnerable, as well as the specific CVEs. So I can ask it, well, how do I remediate these collective exposures? And it will provide me the Cisco-backed official answers, identifying any workarounds, as well as the permanent fixes that I need to take into consideration. I'm provided with a comprehensive, step-by-step, authoritative plan. I can see here that the permanent fix requires a software upgrade. So I'd likely want to know what is my lowest recommended software version to upgrade to. Simple enough. I ask them the question, and it will provide me the official Cisco answer to that specific question. So I know what is the minimum that I need to do here. To ensure a proactive resolution, I might want to request that the AI assistant run pre- and post-software upgrade health checks, as well as open attack case, so that I can ensure to have full Cisco support during the upgrade process. The AI assistant makes this quick and easy by leveraging all the context and details of our conversation, including the device software configuration and versions and details, and automatically opens the case on my behalf. In fact, I can even personalize my support requests by specifying the day and time that I plan to perform the software upgrade to ensure that I'll have a fully briefed engineer ready and standing by to support me. And I'm done. It's that easy. No jumping between channels, no deciphering inconsistent processes, just a seamless connected experience from issue identification to resolution.
So 2 things I want to highlight out of this. The first thing, Teams' accent is much better than mine on English, that's for sure. Second thing is everything that I showed you is available to every customer that has a Cisco entitlement for support or professional services. You can go to iq.cisco.com and onboard yourself. You're going to access to this. So far I showed you assets, which is pretty much data, personalized data, and assessments that are insights from that data. So the question comes, how do I act upon that? So the third part is the digitizer delivery. And the digitizer delivery, the majority of the people that is audience on Cisco Live typically are networking folks or ladies, and they have security networking and stuff like this. So as I talk about the typical network operation challenges, there are 3 things that stand up as we start to go through the thousands of deployments that I have out there. The first challenge is lack of version control. It's hard to track, and typically it has configuration different from the internet. The middle one is manual processes. So a lot of people do human errors in networking configurations. So if you look at your hands, you can see that typically they have 10 fingers. Believe me, there are customers that are like 50 because the fat fingering is a reality. There's a lot of misconfiguration that happens, as I'll show you on the next slide, and many of those are fat fingering. In fact, more than half of all the cases, it's called competition for the audio here, that the guy's trying to yell on me, that is unfair. But outside of that, especially if she's starting to sell food, gelato or something like that, okay, thank you very much. Let's come back. When you have this, more than half of the cases that exist on TAC are due to misconfiguration. Just to give you a ballpark, I'm talking about 1.4 to 1.5 million cases a year. Half is misconfiguration. Fat finger is a damn thing. And the last thing is lack of testing and validation. See, if people go blind and hope is not a strategy, it brings compliance issues and a lot of unexpected downtime. So how we are trying to address this? As I mentioned to you, 57% of the SEV1 case, SEV1 means catastrophic outage. Network is down, your job is on the line, maybe your boss' job is on the line too, and is due to misconfiguration. Eric already shows those stats on the middle. Those that they showed, and I'm repeating here, comes from Talos. Talos is our security research engine, and it shows that the vast majority of them hit devices that are already end of life, sometimes a decade old. For the old networking people here, so I joined Cisco 25 years ago. I had hair back then, and I'm in CCIE 3 digits, and I made CCIE in 2 days. So for the old school here in the house, you know what I'm talking about. We used to have this thing that someone was going to post that, and this Catalyst 6500 was running for 10 years without a reboot. Remember that? This is a recipe for disaster today, because the whole security vulnerability come on that. So we actually had validation on the other side of the house. Even though this is a challenge, leveraging automation and digitized delivery is an opportunity to make more efficient networks and security teams. And we have this validated externally by IDC that did a research and a survey across a vast majority of the customers to say, hey, guess what? If you get out of this box and look at this as an opportunity, you can leverage something that Cisco has been putting together for years, and it has running many customers in production. That's called services as code. What is it? It's basically leverage the concept that is as old as walking forwards. It's called infrastructure as code. So we have done the modeling of all networking products, as you see on the bottom, as Terraform plans, Ansible, playbooks, OpenTofu, and all of that, and we open source all of it. So Network as Code is there. So you can use your engine. What do you bring? You bring the Cisco CX, the customer experience, professional services team. What they bring all the operations and the GitOps and the best practices for years and the experience of other customers to help you and implement and get for sometimes weeks to days or hours to actually do pre-test and validation with AI-driven to get you there. I'll give you an example of how it typically works. So our professional services team goes, this is a case of unified branch. Unified branch is very interesting because you have a distributed environment because usually branches are everywhere, depends on how big your customer is. And more than anything, unified branch usually have networking, security, wireless, all the damn thing all together on a single box. So what do? We go to the customer, we ask them, what is your critical capabilities? Like, what is your services connection? Critical capabilities, they may be on a retail store. They want to have a Wi-Fi network for guests and a Wi-Fi network for corporate, right? What is your connectivity? You have dual connectivity or have a single hop on that particular restaurant or something like that. So we go for all of this, and then we automate all the branches code using GitOps, and all the policies are well-defined and modeled, tested and validated upfront, and you create a pipeline and you do the execution for you. If you already have a GitOps pipeline on your own company, we leverage it. If you don't, we can bring this together and go with you. And the idea is not to replace you. We do once, you do twice, you train your team, and they do it moving forward. And you reduce the fat fingering. Last but not least on that thing, we also have migration. And the migration is an interesting thing. I keep on the theme of unified branch, which is a typical scenario when people starting to refresh their infrastructure and talk about like pharmacies. I have thousands of pharmacies across, or a bunch of small restaurants or stores or some of that. So you need to get migration for the existing to the new. Hopefully it's going to be a Cisco existing to the Cisco new. Sometimes maybe a non-Cisco to a Cisco. Cisco to a non-Cisco is a sin, so we cannot do that. But outside of this, we have migrations and three typical scenarios. The first one, we have box-to-box migration. So you have a device A to go to device B, maybe different type of boxes or different types of devices. The second one is type of network software migration. So I have an environment that runs with distributed software versus one that runs on a controller base. It's an interesting perspective. The last one is how I go to the technology. We can get controller versus no controller base, different types of OSs. I'm using unified branch here, but let's say on a service provider, we have done this for big telcos when you change the whole backbone for MPLS to SRVCs, for instance. So there's a lot of this that goes on, and that compounds on how we reduce the deployment time and eliminate human errors, because we include the migration as part of this S-code capability. So hopefully I show you that we have integrated the whole notion of AI with IQ for assets and insights with the actions with our professional services teams together with the partners. In the morning, let's talk about 4 things that we announced on Cisco IQ. I'm going to hit them quickly here. The first one is resilient infrastructure services, which is a services that we brought since the new security model. So we were part of the Glasswing, as Eric mentioned, the 12 companies that work early on with Anthropic and test using matches all the critical infrastructure that exists out there. And we work with the cyber, GPT cyber with OpenAI as well. But the reality here is post-MITRE, we have 1,000 vulnerabilities being identified in weeks. We actually have chainable exploits. I was talking with a gentleman earlier that my slide has 3 to 1. In fact, I was doing a test with our red team this morning. MITRE, the latest release, is able to chain 30 plus to 1 vulnerability. And the last test that we did was 2 weeks ago. So this is serious. This is not a joke. And it's shrinking the response time to hours as a requirement. So it's not about trying to be reactive. We need to change the architecture to withstand this. And for that, we launched services. And the services, it starts with understands what you got, discover what you are. So explore assessment. The first services from Cisco as part of the first deliverable from Cisco as part of the services, is discovery mapping in your risk. It goes and tracks your risk mapping and actually start to prioritize the response like compensating controls and some of these things that was mentioned in the keynote by G2 and Matt Gillis and Tom Gillis in the morning, rather. When you do the first mapping and discovery mapping, then you go to the phase 2, which is the hardening of your infrastructure. What should you need to do to actually get your infrastructure modernized? The first thing that goes on the first step is like, hey, if you add end of support devices, it means that I cannot provide, and I'm not working on any new software for that device. So if that device tomorrow ends up with a vulnerability, I don't have a way to fix, so you are exposed for real. And that applies to us and any vendor out there, by the way. So then we fix that, have the hardening, and then the last part is how we make this automated, and you have the defense, because the MITREs is gonna come all the time. Second part is the Quantum's ready with Cisco IQ. This is coming in July. Eric mentioned this. We're touching upon 3 notions: how we make secure communication, secure platform, and crypto agility. So a lot of people, when they think about quantum, they say, oh, my box is old, I need to change my device. Not necessarily. You might need to change the configuration of your software, or maybe the certificates that you have are the ones that are not using the latest and greatest encryption. You can fix this now, regardless of the hardware. So there is a lot of nuances that we not only identify, but you give you the migration roadmap, what is your landscape, and what the level of exposure for hardware, software, and crypto assets. The third part that we talked about was peer benchmarking. This, I believe, is one of the most requested capabilities from customers because of the natural, jealous nature of the Homo sapiens. So people want to know what other people have. It's appeal to the human being. And actually, it is indeed the highest request feature for us to know, how am I doing against my peers? And you get peers by geography, by geo-region, by vertical, by market segments and stuff like this. So this is coming in July. And last but not least is that the deployment modes. We have SaaS, as I mentioned to you before, but we have now the IQ Link appliance, and you have a full on-premises air-gapped environment, and Tether when you have the intelligence on the cloud, but we run for this. A lot of sovereignty countries or requirements, or some of the federal customers or regular enterprise are leveraging this. This is all available in July. Eric, why don't you come back and close us out?
Thank you so much. All right, Carlos, yes. So team, everyone, we are at time. Let me just leave you with this call to action. I hope you see the incredible power that this solution can bring into your environment. And whether you have one Cisco device in your environment or 1 million, the telemetry, the insights, and the actions that you'll be able to take from this platform will be game-changing to simplify your operations and really help us align to better serving you as a partner. So if you've not already onboarded to Cisco IQ, please do. We have a booth here that's going to be open for another hour. They can help you do that. But please go to iq.cisco.com, understand the platform, understand the solution, and onboard yourself. And our team, if our team could please just stand up real quickly. Who's in the audience here? I see you right there, Jason. Yeah, they're here. They can help you also get onboarded. Or if you have any questions, please corner them afterwards. With that, I just want to thank you so much. And then please, 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 please give us your feedback. We want to make sure that this content is relevant for you. So please give us your feedback, fill that out, and that will enter you for a chance to win some prizes. With that, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hello, everyone. I am here with Lavanya Gopalkrishna, Senior Vice President of Customer Success here at Cisco. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I'm going to just jump right into it. We just heard a lot in the keynote about resiliency, simplicity, and time to value. Are those the same type of questions and concerns that customers are having?
Well, Lauren, that's a great question. Innovation now is happening at an unprecedented pace, and the old ways of doing things just don't cut it anymore. You can see that infrastructure is more critical than ever. There's a shift to human and agentic workforce, and the threat landscape is changing faster than ever. So between the shift towards AI operations, as well as the sheer cost of downtime, our customers are facing a completely new reality. and their expectations of us has totally changed. They don't need someone who just shows up when something is broken to help fix it. They need a partner who can actually guide them and help them stay ahead of the curve. They want fewer surprises, they want much less complexity, and they want faster time to value. And that is why we're shifting from being a reactive service to an overall proactive service. By combining like automation and human expertise, we can help them fix issues before they actually become outages or problems. So this is where you don't just show up to help fix issues, you actually prevent issues from happening in the first place. And that is what is needed in this era of AI to manage infrastructure well.
I love it, I love it. And as you talk about just being able to be proactive, right? And the keynote also talked a lot about visibility and complete landscape clarity. Why does that matter so much?
Well, that is very simple. Think about this. What you cannot see, you cannot protect, let alone optimize. Today, our customers are actually drowning in data, but they're really starving for insights. And without complete landscape clarity, they don't have a view of security threats and performance bottlenecks, and they're really operating in the dark. And visibility is the difference between operating or fumbling in the dark and really leading with confidence. So when our customers have complete landscape clarity, then they can actually now optimize their network. They don't have to react to threats. They're actually proactively managing their infrastructure. They're optimizing costs, they're getting to productivity. And we, therefore, with Cisco IQ, we want to make sure that we can help them cut through that noise so that they can focus only on what matters most. And that is how they can turn their complexity into a true competitive advantage.
And just that thread of proactive support. So when we talk about that, what does that actually look like for a customer?
Yeah. So think about this. Every time you have an outage, behind every pattern of an outage, there's actually an early warning sign, risk signals that you could have taken an action on. It could be a security alert that you missed, a configuration that was done in error, or an LDOS event. And
LDOS, when you say LDOS, can you tell the audience here what LDOS is?
Yeah. Last day of support. Yeah. So when you have that, now being proactive means that you anticipate that and you take action on it so that it is neutralized before it results in an operational outage. And this is not just about sending more alerts, it is about being proactive and neutralizing those threats. Now, we have over 40 years of experience, and we're combining that with the telemetry that we're collecting. And with agentic scale, now what we are able to do is we are able to provide unique recommendations to customers based on their personalized environment, right? And this is what is going to help them be able to be proactive in order to respond to the threats that are there. A good example I want to share with you about this is the quantum ready assessment that Liz talked about in her keynote today. And that is really helping our customers get ahead of this harvest now, decrypt later threat so that they can address it before it becomes an issue. And so Cisco IQ really helps with the proactive resilience, landscape clarity, as well as rapid problem resolution.
Amazing. And how does that new proactive approach impact our partners and their ecosystem and how they provide value to our customers?
Well, you know, Cisco is always a partner-first company. And in this world of agentic AI, we view this as helping our partners actually amplify their expertise. This should help us transform the ecosystem, us along with our partners, from being reactive and transactional to be more proactive, customer outcome focused, which is what is needed in this era of AI. Cisco IQ really has provided us that catalyst for the change. And so what we did was we really engineered this as API first, so that our partners can then integrate those deep insights. They can integrate that and build services on top of it. So that this way, by manually not integrating data sources and wasting time on that, they're actually focusing on services that actually deliver outcomes to our customers. One last thing I wanted to call out, we have got some great feedback on this from our partners. We are looking forward to going into early field trials with them. And that is what will bring us to this new era of managing infrastructure well in the era of AI.
Love it. And our last question, what should customers do now to take advantage?
Oh, that is easy. Go to iq.cisco.com, onboard yourself right away, and that is what will help you turn your data complexity into a competitive advantage.
Amazing.
Go do it right now.
Sounds simple enough. I know I'm going to go ahead and go do that when I leave. Thank you so much, Lavanya. We're going to pass it over to Michelle over at where's Michelle at? The CX Lounge.
Lauren, thank you so much for sending it over to the CX Lounge. We're going to continue that CX conversation with my new friend, Olivia. Olivia, please introduce yourself to the folks at home, and where are we?
Oh, thanks so much. Yeah, I'm Olivia Schoen, and I lead marketing for CX, and I'm very excited to be at my first Cisco Live US. We are here in the CX Connections Lounge. One of the best parts of Cisco Live is this opportunity we have to connect with the customers, the partners, and this lounge is just a wonderful space for our teams to bring those customers in and have some really strategic conversations, same with our partners. So that is what the Cisco CX Connections Lounge is. And then right outside, of course, we've got some amazing demos in the showcase. We've got our Cisco IQ wall that customers and partners have been engaging with. So it's been really great so far.
I love this. Right afterwards, I'm going to grab some coffee and some cheese for sure. This is a nice, relaxing area to connect with the community. It feels like right outside the hubbub of the world of solutions.
Exactly.
Now, you just mentioned Cisco IQ.
Yeah.
For folks at home, we've been talking about this today. You can see it everywhere on the show floor. But for folks at home, give us an overview of what Cisco IQ is. Remind us, what's it about?
Well, Cisco IQ is basically a delivery vehicle for our Cisco support and Cisco professional services offerings. So if you have any of our support tiers, any professional services, you get access to Cisco IQ. What we've found is that IT and security teams are often really trapped in these tedious maintenance cycles, and they're pulling information from Excel spreadsheets and a lot of different tools. And so what we've done is we pull all of that into Cisco IQ, so they have that really clear pane of glass to be able to see all of their assets. So that gives them things like complete landscape visibility, so they can have those insights. They don't get surprised when something's not where they expected. And then it also allows them to really get to proactive resilience, is what we've been calling it. So they can run security assessments, things like that, so they can really get ahead of potential issues. And then, of course, if something does happen, because it always does, then we also offer proactive resolution with Cisco IQ, because if you open a support case, you're able to then, you know that TAC will, it basically briefs itself, because Cisco IQ will give all of that information to the engineer so that the customer really doesn't have to worry about that, and they can just get to that resolution as quickly as possible.
Proactive resolution, proactive resilience. I love it. Okay, one of today's announcements that was really important was on quantum-related risks.
Yeah.
Can you talk me through that? Why will Cisco IQ help our customers with that?
Yeah, so a lot of people have been thinking about it as a future problem, but Q-Day is approaching much faster than we expected originally in the industry. And one of the other things that, if you haven't heard about yet, harvest now, decrypt later, is a threat where bad actors can capture encrypted traffic now, harvest it, and then decrypt it when the technology is available. So that is really becoming a very imminent problem that customers and partners are having to deal with. And so what we announced today is quantum-ready assessments. So what that means is that you can run assessments across your infrastructure and be able to see where those vulnerabilities lie. And so we look at the different, we evaluate it on 3 different pillars. We look at secure communication, secure platforms, and network level cryptographic agility. That's a tongue twister. So we have to look at all of those different vectors to be able to tell if something is quantum safe, if it requires a software refresh or even a hardware refresh, so the customer has visibility into where those vulnerabilities lie.
And let's end with one last question. Walk me through a business outcome that folks can utilize from Cisco IQ.
Yeah, so really important to us is the customer outcomes that we're driving, and those really hinge around resiliency, simplicity, time to value. You heard two customers on the keynote stage today, Geodis and Global Foundries, talk about that. They were both talking about their ability to really get visibility into that landscape and then proactively mitigate those risks. And it's really great to see customers seeing that value, because that's why we do all of this.
Absolutely. Olivia, thank you so much for your time. I had a wonderful time in the CX Lounge. Lauren, Steve, back to you in the studio.
Wow, wow, wow. This Cisco IQ is just everywhere, and I love everything about it because it's helping our customers understand what is your biggest risk, and this is how you fix it. So much great stuff. We have some more great stuff on the way, and we're going to see when Rob sat down with Eric Niff earlier today, and we'll learn all about the resilient infrastructure and quantum safe assessments and all the good things that addresses the AI-driven attacks that all of our customers and even me and the Cisco team are worried about. So we are going to take a look more at that video coming to us in a few different seconds.
Well, all right, I got an unexpected surprise. My friend Eric Nipp, so glad we get a chance to talk to each other, because we kept going, yeah, man, I can't wait, I can't wait. Then I didn't see you on the schedule, but you're here. For anybody who's not familiar with your work, do you mind saying what you're responsible for these days?
Yeah, so I'm responsible, I lead the CX Americas team. It's about, it comprises both our support services and our professional services. It's our largest CX area in the company. I'm about 65% of the overall CX revenue. And my job is simple. Me and my team help our customers realize value from the investments that they make in Cisco. It's a lot of fun, and it's a lot of work, and there's a lot to talk about this week.
So really, rubber meets the road.
Yes, sir.
And so listening to the keynote with Liz today, and so many great examples. One of the things that really jumped out at me was this notion, this question, which is something I can really feel, which is, do you know at this point in time what the status of your entire network is, vulnerabilities included?
Yeah.
That's never been a more important question to be able to answer, and answer quickly, yes?
Yeah, we're in the post-Mythos world, the post-Mythos moment.
Because remember Mythos from April?
Yeah, it's like, that was so 3 months ago, or 2 months ago. No, but you're spot on, and I think the way she asked that question is so critical, and here's why. If you look at the latest Talos incident response report from 2025, right, I believe the number was north of 40% of attacks were against known vulnerabilities. In other words, things that had been patched already.
The same old stuff.
Right, so again, understanding the disposition of your assets, understanding the entire landscape, not from a spreadsheet, not from a CMDB, not from the last audit, but understanding exactly where your assets are, the levels of code that they're on, are they still supported? That has gone from operational risk, LDOS has gone from operational risk to now security risk, because those attackers know if it's old, I can exploit it. Right. Salt Typhoon taught us that. Now Mythos is going to teach us that. So how do I rapidly identify and then take corrective action, whatever that is? Replacement, patching, putting in security policies. We need to give our customers that visibility to then do exciting things like assessments and what have you.
Yeah, well, I'm excited. We've both been around Cisco for a long time, and we've seen management unification promises.
Yeah.
I was digging up, like, how many times have we used the word unified over time? Because there's this gut reaction that says, really, come on. But then in reality, you start seeing what we're actually doing now. And honestly, I think we have to do it, because this is the only way to work these days. But it's a great starting position. What's most important to understand, based on what's been announced here, that you want customers taking action on coming out of the conference?
So, we could spend hours talking about the incredible announcements, and just think about the other part of the keynote today with, G2 and his team talking about, Cisco Cloud Control. That unified dashboard to manage and monitor the network. Think of IQ as a very great complement to that.
Yeah.
So, IQ is meant to be that strategic asset solution that helps us understand where the assets are, what they're doing, and then the really exciting capabilities that it's going to bring is this idea of dynamic assessment. And I'll give you an example.
Please.
All right, so we, like every other company, we're vulnerable to certain security exploits. You heard the term CVEs. We also have something called a PCERT, right? Product security incident response, right?
I don't know.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah.
But what is it? It's a PDF document that we publish that says you've got this bug. Here's the versions of code that are impacted by it. Here's the hardware family that's impacted by it. There are many, many pages, right? Human readable. And then what does a human being have to do? They have to take that PDF. They then go and look into their spreadsheet, their CMDB, what have you, and then they have to interpret the data. And again, human beings are brilliant. They make mistakes.
Well, I'm always reading stuff, and I know our executives are doing the same thing. And you read about something that happened to break through the noise, and it comes on the news, and you're like, is my organization affected by this?
Am I safe?
Right.
So now we remove the guesswork. So the dynamic assessments that we can do, because we now understand the disposition of your assets, not only tell you exactly which devices are vulnerable, but why they're vulnerable. Is it a code version? Is it a feature that's been turned on? Is it a place that particularly sits in the network? Then we threat score that for you. We say, look at these devices first. Core switch, critical, because of this, this, and this, right? So again, removing the guesswork and letting you really take control of that narrative and then be able to go to your leadership and say, yes, we're safe, and here's how I know why.
What I'm picturing is the ability to come in and go, these are all the things I care about, but they're in an order of what can I take, what do I need to take advantage of now before I get my next coffee? What do I need for this next meeting? And then that way you are operating within that urgent framework, because there's still an acknowledgement that we're probably not going to be able to do everything that we know we need to do. So let's make sure we're doing the things that make the most impact.
I'm glad you say that, because one of the other things that's really resonated with our customers when we talk about this, and by the way, we've onboarded over 2,000 customers in just 5 weeks.
Feedback's good.
Incredible. Feedback's great. One of the things we're going to release is something called peer benchmarking. So not only do you want to be able to say how I'm doing within my environment,
but how am I doing
against my peers, right? So now we anonymize that data, but being able to go in front of your leadership, have that credibility, whereas, hey, this is how we stack up in financial services or retail or what have you. So again, for that customer that's trying to build that refresh proposal, hey, you know what, we might be lagging, this will get us ahead, or hey, boss, give me that bigger bonus because look at how great I'm managing this relative to the environment.
Two kind of obtuse things I love about this as we close it out is, one, I feel like when you have this type of control and visibility that you're implying, it also translates, I think, into cost savings, because, because you're now using your assets in a more intelligent and optimized fashion than you couldn't do before, as you're taking use of data that's kind of existed but been latent. Yes?
Yeah. So what's the most expensive thing? Human capital. So I'm freeing up my humans from doing spreadsheet work and doing research. They're moving up the stack. They're able to do creativity. They're able to design. They're able to implement. They're able to architect. But I can't let you off the hook. I'm going to plug for what's coming.
Go ahead. What's coming?
What we've already talked about, these dynamic assessment capabilities. But just today, we announced 3 big things. One, the next iteration of security concern we have is post-quantum cryptography. Right? Am I safe in a harvest now decrypt later world? That's an assessment we're bringing into IQ to understand, are you safe? We're going to have we have a cloud version of IQ that's our customers are on. We're going to have on-prem and tethered versions of that. And that's just the beginning. So much is going to happen here. It's going to be the dashboard for all CX capabilities.
Thank you. It allows us to communicate upwards, which is something we all need to get better at doing, making sure they understand it. So guys, thank you. Thank you, Eric, Nip, appreciate your time.
Rob, thank you so much.
Amazing. Love hearing from Rob and Eric. Both of them always enlighten me every time I hear their thoughts. We now have a couple of really great guests in studio. One of them is Samuel Pasquier, Vice President of Product Management of Industrial IoT here at Cisco, and he is joined with a guest. I'm going to pass it over to these two gentlemen to help you learn more about what we're doing in the OT space.
Okay. Hi, and thank you for watching. I'm with Bill, so thank you, Bill, for joining us. You're at Dover, so Bill, why don't you explain a little bit to the audience who is Dover and what you do exactly?
Absolutely. So Dover is a global industrial manufacturing company, and we have products that range everywhere from fluid control systems to refrigeration to industrial custom printing.
Well, that's really cool. So big manufacturing in the industry, right? And so what do you do? I know visibility was top of mind for you into your plant floor to understand the assets that you have. And you have implemented cyber vision. So can you tell us a little bit more about what was the value for you, how you went into deploying it?
Certainly. So, as you said, we have 328 global sites, and we wanted to be able to isolate our IT from our OT and our IoT networks. And we looked at a number of ways in which we could do that, including legacy technologies with firewalls and DMZs, and we said this is just not scalable enough. So CyberVision came to mind from previous Cisco Lives, and we evaluated it and we said this is the direction to go because we can keep everything within the switching infrastructure and keep it at line speed and reduce latency, and at the same time have all the visibility to create the total and complete isolation of our industrial networks.
No, that's very good. So you went from visibility to after implementing segmentation, and I'm sure the audience know implementing segmentation into a plant floor can be very challenging sometimes. So how did you navigate that? Were you able to be successful at that?
So we spent a lot of time in prepare and plan and standardization. So we built a repeatable model, and the CyberVision visibility allowed us to integrate with ICE and with Cisco TrustSec to do the enforcement of every plant floor device connected into the industrial network and keep it isolated from IT, secured so that any type of attack vector or exposure was basically reduced because there was no east-west movement allowed.
Okay, no, that's really interesting. So when you look into the segmentation on the OT side, how does it fit into your broader defense strategies that you have at Dover?
So the general defense strategy is least privilege everywhere.
Okay.
And the way that CyberVision and TrustSec work together, it essentially creates that least privilege point of reference. So unless we allow it to communicate to something, it can only communicate to itself.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you really least privilege, you don't talk until we authorize you to talk.
That's correct.
That's awesome. So, we are at Cisco Live here. A lot of people are talking about AI, and AI can be used for good things and also for bad things. And we have seen emergence of AI being used by bad actors, and as a threat. So what does it mean for you? How do you see that in a manufacturing environment? How do you see those threats coming into your environment?
So one of the things around the use of AI is actually some of the new tools that were introduced here at Cisco Live this year that we're going to be evaluating to assist us in utilizing AI to help us have a better and more robust isolated environment. But because our environments are all contained within the four walls of each of the manufacturing plants, we generally don't have exposure to the outside world, but we do have the vendors that have to come in to service the technology. So we're actually going to be looking at the secure remote access, which used to be secure equipment access. And with that said, that's where I think tools in AI that are bad, like Mythos, right? We're going to have to look at it very strategically to see how we can mitigate that from ever having an impact on us. So it's going to be a challenge, but it's something that everybody in industrial manufacturing, oil and gas, doesn't matter. You're going to have to protect yourself from it because AI is so easy to use to help create an attack.
Yeah, and I guess you have set the right foundation. You started with visibility, understand what you have, being able to drive to segmentation. I think you're on a good path there. So maybe a last question. When you look into the future and you see things are evolving, what do you think is going to be your biggest threat going forward?
The biggest threat generally is going to be when the plants decide to embark on a new technology in the manufacturing space, and we don't know how it works. But I think CyberVision, because of all of the industrial protocols that it has visibility into, it's going to give us a leg up on that challenge in the future, so we won't have to worry about not understanding it We'll just have to worry about how to better protect it.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all that information. I want to thank for trusting Cisco, the Cisco industrial team, and with our products. So we are very happy, and thank you for taking the time to come with us and back to the studio.
Wow, that was super amazing to hear from these experts in the OT space. Very, very incredible. AI. I feel like it's the top of mind for us this whole conference, which it should be. So I hope you are following those letters, right? AI. AI is moving at a breaking neck type of speed. It's machine speed like we talk about. And up next, we're going to have Anusha and Inez Thornburg to discuss how Cisco is setting a new standard for operational resilience. They are going to take us behind the scenes and show how we're using Splunk to massively bring amounts of telemetry and data that we've never seen before into clear, actionable insights. You'll learn how to move from being reactive to proactive, which you keep hearing, from a monitoring stage to being able to troubleshoot before something happens, being able to eliminate all the guesswork, and we're also going to really be able to dive into automation. So keep in mind that when you're thinking about the platform, what you're going to hear in a second here, there are so many different use cases, I know, right? Like we think about security, number one. There's operational visibility. There's all these things that having ownership over your data really matter for. So we need to be able to see how we can bring the agentic pieces to life in that type of world. We have a lot of great things in store that you're going to hear about from the two of these lovely women. We're going to be able to see exactly how we are setting the standard, going above and beyond, and really being that platform that every single vendor, every single customer should trust in. We're not just, we say this, and it's true, we're not just a vendor, we're absolutely a platform. And I feel like when you hear about what we're doing in this space and you hear this next session, you're going to be convinced if you weren't already. So if you're ready to see how proactive operations can transform your business outcomes, then you need to stay tuned into the next session. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome. For all of you running global infrastructure, drowning in tool sprawl, exploding data, and managing unpredictable security threats in your environments, welcome. Because today what you're going to learn is how to navigate this new world of AI together with these problems. And we hear these challenges every single day. So prior to the acquisition of Splunk 2 years ago, Cisco was a customer. Over the last 2 years, we've exploded across the footprint. And what we're doing is we're solving these types of challenges each and every day with all of the Cisco entities. What we've done is we've eliminated redundant tools, we've eliminated redundant costs, but most importantly, we've given our teams the ability to pivot from managing their operations in a reactive motion to improving the quality of their jobs by giving them a powerful command of their business. And you can imagine what that's done with their job satisfaction. So today, we're here to share with you the story that we've done in terms of how we've realized this and how we've leveraged the playbooks as we innovate on your behalf. Our customers are looking to understand how to implement this new model of work, how to adopt the digital resilience best practices, and how to navigate this dynamic world of agentic AI. I'm Inez Thornburg, and I lead the customer success team for Splunk in the Americas.
And I'm Anusha. I'm the product manager in Cisco IT observability team.
And we're here to give you that backstage pass on how Cisco IT operates and the major transformation that we undertook and recently led. We're not just talking about tools consolidation But we're actually talking about how we solve these business challenges, the fragmentation of data, and the visibility gaps that you face today over a scale of 100,000 employees in a huge global footprint. We're truly drinking our own champagne, and we're super proud of it. So what if I told you that the team running IT operations at one of the largest enterprises has cut their total cost of ownership for their observability solutions by over 86%? And they've actually ended up with much more capability than they had before. And what if I told you that that same team who used to sit in countless hours of war rooms when outages occurred in their environments, engineers in one room, application owners in another room, and executives in a third room, all trying to figure out what was happening, they all have that time back now, because when outages happen, they're able to quickly pinpoint the issue and solve the problem. And what if I told you that that same team that was spending every waking hour keeping systems up and running, that they're now able to build AI tools to help their productivity, and Splunk product teams are actually learning from them? Well, that's the Cisco IT story, and it's powered by a full Splunk portfolio of tools: security, observability, IT service management, all working together as one integrated platform. So Anusha, when people think about Cisco IT, they think massive complexity and scale. So help us understand what you all actually run, because scale matters for everything we're about to talk about.
Yeah, so in Cisco IT, we support internal and external applications. We have more than 1,500 applications in Cisco IT, and more than 71 applications are externally facing. And you would have heard Cisco.com, software downloads, those are all externally facing applications. And all these applications go through more than 15,000 changes on a monthly basis, which is not a small number. And underlying these applications, we have more than 100,000 endpoints. And all these applications go through our operational process. And our services comprise of service management, like you said, observability, and enterprise operations center. And we make sure we monitor and observe these critical services to ensure availability around the clock.
So take us back to one of those 2 a.m. war room situations. You had an outage on your team. What did the before actually look like, and what was it costing the business?
We have had a few 2 a.m. scenarios, and one of those examples is this database, unique database story that I'll talk about. Several clusters and nodes within a database were flapping, and we saw signals come from multiple nodes prior to the outages. And it was going to different users, different support engineers, but they couldn't correlate all together because data was sitting in different systems, in disparate systems. They were not connected. And what should have been done and troubleshooted within minutes took more than 3 hours for us, just because data was disparate and it was not correlated. And technically, at a point, we had the 3 different bridges where engineers were trying to finger point at each other, saying it's not mine, it's yours. And there was no single ownership of the issue. And there was a second bridge where application owners, and we do have some application owners representing here, they were impacted as well because they were running on this database, waiting for the database to come back up. Yeah. And the third bridge where executives were figuring out what to tell our business partners, because after the 3 hours of root causing and troubleshooting, by the time we saw an outage which was impacting our users from ordering services. Yeah. So it was a major outage for our users. But we had the data. We had all the data, but just that it was not stitched together and we couldn't see it all holistically.
Yeah. So what was actually causing all that? Walk us through the tool chain you were actually running, because I think, as I think about the variety of tools that we just see on this slide here, you know, most customers probably share a similar landscape like that and can relate to that complexity.
We had logs sitting in Splunk, but not every log was in Splunk. We had other instances like Elastic and such. And metrics were all over the place. We had Prometheus stacks, Grafana stacks. We had homegrown solutions. And event management was based off of a homegrown solution that we built. So there were 3 different disparate systems which were not talking to each other. And just because they were in different systems, we couldn't see it through correlated fashion, and we didn't have a predictive lens to see that a minor issue could escalate and cause a major outage.
So what changed? Really walk us through what you and the team actually did, and what did you retire as part of this process?
So the 2 a.m. was a wake-up call, and our approach had to change. Our strategy had to be different. So we decided to go through a 3-pillar journey. One was we decided to consolidate logs into a central place, and we brought all the logs to Splunk Cloud. Metrics is in flight. We are consolidating all metrics, and in that process, we would be retiring our systems that are running on Grafana and Prometheus and homegrown. As part of the logging migration to Splunk Cloud, we did retire Elastic and other instances as well. And next, we are headed towards bringing the business context on these 2 data sets, which is where we are partnering with our BU in evaluating and enabling ITSI for our environment.
Excellent.
And during this migration, we actually hit that number that you mentioned before, the 86% of reduction in our overall total cost of ownership.
Excellent. And so here's the question I get from customers all the time. And you mentioned several, tools that you were using. Could you have done this on Datadog or Elastic or even a stitched together open source platform?
We tried. We did have those solutions in our environment. They worked at our department level, but they couldn't scale to our IT's needs. And they didn't have the maturity of AI that we were expecting. And they couldn't bring in all the correlated information together because, again, they were 3 or 4 different systems. They were not talking to each other so well. And we couldn't see the scale and the roadmap that we could see scale for our needs. So they didn't have that roadmap that we could shape for ourselves as a customer zero as well. And again, we didn't pick Splunk because that was the only option that was given to us because it was meeting our needs and the scale that IT wanted.
Excellent, excellent. And you just mentioned the 86% again. So 86% total cost reduction in your observability solutions. That's pretty amazing, right? But that doesn't really help understand, the capital efficiency that you also gain. So help us unpack that number.
Yeah, so behind the scenes, as the migration was done, we decommissioned a lot of servers that were on-prem, which was more than 400 servers, and associated storage elements were all turned off. And that was a major savings for us. Along with that, we reduced our contractor footprint, who were just watching these servers and monitoring. And again, the shift in our internal team was moved towards better work as well along with this. And our licenses were consolidated. And since the consolidation of multiple platforms happened, we freed up a lot of licenses and cost was saved around that. And it was not just licenses for us at that point. The time that was actually saved was the time that our teams were sitting through the 3 a.m. calls and 2 a.m. calls to solve those issues.
Yep, and the whole job satisfaction.
Yes.
Too, right. And so 86% is the cost savings headline. But what I love about this story is that the value realization and the magic that was really unlocked is the talent strategy that you all now have. Tell us more about that.
Yeah. So the team behind this was spending most of their day watching the environment, making sure they scaled up. And we used to have a lot of capacity issues, and they were basically chasing our hosting team to add more storage all the time to make sure our services were up and running. And they were working on upgrades, patches, and just purely running that business. But now the talent, the skill, their time has shifted towards innovations, building agents on top of the Splunk's MCP tools and servers that we are connected to. We have our internal agents helping users bring in quick answers and responses through these integrations that have been enabled. And the team has also shifted towards spending time on evaluating testing. For example, AI Canvas alpha testing was something that my team spent time on. And we have been constantly giving feedback to BUs. And we are actually signed up for the beta testing right now. And with Cisco Cloud Control, we have controlled access based on the release that came up. And that is next thing that we have signed up for. So that's where the team has shifted their time and effort.
Yeah, excellent, excellent. Okay, and so what about the team itself? At the end of the day, they're people, right? And we need to think about how those people can continue to not only have job satisfaction, but continue to contribute to the business.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. So they were purely ticket closers before. So that is a shift that has happened. Now they're innovators, they wear product managers' hats, and they are really happy about the work that they do. They are working on better outcomes, and job satisfaction has gone up, retention has been up, and our contractor footprint has also gone down in this process. And that is the actual ROI for us.
There you go. Okay, excellent. So let's go back to that 2 a.m. database outage story that you just shared. Because at the end of the day, it's all about making sure that the business can operate, that it's available, that our footprint has resiliency if something happens. So when there's an incident today, what does that look like?
Incidents are much faster now in the sense, there are no incidents sometimes. We have actually brought down our incident count by 25%. And in the last 6 quarters, as you see here, there have been no major network outages that have happened.
That's great.
And even when there are issues, there is no finger pointing happening because the team really knows where the issue is because it's all visible right now and it's stitched together. And the team spaces where the bridges where the leadership is, it's calm, there's no chaos, and customer satisfaction has increased in this process.
Excellent. So for all of you who've sat through a 2 a.m. bridge call, and I'm sure most of us have, we know it's painful. There's multiple vendors pointing fingers at each other, everyone trying to understand what's happening. So Ryan Smalley is our Splunk Customer Success Executive. Ryan's been working with Anusha and the team for the last 2 years to really make sure that we have the right resources to bring this solution to life. Let's take a listen and how Ryan shares how this all happened.
I started my career in a NOC, responding to those dreaded 2 a.m. alerts. Later, as an engineer, I was the escalation. Today, I have the privilege of working with Splunk's largest customer, where we are taking predictive correlation, alerting, and remediation to the next level. Let me show you how Cisco IT's tool consolidation vision allows Splunk to create the AI context needed to reduce outages, downtime, and cost. Imagine, we are in the Cisco IT Service Operations Center. It's after hours and it's quiet. Suddenly, an alert fires through Splunk's IT Service Intelligence platform. Advanced machine learning algorithms have scanned millions of raw events, correlated notables, and identified that KPIs have breached dynamic thresholds. We've already heard how analysts would bounce between different siloed tools during an investigation. Now, this alert comes direct from our Splunk platform, where we are centralizing our data. While Splunk's Observability Cloud already gives us metrics, traces, and logs in one UI, let's look at Cisco IT's innovation to streamline this type of late-night workflow. Downtime can be expensive, so moving fast saves us money. Directly from ITSI, with one click, Cisco IT has integrated their custom-built observability AI agent. This specialized LLM leverages MCP servers and APIs to query our Cisco data fabric powered by Splunk in real time. It is synthesizing logs, metrics, and traces with topology, change requests, and remediation guidance. We get a pre-populated prompt resulting in a natural language summary and actionable next steps. Here we see the chain application is experiencing persistent back-end errors. We see the alert that first caught our attention, and we know that we are reacting before an incident has even been created. I also see an improved change was implemented recently. The log analysis points to an authentication and connectivity issue with a legacy monitoring system. Since we're currently migrating away from this legacy product and turning services down, this gives us an immediate why behind the failure. If I need to keep troubleshooting, my days of context shifting and hunting are over. I scroll down to the AI-generated recommendations. I see specific actions for DevOps, application, and SRE teams, including the Linux command I need to investigate with. If I need to escalate, the AI agent has already drafted a clear request for me to share with the on-call engineer. At this point, we already have the problem and resolution identified in one screen. If we still want to drill down further, the AI agent provides convenient links to support the summary, giving you easy access to the related data at its source. What I've just shown is how Cisco IT's frontline operations team just turned a complex multi-layered investigation into a task that takes one person minutes, not hours on a crowded late-night incident call. This saves time for our staff and reduces the cost of downtime to our business as a whole. One button at 2 a.m. The platform gives context and tells you what is broke, why it broke, and exactly how to fix it. That is customer experience at scale.
Customer experience at scale, that just resonates with me so much, and I see a smile on your face, and honest to God, this is a great story that we can absolutely all learn from. And so it all started here in IT operations, but as I mentioned earlier, Splunk is being adopted across Cisco. Security, observability, IT service management, the whole integrated portfolio. Now our teams have data with context so they can take action. And now that we have the Cisco Cloud Control, we're powering this powerful set of solutions. We're automating our analytics, we're increasing our productivity, and our teams can actually oversee what's happening. They're being able to leverage insights in ways they never thought possible. So where does this go from here, Anuja?
So we migrated consolidated logs. That's done. And we are looking into extracting value from logs. And now we are already looking at consolidating metrics into Splunk Observability Cloud. And these two systems seamlessly talk to each other. So it's a very easy troubleshooting process for a user to start looking at Observability Cloud for metrics and related logs in Splunk Cloud. And like I said, ITSI is already in flight. We have an active stage environment deployed for us, and we are headed towards production, where we are going to add business context to this stitched, powerful data that is sitting in Splunk. And next, we are going to also, and in fact, we have actually onboarded our agents in our AI agent monitoring capability in Observability Cloud. And with the acquisition that Jeetu was calling out in the keynote today and yesterday, the Galileo brings in advanced capabilities and insights of agent monitoring. And that is what we are going to be enabling for all our agents within our IT portfolio. And next, we have been always looking at our vision, which was bringing in the full stack view for our customers, which is commerce, supply chain, software teams within Cisco IT. And to do that, we have to bring the data together. And that's what we have done for logs and metrics. And we're headed towards ITSI. And next is our predictive analytics, which is where we want to start with a predictive lens and look at minor alerts before they escalate to major incidents. We want to catch them and avoid those outages. And like you said, the Cisco Cloud Control and agentic operations is what we are headed towards again. We have signed up for the limited access for Cisco Cloud Control, and we are looking at bringing the agentic workflows into our domain. And we would be building on top of that and bringing all the data to the powerful environment that we provide to our users inside Cisco IT.
Excellent, excellent. So this paradigm shift that Anuja just talked about is called agentic ops. You heard about it this morning in our keynote with G2 and Kamal. Cisco Cloud Control is the product that brings this all to life. And so really, as you think about Cisco Cloud Control, it's bringing together cross-domain telemetry. It's bringing purpose-built models that have been trained with over 40 years of Cisco data and learnings, which enables you to build trusted agents to become your digital coworkers. That's the next generation of our workforce. And so today we just shared what's happening in one team at Cisco. But the power that we really have unlocked here is many teams across Cisco are using the Splunk technology powered by Cisco Cloud Control to do things they've never even imagined before. So there's stories across our whole company like this one. So Anuja, what are the lessons learned?
I would say target bringing the data together. Without the data being in a unified platform and a supporting unified architecture, applying AI is not a real good idea. So start with unifying the data and bring the AI closer to the data. And the data platform that you are moving this data to should be a powerful one. So you could have that correlated data in one single place. And share the logs and the data across teams, because that visibility matters. when you have seconds and minutes to resolve issues, you need to have that view and visibility across domains. So sharing the data across teams is really a key element here. And cost savings is actually a driving factor for innovation. So the shift that we did, the savings that we did, and skills that we moved towards innovating from just monitoring is a key factor as well. And again, the change and the release management that we are bringing together here to observability is going to tell us at what point what failed, and we are able to trace back to the issue and have a rollback plan. So bringing the release and the change data to observability is key. And finally, having the team do work on meaningful outcomes and work on AI on a daily basis has actually helped with retaining team and skill. And now, like I said, they have been working on AI agents. They're working on exploring AI toolkit on Splunk Cloud, AI agent observability. So keeping the team motivated and having them feel happy is a real ROI for every single organization.
Excellent, excellent. So for all of you running a large global footprint and infrastructure, protecting your organization's revenue or mission, leading with the AI revolution, trying to flatten your cost curve while also accelerating innovation, find your equivalent of Anusha's team and team up with that person. Take on this challenge, but ask yourselves one question. What would you do if you got your team back? What would you bring back to your organization? So thank you for joining us today. Let us know how we can help you on your journey through digital resilience and the AI revolution, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey everybody, once again, and for the very last time today, I get to welcome you back to the Cisco TV broadcast studio here in the middle of the beautiful world of solutions at Cisco Live 2026. We are coming to you in real time from the Mandalay Bay in Las Vegas. It is great to have you with us here on the program. We've just wrapped our final center stage session of the day. Anusha Najaraj, Ines Thornburg, they just gave us the inside story on all of the ways that Cisco is setting a new standard for operational resilience. We just saw the different ways that you could use Splunk, for example, to turn massive quantities of telemetry into clear, actionable insights. They shared how we can move past reactive troubleshooting and eliminate that guesswork. Use more automation to accelerate resolution and collaboration across your teams. Exciting stuff. What we just saw is proactive operations. They really can transform your business outcomes. A fantastic session. Thank you to Anusha and Ines. All day long, we have been sending it out to Rob Boyd out in the Cisco Showcase. The showcase is just spectacular. It's over 125 demos, all of the greatest minds, the greatest Cisco engineers and IT leaders and directors and managers, designers, developers. Well, we're going to head back out to Rob right now in the showcase. How are you, my friend?
I am doing well. We've been making some quick adjustments. I brought over extra crew members because of the enormity of what we've got here. But I want to introduce you to Gerald. Gerald, come on over here. We've got him all mic'd up because we wanted to keep his hands free. But Gerald, you've had a crowd. We've kind of forced him away from you for the moment. And at first I thought maybe this was a little bit self-driving, but that's not what I want to do. I want you to drive and explain, because I love the visualization here, and I think you're very good at explaining why this visualization is exactly what allows us to make, to answer our questions in a more complete manner in real time.
Right. Okay, fantastic.
So how do you walk us through this?
Okay, so one of the first things that we're going to do is we're going to take you through an area that we have here called the Half Moon Strike. That was a breach that took place. We kind of leveraged that for our pulse wall here. So I'm going to go ahead and click that. Sometimes a little bit.
This is the way attacks are getting, right? Which is push to destroy.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, because script kiddies now have nation state capabilities.
And you have AI to make them even more impactful.
Yeah.
And a lot of the bad guys are smart, so that's what we have to remember. The bad guys are always very smart, they're very powerful, so it's up to us to try to keep up with them. So what we want to look at here with Security Cloud, this pulse wall focuses on Cisco Cisco Cloud Control. So with Cisco Cloud Control, we're bringing in everything in your infrastructure to a central location here. And what this allows you to do is pull up dashboards, pull up insights, pull up alerts and things all from one location. So if you're an SOC analyst or you're an observability analyst, you can come here and see everything that you need all at once. So we're going to go through this and you'll kind of see the pulse wall light up as we go along here. So first, let's go ahead. We've got 12 Exchange hosts, everything that's all fine right now. We're going to go ahead and click the next step. And the first alert here, you'll see that your Cisco Next Gen Firewall just sent some information down to Splunk Enterprise Security. That's important because enterprise security is aware of everything during each step of the packet flow.
All right.
And there's a reason for doing that, so that because packets change as they get to each step. Different information is written into the packet as it flows. Splunk Enterprise Security has to be aware of that.
Common issue, right, before, which is how do you stitch those things together? Because in the normal operations, someone like you is looking at logs,
yes,
rows of information and trying to say, okay, hopefully timestamps are at least correct. But then it just gets more complex from there. You guys are doing this on our behalf.
We're doing it automatically.
I love that.
And we're using cloud control to do that with AI Canvas and the machine data lake to provide that analyst engine.
Love that.
And Splunk Enterprise Security sits right here and gathers all that information as well. So here we're basing it off server-side request forgery. Just to kind of brief you on that, every website is based off HTML, but all the back-end communication is usually done through API endpoint. You can go in, as you're hacking, you can go in and manipulate the HTML to send something to the back end that it may not understand and leak data, and then you can bypass things. So that is what we're doing here, is we're working with the SSRF attack. So let's click the next step, and you see that flow here. We're going to the load balancer. The load balancer then sends that information directly to Splunk Enterprise Security, because again, we have to be in the loop throughout the process. Data changes. Each step, there's now a different outcome.
But that's a common thing too, because you being a white hat hacker yourself, I believe, if I may say.
Yes.
But just because it's research,
somewhat,
right? Yeah. But well, in some of those, understanding how someone thinks is important. Understanding how to anticipate what's happening.
Yes.
And you guys have been really embedding that intelligence in here to be able to flush that out. Not saying anyone else has to understand that to that extent, but it helps. Yeah.
Yes, you definitely want to think like a hacker, and you start to understand the power of that they have.
We have to think like
and
that.
And if it gets into bad hands, it's kind of like Star Wars and the dark side and Darth Vader, and it's interesting. So now that packet's gone here, and we'll illustrate that here on the network map. You know, throughout that SSRF chain, we'll show you the directories that are being written to as well throughout this whole process. So I'm going to click this next step. Let's see where it goes here. Now we go to the Exchange front end, and again, data changes. So it goes to the Splunk Enterprise Security so that we can go through all the data as well throughout this entire process. We're always in the loop throughout this process. But it's important to note that the trust boundary is now crossed because of the SSRF exploit, because the Exchange front end trusts the Exchange back end, but the attacker uses server-side request forgery to bypass that trust.
So now, that mean is there a new policy kind of update in terms of new policy application is applied because of that trust boundary? It's like a different area?
I'll show you that.
Oh, okay.
But just during the attack process, that is how the exploit is being manipulated. Because that trust is automatic from an Exchange front end to a back end.
Wow.
So we'll get to that. That's a great, awesome question. So now it's down to IPS. As you see, IPS sends the alert down to there. So Cisco IPS knows the signature by name because an attacker just wrote a web shell to an ECP virtual directory and Outlook Web Access.
So we got a known signature match that the IPS is triggered off.
Exactly. So Cisco IPS triggered that. That's Exchange /ECP. There's different virtual directories that web servers, Outlook Web Access is a web server essentially, writing things that it shouldn't. Cisco IPS picked that up.
Classic defense in depth I'm seeing here too.
Absolutely. Cisco IPS picked that up, sent that information to Splunk. So now we're going to go to the next step here. Exchange backend sent that information to Splunk now. So now that there's been an exploit, the web server itself just spawned a process. So now we're kind of getting more into the living off the LAN area.
Oh wow, this could be expanding, yeah.
Yeah, because you have these processes that are native to your operating systems that the actual attacker is using to manipulate things and spin off other processes off that because they're less likely to be detected because they're supposed to be there.
Right, land and expand.
So that data is now being sent to Splunk. We're able to pick that information up. So let's go to the next step here. There's a lot to cover. So now you've got your Nexus 9000 here that's picking up information and detecting lateral movement. Stealth Watch is also involved there. There's some SMB, server message block, talking to internal hosts, and that necessarily shouldn't be taking place because your Exchange server shouldn't be talking to a file server or a domain controller using SMB. SMB is for file transfers.
Right.
Your Exchange infrastructure and your Active Directory infrastructure should be communicating via Kerberos, different protocols.
What you're talking about there, though, is known behavioral characteristics that should be baked in. You're saying this relationship should not be happening. That should be alerting or tripping some type of an alert.
Absolutely, and that is what StealthWatch picked that up right away. It understands the baselines. So now let's go to this next step here. So now we talked about the file server. I'm going to click the next step. Shouldn't be talking to the file server. Shouldn't be talking to the Active Directory server. Let's go to that next step. That's where IPS comes into play. Sends that information to Splunk because, again, Splunk is the brain behind everything.
Right, coordinating it all.
Coordinating everything, using our detections to tell you what's happening throughout the entire environment. Not just a portion of the environment, but everything.
Yeah.
So now, we're going to go ahead and go to the next step. We don't show it on this board, but Attack Analyzer is involved now to see, that's Splunk Attack Analyzer, or Automated Threat Analysis is what it's called, and it's powered by Attack Analyzer. What that is it's for complex attack chains. And it goes through and asks, through each step, it asks, what would a human do? So if there's an email that comes in, we're going to OCR, which is optical character recognition, all the content in the email packet. If there's an attachment, we're going to see what's in that email that is used to decrypt that. If it's password protected PDF, we're going to pull it from the email because that's what a human would do.
Yeah.
So that payload we talked about, that PowerShell process that spawned more processes, that's all sent to Splunk Attack Analyzer.
We got about 30 seconds left. Yeah.
So now, when we go through that, we're going to rock through this really quick. You have your risk score here. Now, that goes through everything. You see every component that was involved. Now, the callback to the next-gen firewall was able to block the command and control traffic because now it gathered the data and wanted to send it out. We blocked it. So not only do we block it, we go through with one click. SOAR has not only blocked everything, host isolated, IPs blocked, domains blocked, ticket created, the snapshots preserved. SOAR was able to do that in seconds as opposed to 7 hours. And with that, we're able to not only detect, but go back and patch the servers that had the exploits involved. And then what's really cool on top of that is going back here and recommending different rules on different things such as enterprise security, secure IPS, secure endpoint.
And that's exactly where we start getting the feedback that we need in human language. And I hate to cut you off.
Yes. I get excited.
I'm excited with you. It's these people that always want us to finish up and hit a timeline or something. But one thing I want to point out, this is not an exotic attack. This is pretty normal stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a lot of, but they are very complex in nature because no one understands.
Because it's a multi-turn and it's a system-wide issue. I just love the way you expressed it.
Yes.
This is awesome. And at my leisure, I am tossing right back to Steve.
That was my favorite. You cut Gerald off and you're like, you know what? I'm going to take over here from here. That's totally good. I've got more commentary.
I
love that about you. Thank you, my friend. Gerald's amazing. He and I get to work together at Black Hat RSAC. I always love listening to him present and storytell. He's just fantastic. So thank you so much, Gerald. We're going to stay back out in the showcase right now because our resident Splunk expert is hanging out there, Michelle Corpora, and she and Robin, they're walking away. All right. So what do we think? Should we go play a little video? Should we go to the two of them? What do you think we ought to do? Here's what we're going to do. This morning we were so proud of our own Lauren White here on our host team. Lauren had the opportunity to be up on stage giving a demo during the keynote with G2, and then afterwards she and G2 got a couple of moments to hang out backstage, catch up on Cisco's future, some of our big announcements this week, including cloud control here at Cisco Live 2026. Let's eavesdrop on that conversation.
I am here with G2 Patel, President and Chief Product Officer here at Cisco. G2, let's jump right into it.
Let's do it.
The big news from yesterday's keynote was all about Cisco Cloud Control. Can you tell us more about why this is such a huge moment for Cisco and our customers?
Well, if you think about the level of breadth of our portfolio, it is actually historically it should have been an asset, but it's actually in a lot of customers become a liability because of the complexity with which you have to manage it. And so Cisco Cloud Control was designed to solve exactly that problem, which is, can we make sure that we can have completely reimagined operations of infrastructure and ensure that you've got a tremendous amount of simplicity injected into the system without losing the sophistication. And Cloud Control is one unified place where you can manage any of the products that people know and love. But it's much more than that in the sense that it can also do correlation of telemetry, so you can do better troubleshooting and debugging. It can also make sure that it can set policy and monitor how agents are performing. And so we showed during the course of the event, every single demo that we showed actually started from Cloud Control. And it's a remarkable transformation for any company to have made this, let alone having made it within less than a year. So I'm super excited, and I think I'm really proud of the team and all of you folks for what you've been able to do.
Amazing, amazing. There's some other incredible things that have come out over yesterday's keynote and in the other demos and such. What are you most excited about from those different innovations?
I think the most exciting thing for me is the culture of just being AI forward and not just constantly pushing the boundaries. And I think Cisco is a very different company today than what it used to be. We have got a refreshed lineup of hardware and campus and branch, and we've got innovation that's happening in the chip level, and we've got innovation in the data center, and we've got amazing stuff happening in Splunk, and we've got some great acquisitions that have happened, and we've integrated those acquisitions really well. So the compounding effect of all of this is that there's momentum, tempo, and a spring in the step in every employee. And you know, I never try to look at what the stock price is as a proxy for how you're doing, but the reality is the market is feeling the momentum. And it's undeniable at this point in time that Cisco is a different kind of company, and it's an essential company for this next era. It's foundational, where without Cisco, you don't really have the ability to go out and network the entire world in the way that it needs to be networked, because in AI right now, inferencing is going to be, these agents, they're going to start working for everyone. You're going to have trillions and trillions of these agents. And as you do inferencing on these agents, inferencing is much more network constrained than just compute and memory constrained. And so I think the world needs to have very efficient networking that's, high performance, low latency, power, kind of energy efficient. And Cisco is at the center of it all.
And just speaking on that thread, right? A couple of years ago, you said Cisco would be unrecognizable in 2 years, and clearly we have been delivering on that promise. What areas of the transformation stand out the most to you?
I think the biggest areas are, we are as much of a silicon company as we are a hardware and systems company, as we are a software company, as we are a platform company. That's a big area that, we've got the full stack. And what we do have is not just the full stack that's disjointed. We've got a fully vertically integrated platform that's a co-designed full stack. That's a very important thing. That's number one. Number two is we have truly built a platform where the marginal cost of ingestion of new technologies is going to go down for customers, where the amount of effort it takes that they expend to getting a new technology from Cisco into their environment once they already have Cisco will go down precipitously. And every single new thing they buy will actually have a compounding effect, where every single thing that they bought from us will benefit from every new thing that they buy from us. And that's truly, it creates a snowball effect within an organization. And so those are two things. And basically, this notion of being able to, in a very easy way, manage a very complex infrastructure. Like yesterday we demoed, with one click, you can take a data center fabric and a campus branch fabric, what they call EVPN VXLAN, and configure it within a single click. And that's just something that would have taken months and months to do. And we are now able to do that because of things like Cloud Control, because you're able to have multiple pieces of infrastructure that can be managed under one umbrella.
I am truly inspired and so proud to be a Cisconian. I think there's never been a better time.
Well, thank you for doing what you do.
Thank you.
And you did a great job on stage on the demo.
Thank you so much, G2. Thank you for your time. It's been such an honor. Thank you.
And Jitu Patel leading the storytelling charge for us here at Cisco, the voice getting us where we need to go in the agentic AI era, and the perfect voice for us to end on here today. We're just about 2 minutes from the end of our live broadcast. So much has taken place since this morning's keynote, from agentic vision to enterprise reality, where Liz launched us into this phenomenal Wednesday and the state of our industry with such a compelling challenge. Here's what she said: organizations that do not move decisively aren't going to get a second chance. I heard that and I thought, boy, if that is not the catchphrase of the day, that's what we're here for. Not for the second chance, but to make sure we know how to move decisively, with confidence, with security, and with trust. That is what this entire event is here for. That is what you are here for and a part of Cisco for. The network is the foundation. Cisco is powering the agentic AI era. The agentic workplace runs on Cisco, and that's why we say again and again and again and again, Cisco is the critical infrastructure for the AI era, and hopefully you have been seeing and hearing proof of that over and over again throughout today's programming. For those of you with us here in Vegas, the party is just getting underway tonight. We are all headed across to Allegiant Stadium for the Chainsmokers Maroon 5. 20,000 friends, too much food and drink, this year's collectible Cisco hat. It's going to be an incredible night, and then we will meet right back here at 8 a.m. on tomorrow's broadcast, and we hope to see you all there. So, on behalf of the entire team, my co-hosts, Rob Z, Lauren, Michelle, our incredible Cisco TV broadcast crew, just so incredible. So grateful for all of them and for all of you. My name is Steve Moulter. Always a pleasure. Have a great night, everyone. Bye-bye.